have the point. Give it a flip.
Tails.
Tails the ball. It's a tail. It's a tail. Afi?
Yes.
Right there, right there. Afi, you won the toss. Tell the match referee what you're going to do, please.
We're gonna have a bat first.
I have a bat. What's the rationale behind that?
We just wanna make use of the wicket. I mean, whether you bat first or second, the wicket is good. We just wanna capitalize on the first half of the wicket.
Tell me your starting 11. Any changes?
Yeah, we have one change. Ross out for what's his name again, boy?
Don't worry if you can't remember. We'll see it when we get inside. Sum up the tournament for me, though, Afi. It's a final match day. Sum up the tournament for me, for your team.
Sorry.
Sum up.
Good morning, testing from Connery. Good morning. Good morning, and welcome to Connery. So we are in the fifth round of the City United Super 50 Cup. This is the final round of matches. 3 matches being played today. And we can tell you that the Windwards, they won the toss and they've decided to bat. And they have opened the batting with Kiana Joseph and Marcelin. So those are the 2 openers for the Windwards team. We're in over number 2. And so the Windwards have decided to bat first here at Connery in this the final round of matches. The Jamaicans, you can say, are the unofficial champions of the City Super 50 competition for 2024. Good morning to you, Victor. Welcome.
Good morning to you, Gary, and all our viewers, and many congratulations to Jamaica. They have really played outstandingly well in all the departments and really deserve to be at the top of the table.
So it's Gordon who is bowling from that far end. So the Windwards have decided to open with Kiana Joseph. Maybe looking to get some quick runs, and she has given the indication that she would want to go after the bowling. So a delivery which went down to the onside. She went for a big drive, went down to fine leg. And so Joseph is on 3 from 4. And Namaya Marcelin, she is facing up to Gordon from the far end. So we're in over number 2. And this is the final match in this CG Super 50 competition here in St. Kitts. And we will go into the T20 Blaze and a wide delivery outside the off-stump. So the T20 Blaze will start on Sunday. All the matches will be played at Warner Park. So we tell you the umpires for this game: Vicky Daniel and Javed Prasad. Vicky Daniel is out of Trinidad and Tobago, and she's doing duties at the far end. Prasad, umpire Javed Prasad, is doing duties. He's at point. And so it's slightly overcast conditions here at Connery. So we tell you that Jamaica coming up against Guyana. They're playing in St. Paul's, and at Warner Park you have the bottom of the table clash between the Leewards and Trinidad and Tobago. The Leewards, they were able to pick up 2 points, 2 batting points. They would have made in excess of 250 in the last game versus Barbados, as they overcome to an end 8 without loss with the Windwards.
Yes, and the Windward Islands, obviously, after winning the toss here at Connery Cricket Centre and deciding to bat and having early change in their batting order. Joseph has been promoted up in the order to open for the Windward Islands. So these two, Gary, they will be trying to, first of all, establish a good partnership, while on the other hand, Barbados will be looking for early wickets.
So Connell will continue from the media center end. So we tell you that there will be no change at the top of the table at the end of the final round of matches here in St. Kitts. And the ball has gone down towards backward a point for 4. Good shot outside the off stump, and Marcelin is guiding it through the backward a point area for 4.
Yeah, very good timing of the ball. Didn't try to hit it too hard, placed it well, and earned 4 runs. So the total advances now 12 without loss. Early stages yet. We are just into over number 3. And the Windward Islands won the toss. And they're here against the defending champions, but not this season, Barbados.
So we tell you the point standings at the end of 4th round of matches. Jamaica on 24, they have gotten 8 batting points, 16 match points. Barbados on 14, they have 12 match points, 2 batting points. Guyana on 13 and 3rd with 12 batting points, or 12 match points and 1 batting point. Windward's 4th with 10 points, 8 match points and 2 batting points. Leeward's 5th with 2 points, just 2 batting points. And TNT yet to score, they are on 0. So the game at Warner Park will determine who will come at the bottom of the table. The Leewards would want to keep TNT Red Force Leavers in that position, but I'm sure the Red Force will want to come out and at least win the final game. So So Cornell ball a wide delivery outside the off stump. And as I said, Jamaica are the unofficial champions. They would have played 4 matches, won all 4. And they have also picked up batting points in all 4 of the matches. The maximum batting points available in the game, they were able to pick up maximum batting points in all of the matches. So it's going to be another single. He's guided down to third man. So the Jamaicans certainly have done well in terms of batting and scoring quickly, because that was the reason for the batting points, to try and incentivize the batters, try and score quickly. If you score in excess of just around 4 runs per over, you'll get 1 batting point. If you score in excess of 4.4 runs per over, you can pick up 2 batting points, and Jamaica have been able to pick up the 2 batting points in the 4 matches. So I'm sure they will want to end on a high and come undefeated for 2024, just as Barbados did last year when they won the competition. And Barbados, they are the defending T20 Blaze and Super 50 champions. So they would have lost in terms of the Super 50, but I'm sure they will come out in the T20 Blaze and try and retain the title at the end of over number 3. It is 13 without loss.
Obviously, Barbados will make a grand effort to at least defend the 2020 series, which will start on Sunday. All matches will be played at Warner Park International Cricket Stadium. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, it's the Windward Islands up against Barbados. The Windward Islands won the toss and decided to bat first. I think that was a good choice by the Windward Islands. The surface looks to be a good one, so all the batters will have to do is apply themselves.
So Gordon will continue from that far end. So the sun has come back out here at Connery. So this is the 5th game that is being played here at Connery. Victory look like they're using the same pitch from the last game. I don't know if you had a chance to check it out, but it looked like they're using the same pitch from the last game that was played here on Monday.
Yeah, well, looking at it on the monitor, it definitely appears like it's the same surface.
So we have seen a good batting surface here at Connery. Nothing untoward has happened. It's good batting strip, just that the batters have not been making use of the good batting strip here at Connery. And we have seen a number of dot balls, and that is a concern for the management of cricket in the region. If you want to be competitive, you'd want to be able to pick up the runs and pick up the singles where necessary. So we're in over number 4. We tell you the Windwards won the toss and they have decided to bat. So the Windwards would want to come out of this game with maximum points. But I'm sure the Barbados team who started, who were shocked maybe by the Jamaicans came out of the block with a sense of purpose and was able to defeat the defending champions. But they have come back well, Barbados. They would have won the other 3 matches since that first game.
Yeah, and Jamaica batting has done, the batters have done well so far because they have done it in good partnerships.
So another wide. So number of wides have been bowled in this competition, and that's something that the bowlers and the coaches would want to work on. But you want to keep the batsman in check, make the batsman play as often as possible. We're in over number 4. So Barbados will want to keep things tight as the defending champion. They will want to end the season with a win in this last game. I'm sure the Windwards will want to prevent that from happening. But the Barbados team, they have certainly come back well after losing that first game versus the Jamaican team, and they got to in excess of 250 to win that game versus the Leewards at Warner Park on Monday. Kiana Joseph has been entrusted with the responsibility of opening the batting over his completed 15 without loss.
Yes, and the Barbados team, they really came back well after losing that first encounter. And at the same time, too, they have really played like defending champions. Well, further to the east is the soccer area here at the Connery Cricket area. We can see some kids over to our far eastern side from the media center where we are giving our deliberations. But the Windward Islands would try to establish a good opening partnership and set themselves a good total.
So Kiana Joseph is the non-striker. So I don't know if they would have tried to use the left and right combination, so a good shot down to back with a point for 4. Sweetly timed as well. So we have seen Marceline has been able to time the ball pretty nicely. A ball which went through the back with a point area for 4. Second time she has gotten a 4 in that area.
Yeah, and she has used the pace well. She is not trying to hit the ball hard. Her emphasis is more placed on timing, and she did it nicely and earned herself 4 more runs. So these two, off for the Windward Islands, off to a quiet start.
So maybe the Winwoods would want to try and pick up at least a batting point in this game. They would want to get up to in excess of 200 runs, so at least they can pick up a batting point. Barbados would want to prevent that. Shamila Connell, bowling from this media center, and has been able to get a bit of pace out of the pitch. I saw a couple of deliveries really carried through to the keeper. So she has been putting in the effort. And good feeling at backward point. It goes down towards the boundary for another 4 outside the off stump shot, and that was Marceline played it down through backward point, another 4. That seemed to be our strong point, Victor.
Yes, well, she has been using it well too. So it's left to wonder now, Gary. Okay, now they are placing the fielder out in the deep. Well, better late than never. But the bowler here, Cornell, she's really getting some good pace out of the surface, Gary, quite rightly. So putting in the effort. And these two teams have a lot at stake here for them in terms of their results in this tournament.
So the 7th field being employed by the Barbados team. So just the 2 fielders on the onside, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So the Winwoods, they have started well. They have scored in excess of 4 runs per over. So maybe that was the intention, to start with Kiana Joseph, so they can see how quickly they can score and at least pick up a batting point or maybe 2. And Cornell is bowling her 3rd over, just 1 delivery remaining in over number 5, none for 16. So Barbados employing a 7 field. There's a slip, a 3rd man, there is a point, there's a cover point, there's a cover on the boundary, extra cover, and a mid-off. I know the Barbados team there without the captain from last year, Haley Matthews, to bring up the end of over number 5, 23 without loss.
Yes, and Cornell, a very good over there for Barbados from this media center end. But Gary, you raised the point about the percentage of dot balls, and the coaches would have some work to do in those areas. They will also have some work to do in terms with the bowlers too, about the wides, because here at Connery Cricket Centre we have been, for the matches being played here, we have seen a high percentage of dot balls and also wides. So the coaches will have their work cut out.
So Gordon will continue from that far end, or the preschool end, and gets a wide delivery. Now signal by umpire Vicky Daniel at the far end. Akiana Joseph went into an elaborate drive. She missed it, taken by the keeper. So we tell you the Winwoods won the toss and have decided to bat. So the Stunners come back out here at Connery. Nice playing surface, nice view as well. We have the airport just to the left of us and the Connery village on our right. And also the football field and the sponsor's logo on the outfield. And it goes bouncing down to cover. So Kiana Joseph have been looking to go after the bowling, Victor, but she has not been able to get hold of her shots.
No, and she has not been timing the ball as she would like to. and really we'll have to work it out. But a good move by the wicketkeeper, I think, going up under the stumps for the medium pacer.
So they have employed maybe 2 slips, a first and a third slip. Another wide has been signaled, so the wides are coming quickly.
This is the
We're
fourth
just
one.
in over number 6. You have seen 2 wides have been delivered so far in this over by Gordon from that far end. She's in her 3rd over. So left-handed Kiana Joseph, not known for opening exploits, but has been given the opportunity to open in this encounter here at Connery. This is the last round match, and 3 matches were played. She got a full delivery, didn't capitalize on it. That's Kiana Joseph. So this is the final round of matches. 3 matches being played today, and the 3 usual venues: Connery, Warner Park, and St. Paul's. Not a wide, and they will end up getting 4 wides maybe, and giving chase, and they will go into the boundary for 4. So no ball actually has been signaled. It was also wide, so maybe she overstepped or maybe she cut the return crease. So 5 runs were added to the total with that no ball, as the ball went past the keeper down to the boundary for 4, and no ball signaled by the umpire.
Yes, so a free hit in that event would be to the Windward Islands' advantage. So they would be hoping that they can make use of a free hit now by either getting a 6 or a 4, which will serve their cause good.
So Joseph went into the big drive, just get it just over the head of the bowler, and only get a single. So his total moves on to 31. So the account is scoring at 5.47 runs per over. So the Windward seem as though they have come out with the intention to make a big score here at Connery, and they have been able to. They have been helped by the number of wides that have been delivered by the Barbados team. So we tell you, CG United is the main sponsor. Dafabet is also on board, and Marceline, who has looked good for the few deliveries that she has faced. She has faced some 25 deliveries. She's on 18, and Kiana Joseph is on 4 from 11. So the over is completed. Over number 6, 31 without loss, Windwards.
Yes, and the Windwards opening with the left-hander and the right-hander. So far, it has been working good for them. And from a Windward Islands point of view, they would hope that they can continue for a good period of time, this opening partnership. But on the other hand, the Barbados, they will have other ideas. They will be looking to take wickets and take them at a rapid pace. But as Gary has indicated, there is definitely some concerns that the coaches will have and to address with the various teams, because we have seen it here. Well, Trinidad and Tobago, Gary, we see definitely that the batters really have challenges with their communications. They had quite a few runouts in this tournament, this Super 50 tournament so far, and they would hope to rectify that area very much going forward. But they're also being, and one of the players now getting some treatment. One of the Barbados players, it looked like probably the wicketkeeper. Yeah, Knight, yes. So the physio is there, Gary, doing some cosmetic works. It looked like she, around the fingers area. We are not too certain what might have happened, but that's the attention that the wicketkeeper Knight is getting from the physio at this particular moment of play.
So maybe that wide delivery that I think she was diving away to her left, trying to stop it. Maybe she got caught on the finger. The ball went down to the boundary for 4. So play slightly is held up momentarily. So we tell you the Windwards, they would have left out of the 11 Malika Edwards, who normally would open the batting, Chasey Byron and Selena Ross. Those are the 3 left out for the Windwards. Shanika Bruce, Zalia Campbell, and Christian Howell are the three left out by the Barbados team. And so the Windwards won the toss and decided to bat first here at Connery. So for Kiana Joseph, Cornell will go around the wicket, and it's a 6-3 field. And she shoulders arms. So looking at Cornell, she has been able to get some good carry to the keeper. That first delivery went through pretty well, and was taken just about the waist by the keeper.
Yes, and she looks definitely over 6 feet tall, and really extracting some pace out of the surface here at Connery.
She's driving, caught behind a delivery, good delivery, and some pace, and Kiana Joseph went into the drive, edge found, and the keeper has taken a catch. That's Kaisia Knight, the keeper, and the Windwards losing the first wicket 31 for 1.
Yes, and all along the way, in terms of the pace that Connell has extracted out of the surface here at Connery, we can see that that eventually would have come her way, whereby it was a delivery pitched just probably on about center stump going across the left-hander. So Joseph makes her way off the field. The Windward Islands losing their first wicket after winning the toss. They are now 31 for the loss of Joseph, who makes her way back into the pavilion.
The new batter for the Windwards. She's making her way into the middle, so the Barbados team, they have been able to get the wicket of Kiana Joseph. I don't think that the plan for the Windwards would have worked by asking Kiana Joseph to bat at the top of the order. She was looking for some big drives, so she never really got anything, and that delivery was a good delivery on the off stump, and she was all caught behind.
Yeah, and I also thought that Kiana Joseph, she should have been more playing a role supporting her partner, who has looked more accomplished of the two, but was more on the aggressive side, as Gary quite rightly said, and that caused dismissal. But Cornell definitely is getting and extracting. Well, she's actually put it into, and she's operating from this media center end, so we will see what would be her first delivery to the new batter, who is now taking her guard, and Cornell will continue and look to make further inroads for Barbados here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Kimon Holder is the new batter for the Windwards. And for Kimon, for Homer, Connell has come back over the wickets, and a delivery back on target, and she just pushed it down into the offside. So Barbados would want to end on a high by winning this game, and that would confirm the second place. So Homer is off the mark with that single, short delivery. She was on top of it and got it down to her third man for a single. So with that single, the total has gone on to 32. Weighing over number 7. And they've lost the wicket of Kiana Joseph in this over quarter the wicket.
Well,
So
Holder will feel a little relief getting off of the mark. Every batter or batsman, when you get off of that mark, a little more comfort comes into the batter's mind.
So change in the field. There's now a long leg. There is a mid wicket and a mid on. So some adjustment to the field. Field on the boundary, who was down at cover, and the boundary has been asked to come inside the circle. So Connell will continue from the media center end, and she'll be bowling to Marceline. She thought about a single, but he went down to mid-on, and that's Kishon and Knight at mid-on. She fields and prevents any possibility of a run. So one delivery remaining in over number 7. The Windwards won the toss and decided to bat here at Connery. So in see in the competition so far, we have seen a couple of scores in excess of 200 as the overcome to an end, 32 for 1. We see the Leewards in the last game made 200, 250 plus. They lost the game. Barbados responded, making 200, 250 plus to win the game. Jamaica made in excess of 200 against Barbados in the first game, and then the Windward also made in excess of 250. So we have seen some good performances in terms of runs being scored by some of the teams.
Yes, indeed, and getting to the 200 runs in 50 overs contest, CG United Women's Regional Super 50 Series. That's a very good achievement by the teams who have achieved the 200 run mark, because they would also have gotten 2 bonus points. But at this moment, unofficially, Jamaica clearly now the 2024 champions of the CG United Super 50 Women's Regional Series. Good morning to our production director, Quadia Mohammed, who is here with us here at the Connery Cricket Center. Special welcome, dear Mohammed.
So it's going to be a change of bowling. Aliyah Aline has replaced Gordon from that far end. So in Gordon's last over had 2 wides and then a no ball that went for 4. She has been replaced by Aline from that far end. So dead ball will be signal as she misses a run. She probably didn't feel comfortable when she got into a delivery stride. She pulled out of it. So we're at the start of over number 8. And the Windwards lost the wicket of Kiana Joseph. She opened the batting. So there's a slip in place. And Homer is playing it down to fine leg. And there's a single. So that's Shamila Connell at fine leg moving across to her right. So a single to the total. And Jamie and Marceline, yes, Namaya Marceline has now come into strike. A projected score 230. That is becoming a little bit more overcast here at Connery. No immediate threat of rain. And Marceline would want to play a long innings. We have not seen a century being scored so far. 1 century was scored last year by Barbados. I think Kishona Knight would have made a century, but I have not seen a century being made to the Jamaicans. The captain of Jamaica team would have gotten up to the 90s, but no one has been able to score a century. So Marceline, I'm sure she has the time. The opener. She has all of 50 overs to bat if she so desire, to probably stay in the middle and see if she can get up to a century. So she's on 18, still a long way off. I'm sure the Barbados team would have other ideas and want to get to dismiss her as quickly as possible. And so she will get a single. That's Marceline. And coming back for a second. Return goes down towards the far end. So 2 more to the total. Takes it on to 35 for 1.
And that was good running between the wickets. They ran the first one quickly, and because the fielder who chased from mid-wicket did not gather the ball cleanly, Marceline saw the opportunity to come back for a second. But technically, Marceline is looking very good, technically strong.
A short delivery. Thought she was probably looking to play it in the onside, maybe rushed her, and she got it into the offside. So we have 1 delivery remaining in over number 8. The Windwards winning the toss and batting. So as we have said before, Jamaicans are the unofficial champions of the 2024 CG United Super 50 Cup. And we have the over has been completed and the bottom of the table clash at Warner Park, Victor.
Yeah, and that is going to be a very interesting encounter in terms of what you just associated it with there, Gary, where the 2 teams at the bottom of the table in this CG Super 50 Women's Regional Tournament at Warner Park between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands. But I knew that the Leeward Islands come into the latter part of the tournament like they did in the previous game against Barbados by getting over 200 runs. That the semblance of confidence, and because the matches that they would have played, they would keep improving, and that is evident because of the shortage of match preparation really fully coming into this tournament. But Marceline looking good, and you made that very valuable point there, Gary, that she has opened the innings. So if the Windward Islands do not get bowled out and she can just bat and get the support from others, that's a possibility that she can get the first 100 in 2024 CG Women's Tournament.
And news out of Warner Park, the Leewards, they have lost 3 wickets. They are 29 for 3. So Cornell bowl a short delivery, and Homer just watches it go through. So the Leewards they have lost 3 wickets, and so the Trinidad team will be hoping that they can dismiss them for a small score and go in and win the game and even get 2 batting points.
Yes, indeed. Well, they're off to a good start, Gary. 3 wickets, 3 early wickets, and no doubt that should be a big motivator for them, but a bigger motivator here.
So delivery was played down to the fine leg area for 4. So another boundary. So with that 4, the total has gone on to 39. And so Homer with that 4 has gone on to 6. So Cornell must have been offline and played down to fine leg for 4.
And that is what the Windward Islands batters would have to continue to do. Anything loose, they have to make good use of it. Well, Cornell will try again.
So she's testing the pitch. That's Cornell bowling a short delivery. But Homer, she was to the measure of it. She got on top of it and just guided it down into the offside. So testing the pitch here at Cornell, but the one made some height, but it was a bit slow, not much pace on it. This time she went for the Yorker, but Homer is to the measure of it and pushed it down to mid-on.
Well, good thinking on behalf of Cornell there in that aspect, because she have used a lot of short pitch deliveries, but now she attempted for the Yorker, so we can see, Gary, that she's thinking about it.
Short and wide outside the off stump, and Homer is not going to be interested. So Cornell is in a 5th over, 1 for 21. She got a wicket of Kiana Joseph caught by the wicket keeper. So we're in over number 9 after the Windwards won the toss and decided to bat at Connery. Not a short delivery, no, it's a signal of 1 above the shoulder coming from umpire at square leg. That's umpire Daniel. But the over is completed, 9 overs completed, 39 for 1.
Yes, and Cornell has been very impressive from this media center in here for Barbados, and really has bowled well. Well, so far she has taken the wicket, Joseph, who was the first wicket and only wicket that have gone down at this present moment. So at Warner Park, Gary, that's right. That is going to be a very interesting match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leewards, as you quite rightly said. Who will end up at the bottom of the table? That match would decide. But here at Connery, this can also be a decider in various positions too, but Barbados.
So Aline is continuing from the far end, and she starts with a wide. Now the wide has been delivered, so the guy Windwards, they're on 10 points. So if they were to win this with 2 batting points, they'll get up to 16. They can come second if they can bat well to win this game with 2 batting points. They can get up to 16. Guyana can also come second if they can win the game against the Jamaicans. So good delivery, beaten outside the off stump by a delivery just touchdown, just about the off stump, and taken behind by the keeper.
Yeah, and right away, there's going to be a conversation between the 2 batters. The non-striker came down immediately after she was playing at 1 and missing outside the off stump. and came down and have a quick word or two with her. She has now taken possibly a new guard, and she's satisfied now, so all is well. Play continues here at Connery Cricket Centre.
So with the first place already decided, they're just competing maybe for second place, second spot. Barbados would want to hold on to the spot, another wide delivery. Barbados coming into this game on 14 points, so they will want to stay in second. Jamaica have already been declared the unofficial champion at the end of this game. They will be officially declared as the champion, but they have an unassailable lead of, in terms of points, 24 points. It was a short delivery, and Marceline a bit disappointed. Maybe thought that she could have done better with that, Victor.
Yeah, she is disappointed that she did not time it as she would have liked to. She was looking to bisect what is placed there, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. She was looking to hit it between both fielders, but did not get the timing on it. But she's still at the crease and looking good, Marceline.
So we tell you that there is a slight drizzle at St. Paul's, and that message came in around 10:26. So maybe the play has not started yet at St. Paul's. That's between Jamaica and Guyana. So Aline bowling from that far end. Delivery dropping in front of the keeper. Took it on the bounce. That's keeper Knight, Kaisia Knight. And she's also the captain of the Barbados team. So you have Kishona Knight and Kaisia Knight. So Ali ball from the far end. So we're in over number 10, and they're still scoring at 4 runs per over. So if they keep up the scoring rate, they at least will get a batting point. So over number 10 has been completed, or one delivery remaining, as a matter of fact. So one delivery remaining in over number 10. There's an appeal as the ball obviously going down the onside. So over is completed over number 10, 41 for 1.
Yes, and in that 41 already we have 6 wides conceded, and evidently that has been a factor, at least for the matches that we have witnessed here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Gary and myself. And the coaches will have their work cut out. The high percentage of dot balls, communication issues, batters not running the first one quickly when balls being struck into the deep areas of the field on either side. Fielders need to be very tight within that first 6 overs within that circle, just to keep the pressure on the batters. Probably too, when a new batter comes to the crease, try to keep them more on strike and keep away the batter who would have been on strike. And in this instance, Holder, well, she not just came to the crease, but her percentage of balls, she has not been there for a long time, so it might just be more appropriate if they can get in more deliveries to Holder than Marceline. Here comes the signal from the umpire for the first power play.
So Gordon has been brought on from the Steam Media Centre end, so placing Connell. So the keeper is up to the stumps for Gordon, who is bowling from the Steam Media Centre end. They have a slip. There's a third man. There is a point. There's a cover on the boundary, extra cover, and a mid-off. On the onside, there are 3 fielders. There's a long leg, mid-wicket, and a mid-on. So it's Gordon bowling her 4th over from this the media centre end. And she's taken on the pad, given out. Delivery pitched up, and the batter Homer looking to swing into the onside. She missed it, plumb in front, and the Windies losing their 2nd wicket.
Yes, so good move by the captain for Barbados, switching bowlers around and really getting the result, as I was alluding to previously, and about keeping the new batter at the crease to face as many deliveries as possible.
So maybe you can look at the monitor. So look at the replay for that, which is not available at this point in time. But the wicket has been taken. So the second wicket going down. Homer LBW to Gordon. So Gordon has been brought on to this from this immediate center end, and she struck immediately.
Yes, and Gordon have, when I recollect my thoughts, in 2023, she was a very successful competitor in that series, and right away, coming from this media center end here at Connery Cricket Center, getting the second wicket for Barbados. So it is now, 41 for the loss of 2 wickets. So good change, good move by the captain, taking Connell out of the attack, who have had a good opening spell. Well, it looks like the captain now for the Windward Islands coming to the crease, Afi Fletcher.
So Barbados have been able to pick up 2 wickets. So the scoring rate is dropping. It was scoring at just over 5 runs per over. It has now dipped below 4 runs per over, and losing wickets would also affect the scoring rate in terms of it will drop because the new batter would have to settle in and try and get her eyes in. Captain Afi Fletcher is now in the middle. She has some work to do. She would want to stick around with Marceline, who is on 20 from 39. So the scoring is 3.97 runs. It's overcast here at Connery. And Gordon will continue. Slower delivery, but the captain just pushed it down into the offside. So we know over number 11, we tell you the Windwards won the toss and decided to open the batting with Kiana Joseph and Marceline. And Joseph made 4. Homer just out in this over, she made 6. So Joseph made 4 from 13, so they get a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 42. Captain Afi Fletcher, and she is non-striker. Wide delivery outside the off stump, and no ball. So it's either wide or no ball, but it was a no ball signal by umpire Javed. So the extras are coming fast, Victor.
Yeah, and really, avoided no balls can be a big incentive for bowling teams, but the wides and the no balls keep escalating in this tournament, and as Gary alluded to, that the coaches will have some homework to do in various areas. That's all the teams have in their different shortcomings, but there is always room for improvement.
So Gordon will continue. Slow delivery, she's out stump. A wide. Is it out stump, Victor? I thought she was down the pitch.
If we look at it on the
distance,
monitor, she would have been out of her ground.
But the wide delivery signaled by the umpire, the base will remove. I thought that Marceline was out of a crease, but obviously her back foot was grounded. But so all remains well for the Windwards, 44 for 2. So Marceline will continue. So Gordon bowling another wide delivery. And deliveries have been slow and wide. And so extras moves on by 1. So it's 45. So you've seen 2 wides and a no ball. And the wicket, importantly, there she has gotten the wicket of Homer with a second delivery, but she's continuing to bowl a number of wide deliveries, as she did in her last over from the far end. Delivery wide again, slow, wide outside the off stump, looking to swing into the onside. And she's questioning the umpire's decision, but I was very wide of the off stump.
Yes, indeed, and really, it is not a point that is overemphasized by us in this position. Really, it's obvious, and there it goes again. The percentage of wides. I have 8. Am I correct? My scorers. Yes, 9. Well, percentage keep climbing, Gary, so it is a concern. So Garden, go for the Yorker then.
Marcelin is driving. We get a single. Feel that extra cover cannot stop the run, so one more to the total. Takes it on to 47. So one delivery remaining in over number 11. So it's kind of overcast here at Connery. Victor, are we going to get any rain today?
Well, at this present moment, there is no immediate threat of rain, but it's just that the sun has left us, and momentarily, but it's cool conditions out there for the players, no doubt.
Full delivery, whipped away into the onside, and it will go close to the boundary. It will be pulled up. It pulled up inside the boundary and come back for the third one. So 3 runs to Afi Fletcher from a full delivery, and with those 3 runs, the 50 coming up for the Windwards, 50 for 2 after 11.
Well, and I believe that there might just be a bowling change from this end, because I don't think the captain of Barbados will be too pleased with Garden with that over. But that is just speculation on my behalf. But Gary, our point has not been overemphasized about the wides and the no balls. It has been obvious, high percentage, and as we look to the western side, we can see Barbados national flag on the pole, also for the Windward Islands, and also the flag of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis. So that is also a sign of the breeze that is coming across the ground. So probably Gordon was getting the ball to go across the right-hander, but she was not aiming for leg stump in that instance. Well, we're going to have a new over, but 50 is on the board for the Windwards. Afi Fletcher is the captain. She's there.
So Aline will continue from that far end. So the captain Fletcher would want to spend some time in the middle. This is the last game of the Super 50 competition. City United Super 50 women's competition being played here in St. Kitts. So I'm sure she want to get some runs under her belt in this last game. Marcelin as well want to continue to bat and make some runs. And maybe just let the selectors know that she's can make runs and she's available. So it'd be an easy single. So with a single, total has gone on to 51. So players will still want to be to impress the selectors. Both the bowlers and batters will want to make runs and get wickets.
Oh yeah, performance is going to really matter all the time. And the thing is, though, Gary, with Afi Fletcher just at the crease, I'm not too certain if I would have used that feeler on the deep extra cover boundary and provided her with an easy single.
So for Marcelin, the field is in. There's a down at long leg. The only fielder out is the fielder at long leg. But there's also a third man. Another wide taken low down by Kaisia Knight. So the wide continues to be delivered by the Barbados bowler. Not only Barbados, but we saw a number of wides being delivered by the other teams. Trinidad, Barbados would have also done that. So they need to get their radar right. Look at the stumps, off stump line.
Definitely, the bowlers have a lot of work to do, not just in Barbados team or the Windwards, but all the matches that we've been here for. We have seen that high percentage of wide deliveries being bowled.
So Aline on targets, and with the West Indies have some matches coming up in Asia and also the World Cup. You want the bowlers to be bowling tight. You don't want to be giving away unnecessary runs and additional balls in international cricket. So our bowlers will want to be as tight as possible, and here is where you try to practice and hone your skills. And we get a single down to long leg from a short delivery. So with a single, total has gone on to 53 for 2.
And Gary, you can, even with so many wides and so forth, you might even sometimes go to 300 and 20 deliveries or even a little more, because you have to always bowl that extra delivery when you concede a wide.
Fletcher is driving down towards deep cover. The fielder from backward point has someone to do. She will not catch it. And it goes into the boundary. That looks like Kishon and Knight down at deep cover. So 4 runs to Fletcher. And with that 4, total has gone on to 57.
Yes, and that was nicely timed. It was placed between cover and extra cover. And even though there is a field on the deep cover boundary, she was not able to get across. It was struck powerfully, well placed, well timed. So Fletcher, obviously, her confidence will grow and even grow more after getting that 4 into the deep extra cover boundary.
So the field at cover a bit too square, more at a cover point on the boundary. That went through the covers. So she will get a single. As fielding is completed by the fielder coming in off the boundary. And the field on the boundary looked like Alison Gordon. So the over number 12 is completed. And the Windward's 58 for 2.
Yes, and we can see a substitute going out there for the Windward Islands, probably just to take the helmet in from the captain, Afi Fletcher, who has called substitute to come and take the helmet away. What's going to be interesting here now too is when Elliott comes into the attack for Barbados. She is a right-arm leg break and googly bowler. And I saw her last season and she was very impressive. So there are quite a few leg break and googly bowlers also too in this CG Super 50 regional cricket tournament. Right? It's all here at Connery Cricket Centre. Gary.
So Elliott has now been brought into the attack. And she start with a wide. So the right arm will spin. Elliott bowling a wide delivery first up.
Wow.
So it's leg spin, right arm leg spin. A bit short as the sun comes back out here at Connery. So 1 more to the total. And total moves on to 60. 60 for 2 in over number 13. And there was Marceline getting a short delivery, spinning across her. She was onto the back foot, looking to swing into the onside, got it down to mid-on. And Cumberbatch is in the way, she feels. That's Nigel Cumberbatch, she's at mid-on. So it's Kalia Elliott, she's in her first over. And she's going to get a single. That's Marceline, played it down to mid-wicket for a run, so 1 more to the total. Takes it on to 61 for 2 in over number 13. So Kalia Elliott is bowling a first over from this the media centre end. So it's a bit overcast again. The sun came out momentarily a few minutes ago. It has now gone back behind the clouds, so some high dark clouds here at Connery, so it's a possibility that we could have some showers. And it swung away. And Cumberbatch has some running to do from long on down to our right. And across for another run, so with that single, total has gone on to 62 for 2. 1 delivery remaining. Good delivery, turn and bounce outside the off stump. The batter Marceline was beaten. A good delivery to bring up the end of over number 13. So over is completed. Windwards won the toss and batted. And after 13 overs, they are 62 for 2. A current run rate of 4.77. As we come up to the first hour's play here at Connery. And the Windwards have lost the wickets of Kiana Joseph for 4 and a homer for 6. Captain Afi Fletcher is in there with Marcelin. Marcelin opened the batting. She's on 23, and Fletcher is on 10. So they want to have a good partnership. So change of bowling at the far end. Erin Dean has come in, just replaced Aline from that far end. Short delivery swung away. So a single to Fletcher from a short delivery. So as I said, it's overcast at Connery. There's a possibility that it could have a little shower later on, but let us hope that that will not be the case. Marcelin just stood up straight and pushed it back down the strip to the bowler, who didn't feel cleanly, and the fielding was completed by Chishan Holder. So the Indians in the first over from that far end, over number 14. A short delivery. Marcelin couldn't time it. Came from high up on the bat. Went down into the onside. Looking to force into the offside, and as Marcelin missed it, taken behind by the keeper. So they come up to the first hour's play here at Connery. 63 for 2. On the onside, a bit of a hesitation as the return goes down towards the far end. She was looking to probably heave it over mid-wicket, didn't time it. Went down towards the back of the square where Connell moved across to her left. 64 for 2 as the sun is trying to peep through the clouds here at Connery. Fletcher is playing into the offside to bring up the end of over number 14. At the end of it, it is a 64 for 2 after 14 overs. And the Leewards or the Windwards continue to bat, Victor.
Yeah, and these two, Marcelin, who is looking very good. She opened the innings for the Windward Islands with Kian and Joseph after the Windward Islands won the toss against Barbados. But these two spinners for Barbados, they will have their work cut out. Marcelin is being set so far.
So a full delivery, and she didn't punish it. So yes, normally the right arm leg spin normally takes some time, and you would also get a number of full deliveries. That was one, but it was not punished by Marcelin. So Marcelin would want to stay focused and try and play a long innings for the Windwards. She opened the batting with Kiana Joseph. So in over number 15, and Kalia Knight is in a second over from this media center end. And looking to swing across the line, shock on the pad, low the peel, and not out. The delivery which was full. The batter Marcelin was stretching, looking to swing into the onside, missed it. There was an appeal for LBW and stumping. None of the decisions were given in favor of Barbados.
Yeah, and they were very ferocious in appealing there. The wicketkeeper Knight, especially, well, the square leg umpire now coming into some gardening. But Marcelin getting a little unorthodox. Probably, even though it was a full toss, he could still try to hit it wide of the fielder at the short mid-wicket area. Even though there is a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, then it might have been a better shot selection.
So Marcelin would want to resettle. I think she's trying to stretch instead of trying to come towards the ball. She's stretching. And in stretching, she probably overbalanced and just couldn't get a proper shot. Much better looking shot. Just ease onto the front foot, push it into the offside. So in over number 15, one delivery remaining. Elliott is in the second over. None for 4. Flighted and pushed down to Connell at mid-off to bring up the end of over number 15. And at the end of it, the Windwards, they are 64 for 2. I have not seen the water break. The water card has not been signaled onto the field of play. So play will continue, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and really, Elliott is giving the right-hand wrist spinner, that is Elliott, who's operating from this media center end. She's giving the batters the occasional full delivery, but they have not capitalized. And when the wrist spinners are not pitching early on, you have to capitalize on anything loose. But the Windward Islands batters have not done so thus far.
So Dean will continue from that far end. Another short delivery. Pulled down to mid-wicket for another single. So the projected score, 213. And Captain Afi Fletcher is in on striker. Marcelin is on 24 from 56. So deliver. Batter is in behind it and pushed it back down the strip on the offside. So Dean is bowling from that far end. Still overcast here at Connery.
Yes.
So maybe that's why the umpires have not called the water cat onto the field, because it's overcast and cool. No need for jinx break, but they get a single. Another single to the total. It has gone on to 66. And we're in over number 16. So things seem to be a bit quiet in the last couple of overs. Not many runs have been scored by the Windwards. I'm sure Barbados wouldn't mind, and they would want to pick up wickets as well. On the onside, thinking about a single chance of a run out, but didn't collect by Cornell. Maybe it's a bit too anxious. Maybe she took her eyes off the ball at the last minute. If she had picked it up and had a return to the keeper, Marcelin could have been in trouble.
Yeah, she would have been in some trouble there, but luckily for the Windward Islands, Cornell did not fielded cleanly in that short fine leg area.
So there was a ball pushed back down the strip in the air. And so the over is completed, over number 16. Now there'll be a drinks break. So at the first drinks break here at Connery in this 5th round match, the Windwards won the toss and batted. They are 67 for 2. All right, so back here after the water break, we get a single as the sun competing with the dark clouds, trying to peep through. So another single to the total. It has gone on to 68. So Marcelin is on 25. We're facing up to Elliot, who is in a third over. And she's going to get a single from a short delivery and played it down into mid-wicket. So another single to the total. So the Windwards would have won the toss and decided to bat. And another full delivery. Some running down at backward square across to her right. But the batters are not going so quickly for the first time. We've seen some shots being played on the boundary and the fielders had some running to do across to the right or left, 15, 20 meters. And the batter just ambling through for a single. So this time we get at least two. We got gone between cover and extra cover down towards the boundary. Good save by Cornell. Deflects it back. And a chance to a run up, but it goes to the wrong end. And the fielding completed by Asabi Calendar. And so just two runs to the total. So with those total has gone on to 2. And so Elliot will continue from the far end. So partnership 31, 72 for 2. So Elliot will bowl to Marcelin. And she's going to get at least a single. Yeah, just thinking about the second, but the return came in. Kishana Knight down at mid-wicket. Have some running across to her left. So 6 runs have come so far in this over. So the first over after the water break. And so the water break seemed to have done good for the batters, getting some runs. And so 6 runs off the first over after the water break. And it is 17 overs completed, 73 for 2 wickets. So over is completed. And the Windwards would want to continue to bat. So the Windwards would have won the toss and batted, and I've been joined by Zakaria Selman. Good morning, Zakaria, and welcome to Connery.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, viewers.
So we witnessed this 5th round encounter between Barbados, the defending champion. Or should I say the defending champion or the throne champion? Because the Jamaican team would have secured, they are the unofficial champions for 2024. But the Barbados team, they have come back well after they would have lost that first game.
Yeah, and they would have been very disappointed with the show they put down in that first encounter, losing that game by 200 runs to Jamaica.
204 runs to be exact, yeah. So it's Dean bowling from the far end. Could you tell us something about Dean and her exploits in women's cricket, maybe in Barbados or in the region?
Yeah, Erin Dean, just 17 years old. Her first senior tournament. And she's someone who would have improved tremendously and very quickly in the Barbados setup.
So a full delivery, push back down the strip. So the Barbados team, a number of youngsters in the Barbados team?
Yeah, lots of junior players. Erin Dean, Chris-Ann Howell.
And it's good to expose the youngsters, so at least they can learn, they get some experience, and I'm sure that will help them to develop as well.
Yeah, of course. And Erin Dean was a part of the last West Indies on the 19 camp which was held in January actually. It was her first call up to the West Indies on 19 count.
All right, so the sun is coming back out here at Connery. It was a bit overcast, but the dark clouds have lifted and a little brighter here at Connery. And Elliot will continue from this media center. Elliot is also a youngster.
Oh no, she's very experienced. She's been around at this level for a number of years. Elliot is actually 35. I stand to be corrected, but I think she's 35 years old. And she's been in this setup for a very long time. She's just contracted by Barbados Cricket Association, in fact.
All right, so she will continue from this media center. And it's good to have the experience along with the youth because they can share the knowledge with the youth players as well. And so delivery outside the off stump, and I find that these batters are afraid to use their feet. Any reason why these batters might be afraid to use their feet? Because we've seen a number of deliveries that were flighted, but the batters are all they want to do is to be stretching to try to get to the deliveries rather than moving using their feet. And there's Marcelin looking to heave into the onside. She missed it and taken by the keeper.
And of course, that's a problem we've seen across teams in the Caribbean, both men and women. I'm not sure if it's the fear of getting out.
Or lack of confidence maybe in their ability to use their feet and get to the pitch. So a flatter, faster delivery down to mid-on court. So a flatter delivery, and Marcelin didn't get hold of it, played it in the air, and it went down to Cumberbatch, who took a simple catch at mid-on. The third wicket has been dismissed, 74 for 3.
Yeah, Marcelin will be disappointed with that dismissal. It was a very short delivery, another long hot sent down by Kayla Elliott, but she's unable to capitalize. And she just manages to pick out like Johnny Cumberbatch at mid-on. She goes for a steady 30 from 70 deliveries.
Yes, and you want players who you settle in, you would have faced 70 deliveries, and you don't want to give up your hand so easy. And if you want to be successful at international level, you want to go on when you would have settled in and faced so many deliveries. But we tell you the new batter for the Windwards is coming into the middle, but Barbados will be happy that they picked up a third wicket.
Yeah, of course, Barbados obviously lost the toss and they were asked to bowl first. And they would not want to bowl the full 50 overs. They wouldn't want to bowl their full quota. And the only way to avoid that is by getting regular wickets. It will be Narissa Crafton who walks to the crease, being formed by her for this Windward Island side.
All right, so Narissa Crafton, and she would want to stay with the captain and put on a good partnership. So Crafton is the left-hander, and she just replaces Marcelin, who was just out, caught at mid-on. So Elliott is successful, getting a wicket in a fourth over. Third delivery, 1 for 10. So on the onside, there's a long leg, there's a mid wicket, and a long on. And then there was Crafton looking to drive. For the new batter, you think it is necessary to have a long on out? You want to put some pressure on the batters early, or?
Yeah, I'd much rather see Connell be brought back into mid-on.
Flight the delivery, she's beaten outside the off stump by a good delivery. Bringing the batter onto the forward, onto the front foot, a flight the delivery, she was a bit tentative, driving, and was beaten. So Elliott has one delivery remaining in our fourth over, 74 for 3. Flighted, driving off the outer edge, outer portion. They have come back for the second run. So it's always difficult for the right arm leg spin to pitch, but when they pitch, they could create problems. So over is completed, over number 19, 76 for 3. So Dean will continue from that far end. So it's, as I said, it's difficult sometimes for the right arm leg spin to pitch, but when they pitch there, normally would create problems for the batters.
Yeah, and it's something we've seen from Kayla Elliott over the years. Last year, she got quite a few wickets in a number of games because whenever she was able to pitch, then none of the batters seemed to be able to pick her. She does have a googly in her hand as well.
So they get a single, goes so quickly. The fielder was probably caught napping at extra cover, and she realizes that. But they got a single in the end. So with a single, the score progresses to 77 for 3 in over number 20.
And that was a good bit of batting by Afi Fletcher, realizing the fielder was back on the circle and not to play it with soft hands and rotate it straight. The sort of batting you want to see, especially from your experienced players.
Yes. Now, so for Dean bowling to the left-handed Crafton, you have 2 slips. There's a backward point, extra cover deep, and it's coming forward from the outer portion of the bat, just to the right of the diving figure at second slip. That's Calendar. So she has been changed. So the fielder at cover will now switch places with Calendar. The cover has come into extra cover, and we'll have Cumberbatch going to second slip. So Calendar has gone down on the boundary, and Adi will bowl around the wicket, and is dropped by Cumberbatch at second slip. So 2 deliveries going in similar direction. They want a bit closer to Cumberbatch. She was diving away to her left, but she couldn't hold on.
And I'm going to have to be a bit critical of Captain Kaisia Knight. Initially, I thought she was going to put Aliyah Ali in second slip. She chose to put Nigel Cumberbatch instead. Aliyah Ali, the more experience of the 3 options she had, and save her hands. The opportunity has gone a begging, and now we see the correct person being placed in slip.
Because I thought that was the intention first when she was changing Cumberbatch to put her down on the boundary, that she was going to bring in the Aline and put her at second slip, but now she's there. Maybe after the horse had bolted, wide delivery outside the off stump and taken by the keeper. So those are the type of decisions that sometimes make you lose matches or win matches, if you can get it right.
And I've seen it quite often across the 5 rounds. No. I've seen the right field set, but not the right personnel in the positions. And it's cost teams on a number of occasions.
So delivery spinning around outside the off stump to bring up the end of the over. An over in which they could have gotten another wicket, but it's 77 for 3 after 20. So Elliott will continue from the media centre end, and she'll be bowling to the experienced Afi Fletcher, who I'm sure want to get amongst the runs. Full delivery. No ball has been signalled by the square leg umpire, and they will go for a single. So full and no ball signal. So 2 runs will be added to the total, 79.
Elliot has struggled with these high full tosses all tournament long. She's perhaps bowling the ball every game so far.
So she will try once more. She'll have to try and settle. The left-handed Crafton will be facing up to Elliott. A chance for a catch. The ball drops it. And it was a no ball, as a matter of fact. It was a free hit, so it wouldn't have been out. But the batter Crafton was looking to swing it over mid-wicket. Didn't get hold of it, and a catch was flowed, but it wouldn't have mattered, but it was a free hit.
And it was the perfect opportunity for Crafton to get a boundary, just trying to hit it too hard on that occasion.
So You want to capitalize on those free hits because the only way the batter can get out is via the run out route. I just indicated Crafton was trying to hit it too hard and mistimed it. Taken on the full by a Fletcher. And we get a single. So with a single, total has gone on to 81. So we are speaking about Jamaica and the way the Jamaicans have played. They have been able to pick up the maximum batting points in all of the matches. It means that their batters have been able to take the attack to the bowlers, and they'll be able to score in excess of the 4.4 runs per over to get the batting points. And you want to see that across all teams. You want to see good batting, aggressive batting, sensible batting as well.
Yeah, the Jamaican team should be commended for the brand of cricket they've been able to play this tournament, especially with the bat. Everyone is looking at the bat, and that's the reason they're buying points in this tournament. It's an area that the West Indies women's team has struggled in recent times. They've not been able to bat out the full 50 overs, and they've not been able to get past the 200 mark often enough. No teams around the world.
So she's beaten by another beauty, touchdown just in about the centre off stump, spinning across the left-hander. So over number 21 has been completed. A good delivery to end over number 21 though.
Yeah, much better over by Keela Elliott. After starting with that no ball, she recovered quite well, especially when she was bowling into the left-handed Narissa Crofton. Just sending down googlies at the left-hander, supported by 2 slips as well. I was just talking about scoring in excess of 200 runs, and teams around the world are actually now scoring 250 and up. Very often we see teams, in the better teams in the world, reaching 300 runs on numerous occasions. And Cricket West Indies is trying to catch up with the standard of cricket being played globally. And that's the reason for the introduction of bonus points.
She's taken on the pad as Fletcher was looking to turn it around the corner. And the incentives seem to have worked to a point because the Jamaicans have certainly made full use of it. But as a team, collectively, you'd want all the batters to be able to have that focus and be able to score as quickly as possible because you're not going to be competitive at the international level if you're not scoring in excess of 250 runs. So they get a single with that, goes down into the offside, so another single to the total. So it goes on to 82 for 3. So it's a good move by the Cricket West Indies to provide some sort of incentives to the batters to get them to be more aggressive and to score quickly. Crafton is driving. And she will get a single. So with that single, Crafton has gone on to 4. So incentives are important, but you still, even though you want to score quickly, you still have to be sensible about it.
Yeah, no, of course. And we've seen exactly what Cricket West Indies wanted from that Jamaica team. In particular, we saw it in the last round by the Leeward Islands team.
And it can only help our cricket if the batters can understand their role when they go in the middle to bat, because we have seen situations as well where the batters sometimes they don't run the first one quickly. You ambush you for the first one, and then the opportunity for a second one, and you cannot have it because you did not go through for your first one quickly. Edge found the left-handed Crafton, but at first slip diving away to her right, might have just dropped in front of her. The fielder at first slip is Scantlebury with a good delivery. Outer edge found. So a good over, which he could have got the outer edge. And I tell you at Warner Park, things not going well for the Leewards. 82 for 8 in 22.3 overs. So the bottom of the table clash at Warner Park. Same as the Red Force team having the better of the games so far.
Yeah, and I'm surprised to see that scoreline so far. Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat first after getting to 255 for 5 in their last encounter against the Barbados side. Perhaps facing different challenges. We know the Trinidad team is full of spin.
So they get a single on the leg stump. And so with that single, total has gone on to 85. So he was not doing well. And so Ramarok has only gotten 1 wicket so far. She's in a third over. So it'll be interesting to note who would have gotten the wickets for the Red Force team. But you're surprised that the Red Force team doing so poorly in this competition this year?
One thing to note about this Red Force team this year in particular is the lack of senior batters. They only have Brittany Cooper and Leanne Kirby to a lesser extent, who are the senior batters and having to carry the weight of the batting for this Trinidad side, and that has been the problem all tournament long.
So a single to the winners, take it on to 86, because we've seen a couple of matches where Kirby coming down in low order was able to put on some good score and to take into a reasonable target, but then most times that they scored they would have made still wouldn't have been enough, and they would have lost their matches. But they would want to win the last game at least. It would give them some confidence.
Yeah, especially going into the T20 Blaze. There is another tournament to be played after this. And of course, they'll be very disappointed. But they would have known before they left Trinidad and Tobago that they were coming with a very young batting lineup.
So after such a chance of a run out comes down towards the far end. And no chance of a run. So we're in over number 23. It is 86 for 2 the Windwards winning the toss. 86 for 3 winning the toss and deciding to bat here at Connery. Swung away down towards mid wicket. Good bit of feeling by Kishona Knight. It looks like down at mid wicket, and she flicks it back to the fielder and they were able to come back for a second run. So 2 more to the total. It's gone on to 88 for 3.
Yeah, brilliant bit of teamwork on the boundary between Kaishona Knight and Alison Carden. But we were just talking about the Trinidad and Tobago team, and just shifting focus to all of the other teams. I think perhaps the most disappointing thing so far in this tournament has been the failure by the younger West Indian batters.
Yes, because if you have the experienced players moving on, then you want to have somebody coming behind to fill those spots. And if the youngsters are not making the runs, then you still would have to go back to the experienced players.
There are a number of youngsters involved in this tournament who've represented West Indies at least in the last 2 tours against Ireland women and against Australia women. And then there were some who were able to visit Pakistan in that A-team tour. So they do have experience at the international level. Somehow, they haven't been able to score any runs in this tournament so far on very good batting pitches.
Yes, the surfaces here in St. Kitts have always been good batting strips. And so the batters have not really come to the fore. You've seen the experienced players who have been making runs like the Shadi Nation, the Stephanie Taylor. You want the younger players to come to the fore.
And it's saying that we was commend Janelia Glasgow, one of the younger players who's been able to score runs consistently in this tournament so far. Glasgow obviously playing for this Windward Island side.
So they get a single from a short delivery, played down towards the deep cover area. It's 89 for 3. And so the Windwards winning the toss and deciding to bat. So yes, we want to see our youngsters, whether it's a batter or bowler. You're playing as a batter, you need to try and make runs. If you're playing as a bowler, expect you to get wickets. So we need the youngsters to continue to work on the game and to try and perform on a consistent basis. And the return came in and struck Crofton. She was looking for the single, and the fielder came in quickly. The Canterbury had a shot at the stumps, and instead of hitting the stumps, he struck the batter Crofton, but he seems to be okay, as he was looking for a quick single. But the physiotherapist for the team has come onto the team because he have to do the concussion test, because I think he was struck on the helmet. So the physiotherapist is on the field, so play will be held up quite well momentarily for a few minutes.
Yeah, good movement from Melissa Scantlebury, coming around from short mid wicket to prevent that single. And there was still Crofton caught in the way and struck on the helmet, but she does seem to be okay right now. Of course, the physiotherapist is required to follow the concussion protocols. And if it's not stinging now, I'm sure it'll sting quite a bit later on. I remember in 2017 World Cup, I was struck on the helmet, fielding at short leg. First game of the World Cup against Australia. The longest long hop I've ever seen sent down by Haley Matthews. Well, I was at short leg. And I was pinged on the helmet, rolled out of the tournament. And it took me months to recover. So we do hope that Nerissa Crofton is okay.
Yes, because sometimes you don't really get the real effect until a few hours after. Yeah. So you're not missing any cricket. The physiotherapist for the Windward's team is on the field of play. And the Windwards would have won the toss and decided to bat. But in terms of the overall, and you probably have seen a few matches at Warner Park, in terms of the overall standard of play, your thoughts on what you have seen?
So I've already mentioned that I've been disappointed at the lack of runs from the younger players, the present and the future players of West Indies cricket. It was good to see some of the stalwarts of West Indies cricket scoring runs. So I was very impressed by the knock that Stephanie Taylor played in that first game. I'm sure she would have been relieved. She'd been out of form for a very long time. It's also very good to see Rashida Williams, Shadeen Nation, Chanel Henry, after missing last year's tournament due to an injury. She took 6 yesterday and she was able to score 90 in that first game as well.
So play will resume. They will continue from that far end. Fletcher go into the big drive. They get it over mid-on and will go into the boundary for 4. So the experienced Fletcher just came onto the front foot and lifted it over mid-on for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, noticing a scoring opportunity, and even though she hit that in the air, Fletcher, it was a very low risk shot because mid-on was in the circle. So well tossed up by Erin Dean in the slot, and it's another boundary for Rafi Fletcher.
So as one of the more experienced players in the Windward's team, she would want to play a long innings. She's on 29 and scoring pretty quickly, 29 from 33. So has a good scoring rate, 94 for 3. Weighing over number 24 after winning the toss. The Windwards on batting. Bit of a hesitation, but they will go through for the single. The fielder coming in didn't pick up cleanly, so another single to the total. We have seen so over number 24 has been completed. It is 95 for 3. So we've seen some situation where there's some hesitation in the middle because we have seen a few runouts as well, especially with the Trinidad team. So there seem to be communication, a lack of proper communication amongst batters when they're in the middle, indecision whether to not to say well no or to go, and that has caused a few runouts as well in the competition.
Yeah, and the most surprising thing about that is that we've seen that lack of proper communication between players who've been playing together for a very long time.
So as an international player, how would you work on something like that, the lack of communication? And I'm sure it happens with everyone, but how do you improve that?
You have to find a way to trust your partner. And the more times you bat together, the easier it should get. I think it comes down to understanding the type of player you're batting with. Whether or not it's someone who looks for quick singles. Or even if it's someone who's not particularly quick between the wickets. Too many occasions we've seen one batter looking for a double and the other one taking their time.
It takes two to run a single. You cannot run all the way down and back. It's going to be a single. So if the other batter is not going to look for the run, then you still have to ensure that the other batter will do the run. So the over is completed, and the Windward's 95 for 3 after 25 overs. We're at the halfway stage in terms of the overs, and the Windward's scoring at less than 4 runs per over presently.
Yeah, and it's been a good set of overs by Aaron Dean and Keeler Elliott in particular since the fall of the last wicket, Marceline.
Fletcher is using a feet, and we get a single. So the experienced Fletcher would want to stick around with the other batter Crafton to see how many runs or how many more runs they can get after winning the toss and deciding to bat. Barbados would want to keep things tight and pick up some more wickets. Not a good feeling at mid-off, and allowed the batters to come back for 2. So Crafton came down the strip and she drove it down the ground down to, is that Elliott at mid-off who would have misfielded and they got 2 runs?
And Trishan Holder, in fact, just taking her eyes off the ball at the last minute, the most important point, allowing that ball to go through her.
Going to for the single as the fielder coming in from mid-on, not quick enough to prevent the single. Another single to the total. That's Gordon at mid-on, couldn't stop the single. So with a single, the total has gone on to 99. We're in over number 26.
Barbadian fielders, especially the ones in the circle, have to be more alert to this. Obviously, Larissa Crofton is trying to give the straight back over to her captain, the right-handed batter.
And there's Fletcher coming down, looking to turn on the onside, taking on the pad. They're looking to pick up the singles. Taken on the full, and they've gone to for single, thinking about the second. They're going to come back for it, hesitation, but they got it in the end. A bit of a hesitation coming back for the second one because they didn't take the first one quickly enough, but they're able to get the 2 runs in the end to bring up the 100 for the Windward. So the 100 coming up in over number 26, 101 it is for 3. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 26. Dot ball to bring up the end of the 26th over. 101 for 3. So it's Cumberbatch who has been brought into the attack from the media center end. She places Elliott long up on the onside, and wide has been signaled, so another wide. So another challenge that we have seen in this competition. A number of wide deliveries have been bowled by most of the teams, and that's something that they have to try and work on. So Crofton will get a single into the onside. So with a single, it has gone on to 103. And Afi Fletcher, the experienced captain of the Windwards, comes into strike. So it has been mainly overcast at Connery for the entire morning, but we don't have any immediate threat of rain. So it'll be nice cooling conditions for the cricketers. So we're in the first over, being bowled by Cumberbatch. Bowling a first over from this media center end. Cumberbatch, what type of player she is? An experienced player, has gotten wickets for Barbados before.
She doesn't bowl so often for Barbados. She bowled in the first game against Jamaica. It wasn't very good. Then she didn't bowl again until the last game against the Leeward Islands.
So taking on the pad and allow the peeler must be going down the onside or short. And Fletcher was looking to swing it into the onside.
Yeah, so Nigel Cumberbatch, she sent down a pretty steady spell against Leeward Islands. That's the reason she's bowling again today.
So he's turning it into the onside. We get a single. That's Fletcher. So with that single, she moves on to score moves on to 104. And Fletcher is on 34. So Crafton. So they came together when the score was on 74. So they put on a little partnership of some 30 runs. And good delivery. Bata was looking to give herself room, but she was cramped. Her delivery came back in towards her. Good delivery.
Yeah, so Cumberbatch, she was a very impressive off spinner when she was a bit younger.
This time she gets it through back with a point, and they will get 2 runs. Gordon had to run into the down to back with a point to more to the total. So over number 27 is completed 106 for 3.
Continuing on Cumberbatch, she would have represented the West Indies on the 19 team in that inaugural on 19 World Cup, which was held in South Africa last year. She now studies in the UK. Cumberbatch only returned to Barbados a few days before the team left. She does train with the Surrey team when she's in the UK. Goes to the St. Bede's College.
Wide delivery has been delivered by Dean, bowling from the far end. So Dean is in her 8th over, none for 23. And there's Fletcher just pushing into the offside and goes to look for a single. It's dropping it and run. So good batting by Fletcher, picking up another single.
Perhaps it was a bit harsh on Cumberbatch earlier when I said she was an impressive bowler when she was younger. She's still only 15 years old, so still very young Cumberbatch. She still has a lot to learn.
So another wide has been delivered by Dean outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper. So Extras moves on by 1. It's 109. Wide again, so 2 wide. Dean is getting a raider off, bowling to the left-handed Crafton. Crafton is on 13.
One thing we must remember when we're talking about these youngsters, the under 19s in particular, especially the bowlers, this is a very new format for these under 19s. They only play the T20 format at that age group level.
Look at just swing into the onside, taken on the pad, maybe going down and appeal. They feel that first slip was moving to her right, also the keeper, give an indication that that must have been going down the onside. Another wide, 2 wide of the off stump. So we have seen how many wides in this over? 4 wides have been delivered by Dean.
And that's exactly the reason I mentioned they only play the T20 per format. She's saying those 7 overs on the trot, Erin Dean.
Another wide again. And the T20 only bowled 4 overs. Now she's in a 7, so.
This is her first year at this level. So the first year she's playing 50 over cricket.
Right, so it's going to be a good learning experience for her. And a chance for a catch. Down to mid-off. It is taken. It was a wide delivery. Crafton went after it. Came from the outer portion of the bat, went high in the air. And the fielder coming in from mid-off took it quite easily in the end. So the 4th wicket has been dismissed. 112 for 4. Is it Chishan Holder? Took the catch. So Holder taking the catch at mid-off.
And it's the first wicket for Erin Dean in this game so far. She's taken a wicket in every game she's competed in for the tournament. So well bowled to her, adjusting after sending down 5 wides. And Crafton will be disappointed because even though she wasn't able to get back on ball, runs were being added to her team total. So perhaps a bit of miscalculation and frustration by Crafton.
Because there were a couple of deliveries that were wide outside the off stump, and that one was also wide, and she went after it and didn't. It just came off the outer portion of the bat, and she gave her hands away. So the new batter for Windwards, Zeta James, and Zeta James is someone you expect good performances from.
Yeah, of course, she is one of the brightest sparks amongst the younger players in the West Indies setup. And she too would have been given opportunities at the highest level. She was a part of the World Cup side, the senior World Cup side that played in that last T20 World Cup. She played against Ireland and she played against Australia as well. And she wouldn't have gotten the returns she would have expected. But she's shown improvement in this tournament so far. She's got a half century against the Leeward Islands side and then a 20 odd in last game.
So James faces first delivery from Dean. And so Dean has delivered a number of wide deliveries, but she got a wicket of Crafton in this over. So he is 1 for 28. So Zeta James will want to stick around with the captain and put on a good partnership and make some runs.
And James was opening the batting for this Windward Islands side at the start of this tournament. She's now being sent to the middle order, and since then she's been able to churn out some runs. She is a better player of spin, and we'll see a number of sweep shots from her as she goes on.
Share with it that Najani Komabach with her second over, the 29th over of the innings after 28 overs. Windward Islands are 112 for 4. And a bit of a sad day because it's the last round in the 50 over tournament, but I'm happy to introduce my Bayesian friend alongside me for the next few overs. Shakira Salman, good morning. It's still morning.
Good morning to you. I'm pleased to be sitting here beside you. We finally got here together. We've been talking about this for a long time now.
I don't know why our director has given me a certain look. But easy going here so far for the Windward Islands. Losing a couple of wickets. Their top order are now back in the pavilion and well into their middle order. Steady innings here from their captain, Afi Fletcher, who we're more accustomed seeing with the ball in hand. I don't remember, to my memory, seeing Afi bat this long.
Oh, come on, last year she did the bulk of work with the bat for this Windward Island side. And I'm sure she's very disappointed that she's not yet scored a half century. Well on her way in this game. 35 off 43 deliveries.
Floated up and just punched into the offside from Zeta James, and off the mark finally for Zeta James. And I heard you mentioning and talking with Gary about Zeta James and the expectancy on her shoulders, and it's so refreshing to see so many of the under 19 players, even this young lady bowling, Najani Komabach. I remember seeing her in the Rising Stars under 19 tournament, and it's good to see them making that jump. Herself and Erin Dean in particular, I remember distinctly from that Barbados team in the Rising Stars under 19 tournament. And having seen them in that tournament, I can tell you that there has been quite a bit of improvement in their bowling action and the way they go about their business. At the end of 29 overs, 114 for 4. And that's exactly what we want to see from this tournament.
Yeah, we must commend a few people when we talk about the opportunities being given to these young ladies. Firstly, Cricket West Indies mandating that at least 2 under 21 players must be in every side. And also to the local boards who've given the opportunities to these youngsters, realizing that they are the future of West Indies cricket and they must be given lots of exposure at this level if they're going to then go on and dominate at the next level.
And definitely one of the things is that these girls don't play as much competitive cricket. We always hear about them in the academy or they're at home practicing, the odd club cricket here and there, but they don't get as much opportunities. I mean, I for one would have loved to see this tournament be a 10-game tournament, in essence a home and away. But of course that 3-year plan of Cricket West Indies, especially under the guise of someone like Mr. Graham West, the high performance manager, is to get to that point and have these guys playing more competitive matches to increase that skill level so that we can then compete again with the best in the world. Shamila Connell is back from the preschool end. And of course, talking about those under 19 players, we can pick out the ones who stood out in this tournament. Ashmuni Munisar from Guyana, Zeta James, Janila Glasgow from the Windward Islands, Samara Ramnath from Trinidad and Tobago, who has taken wickets in the tournament. She's actually been given the opportunity to bat up the order as well.
Yeah, she's been opening the batting so far for Trinidad and Tobago. An interesting move to see Casey and Knight. Seems to have been struck on the finger once more. Remember, she was struck earlier on the finger, and she was tended to by the physio, who has to run on again. She does seem to be in a bit of pain on this occasion, Casey and Knight.
Yeah, she seemed really happy when I met her at the toss. I asked her how is retirement going, and she's enjoying it.
Oh, we all are.
But she's not going to be enjoying this little bit of pain. But I think She's a strong lass and she's been around for a while, so she's going to be able to manage it. This one looks really a bother do. Of course, it's good to see, conversely, from the under-19 players, it's good to see the senior players as well. That's what you always want when you have tournaments like these and the CWI Rise 4-day championship in particular. When your international players come back, they dominate. And in a sense, they just lead the younger ones from the front. Kaisi Knight has been good with the bat. We've seen brilliance from Stephanie Taylor. We've seen Chidi Nation. We've seen Leanne Kirby, just to name a few. Those senior players really leading from the front.
And it's exactly what you expect from your senior players. They're supposed to dominate at this level, and they're supposed to lend that experience and rub off on the youngsters. You expect the youngsters to be looking to those senior players to learn from them. So it's really good to see those senior players stepping up and dominating this year. And what you will want from them is more consistency.
Yeah, as you mentioned that, I saw you yourself being in and around the tournament. I saw you at Warner Park and having a chat with some of the younger ones like Janila Glasgow and Zeta James when the Windwards played that day. What are some of the conversations you would have as a now retired senior West Indies player? What are some of the conversations you'd have? Because I guess you'd see a lot of them in the hotel as well. Everybody's moving around, whether on field trips and stuff on the off days. What are some of those conversations you'd have with some of these young players?
Those conversations have varied actually, because funny enough, I've had a few younger batters asking me for advice.
There's a good one for the day.
Yeah, but I welcome that. I'm always ready to give whatever advice I can to the younger players, and anyone who would have known me and who would have shared the field with me would have known that I've always been the type of person who loves to give advice and who is always willing to assist however I can. And lots of the players have just been talking to me about how to handle disappointments. Of course, a number of the players who've been exposed at the international level, even though they're young, they've really struggled to manage those disappointments and expectations. They do expect a lot from themselves in this tournament.
So the news not so good for skipper Kaisi Knight. She's left the field and Trishan Holder has taken the gloves. Quite the all-rounder Trishan Holder. She bowls a bit, bats as well. Now we're seeing her with gloves in hand. She's usually brilliant in the field, is Trishan Holder. But
I'm dying with laughter here because they give Trishan lots of heat about wicket keeping. So this will be interesting to see.
The first one not so bad. I think maybe she just needs to remember stay a bit low for as long as possible. That's where those squats come in handy when working out in the gym.
No, but Trishan has been working assiduously on improving her skills with the gloves. Kaisi Knight has been the one helping her. Kaisi is an excellent keeper, one of the better keepers I've seen in the region across the years of watching West Indies women's cricket. She's very good with gloves in hand, and she's always willing to assist youngsters as well. She does lots of work with Trishan Holder when we were back home in Barbados. Yeah,
when you say West Indies women's cricket for the better part of the last 10-15 years, it's always Kaisi Knight behind the stumps. Having a waft at this one is Zeta James, keeping a bit low on this occasion as well. Probably a little bit of a variable bounce in this pitch. Of course, it's the same track we've used for the entire 5 rounds of games. So we may see even in the second innings when Barbados bat. Speaking of batters, I just want to go back to, as you mentioned, some of the girls have been asking you about batting as we come to the end of the 30th over. 114 for 4 the Windward Islands. And as a bowler, though, you would see from a bowling perspective some of the errors that other batters would make. And that possibly lends itself to you telling them, listen, I've seen this from a batter or that from a batter, that you can guide them in preventing those same errors.
Yeah, of course. The batter bowlers are bowlers who understand batting, who can read batters. And it's something that I've always prided myself on. Even though I've never been express as it relates to pace. I've always been able to read the batters, and on many occasions, because of that, that resulted in me either getting wickets or keeping my economy rate quite low. And I think one of the things I've tried to remind the younger batters who've come to me for advice is to calm themselves, be able to recompose themselves, because that composure helps them to get through the tough periods.
Johnny Comerbatch is short and pulled away by Afi Fletcher. That's going to get to the mid-wicket boundary, but picked up. So just a couple of runs added. Yeah, much like your idol in terms of outthinking batters. I'm allowed to tell them who your idol is. I mean, he is a great of the game, none other than DJ Bravo.
Yeah, I've learned a lot from doing Bravo.
Just through the legs of Trishan Holder. Shakira Selman is going to have a good laugh at this one. And I know she's going to give Trishan some flack about it. Just coming up a bit too quickly, Trishan Holder again. There seems to be just a bit of variable bounce off of the pitch. Not getting up as high as Fletcher expected. And allowing the batters to come through. In fact, getting 4 byes. That's the lightning quick outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
And we must remind viewers that with Kaisi Knight off the field, Aliyah Aline is taking charge of this Barbados side now.
Pulled again down to the mid-wicket boundary. And easy single. Of all the under 19 players, who's stood out the most for you in this tournament?
Well, I've been particularly impressed with Kate Wilmot. She didn't represent the West Indies on 19 ladies, but she was
definitely drifting down leg side, impact outside leg stump as well. Johnny Comerbatch just getting a bit too straight on that occasion.
Yeah, Kate was a part of a number of the camps leading up to that on the 19 World Cup, and recently she's been involved in the last camp as well. So she's been very good with the ball in hand. Ashmini Munusara has been good as always, and she's always been very tidy with her all-spinners.
She has a bundle of energy, does Munisa. End of the 31st over, 121 for 4, the Windward Islands women. So there are quite a few of them around that have definitely done well.
Yeah, Erin Dean hasn't been too bad herself, obviously making her debut at this level. In every game she's played in so far, she's taken a wicket for the Barbados side. And she's had to sign down a number of overs consecutively as well, which wouldn't have been easy for her. Zeta James, she's finally gotten a half century in this tournament. And it's really good to see, because I remember when Zeta was first a part of the senior setup. She'd been around the side for a long time and she was very impressive. It's really good to see that her hard work seems to be starting to pay off. Obviously, we hope that that will translate into runs at the next level.
I like that Kate Wilmot pick. Looking for a quick single here, and they do come through. And I myself was really impressed with Kate. I saw her and her sister Kate during the Under-19 tournament last year as well, July-August time period. And one of the things I think that has stood out in this tournament, and I guess it's played a big part in why they're champions today, the Jamaica team is so athletic. And I guess that's, I know it's almost cliche. When you think about Jamaica, you think about all the great athletes through time. Yeah, Safa Powell, you see in bold, the Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price. You know, it's like they breed athletes back in Jamaica. But Kate, you mentioned her bowling, and she was magnificent in the field as well. For the couple of games with Jamaica that I had the chance to see them live, a bit of a missed feel in the covers allow them to come through for an easy couple of runs. In fact, on the leg side.
Sorry, just wanting to piggyback on your comment about Kate. She is one of the more natural athletes in and around this regional tournament. She's been very impressive, not just with the ball. I agree with you. She's very electric in the field as well. And only the other day I was asking her if she was a runner when she was younger. She said no. I was completely surprised because she's so quick across the field. I remember seeing her chase a ball from in front of square. And Stefani was chasing the ball from slip. And she got there way before Stefani. I mean, she would have gone there before me as well.
I mean, when you look across the tournament as well, some of the, I can speak to the Trinidad and Tobago players. A few of them are what you call two-sport players, and it's lent itself to them being able to manage whether fitness or, being able to do different things. Kanisha Isaac from Trinidad is a rugby player as well as a cricketer. Katie Jazz Mitchell had her time in athletics when she was younger. Quick single here with the fumble again from Trisha and Holder. And Shakira Selman gives a look of dismay.
Yeah, there are a number of two-sport athletes taking part in this game today as well. Aliyah Allen would have played football for the Barbados side. Kaisi and Kaishana Knight, they played football for Barbados as well. They did track for Barbados. Asabi Calendar, she went to Carifta for Barbados as well. In the Windward side, Karina Noel, she does play football for that Grenada side.
We're thankful that they've chosen cricket as their field of career. Looking positive here is Afi Fletcher, skipper of the Windward Islands team. Pressing forward, and she's still looking for that single even though the ball went straight to the cover fielder.
And I remember speaking to Afi, and we were talking about the fact that I had spoken to a few youngsters. But I even had a conversation with Afi and all her experience, and I was reminding her to enjoy her game and not take the pressure of expectation with her. Obviously, we've seen improvements from the Windward Islands side in recent times. The end of the 32nd over, the Windward Islands 125 for 4. And what I've noticed, and in my opinion, she's taken that pressure of expectation on her back. Windward, of course, narrowly missed out on winning the T20 Blades last year. So now they expect to win the tournament. And that added pressure has stopped her from battling with the freedom that she battled with last year. So it's good to see that she's battling with that freedom now in this final encounter. A reminder that if Guyana lose that game against Jamaica, which is being played at St. Paul, and Windward Islands defeats Barbados here, they will finish second.
Yeah, so still things to play for in the tournament, although the Jamaica Scorpions are the champions, and congratulations to the Jamaica Cricket Association on cupping the women's Super 50. And a cut away from Zeta James, and she just get the single well fielded at her backward point. And I tell you, I have one disappointment with Afi Fletcher. You're not going to guess. That one disappointment is that she didn't bring that beautiful baby boy of hers across to St. Kitts. And I tell you, my boss would have had to be looking for me. I would not have worked much. It would have been all playtime down the leg side. And called a wide by umpire Javed Prasad. And the umpires have been really wonderful in this tournament as well. I must say kudos to them. Javed Prasad and Vicky Daniel, the standing umpires today. Umpire Laurie and match referee Rollins. Pulled. And she's going to get at least one. And it's just going to be one. Down to the other night. To mid-wicket.
Like Johnny coming back, just dropping that left hand way too early. And that's the reason she's bowling so many short deliveries coming back. But I'm with you. I too am disappointed that young Audie is not here. We all look forward to him being a part of the tournament. He's become a part of the family.
Yeah, it's herself, and as this one is pulled by Zeta James, it's not going to get to the boundary, but she will just get one. As you see, Najani Komabat just pulling the arm down a little too quickly and hanging onto the ball a little too long. The Pakistan women's captain, we also get, it's almost synonymous. When you see Afi, you see Odi. When you see the Pakistan captain, you see her son as well. And it's so much fun because you see the next generation. They're going to grow up in and around the game, and you never know. They may be the next superstars that we're looking at in the WPL or the WCPL or the Women's Big Bash, or even representing their senior teams and nations. Again, a little bit too short from Kamabach. Just one.
Yeah, you were talking about Bisma and her daughter Fatima.
Yeah, it's a daughter, not a son.
But yeah, even with the New Zealand team, you see Leah Tahuhu and Amy Satterwhite with their daughter as well.
I tell you something, it's so wonderful to see these girls, these ladies, in fact, after pregnancy, coming back into the game. At the end of the 33rd over, 130 for 4 the Windward Islands. And that's just, as before the official walks onto the field, we're going to take that water break now. And just to close off that point as the water break is upon us, it's a testament to these ladies and their commitment and their ability to manage fitness and all the other surrounding things that come along with pregnancy. And wonderful to see them all playing competitive cricket around the world. So 130 for 4 after 33, the Blue Waters drinks break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time.
So, Conway, after the water break, 33 overs completed. I've been rejoined by Victor. Victor, welcome back.
Thank you, Gary, and to all our viewers, good afternoon from the Connery Cricket Centre. The sun is with us now. It has been, for the morning's play, it was going beneath the cloud, but no immediate threat of rain, and now it is shining bright, so we would all hope that it will maintain that way for this final match here at the Connery Cricket Centre. How are the Leewards doing? We'll get an update on that shortly. But Gary, quite an interesting period of play between Barbados and the Windward Islands, who won the toss and decided to bat first.
So Aline will be coming in from the far end. Aline. She has bowled 4 overs, none for 16. So Afi Fletcher, who has been there for some time, she has faced some 55 balls. She's on 41. And she would want to bat the remaining overs and take her team to a reasonable total, a total which I'm sure that they would want to defend. They would want to win their final game. Barbados, as the dethroned champions, would want to at least win the final match as well. And she's pulling down towards mid-wicket. It will go into the boundary for 4. So short delivery from Aline, and Fletcher pulled it away to mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, and good stroke by the captain Fletcher, leading by example. It was a short delivery, and she made good use of it, and that is what she will have to do, because she has been out there for quite a while and getting closer. If she does get to the 50, a well-deserved 50 by the captain, Afi Fletcher, in these circumstances here against Barbados.
Aline will continue. And thinking about a single chance to run out, to return, misses the stumps. So there was Fletcher pushing it into the offside, and Zeta James was looking for non-existent single. It went down to cover, where I think looks like Gordon had a shot at the stumps. She missed it. Backed up in the onside. So now Fletcher will call Zeta James now for a chat. You want to wait until the ball passed the fielder to look for the single. It went straight down to extra cover. It's actually Cumberbatch. Nigel Cumberbatch at extra cover. Had a shot at the stumps. She missed. So Aline will try once more from that far end. This time they get a single down to third man. He just delayed the shot. That's Fletcher and got it to the left of backward point. So one more to the total. It has gone on to 135. Fletcher has been batting well. She's on 46 and going at a good strike rate, 49 from 46 from 59 balls.
Yeah, and as a captain too in this particular situation, she should be thinking about batting out the overs and keep scoring and put her team to a total that they would think that they can defend against Barbados. Well, still left to be seen.
So she will go around the wicket to the left-handed Zeta James. So James is on 5. So they came together with his scores on 112. So a little partnership developing. Some 22 runs have been added. We have seen some 5 runs have been added in the over by Aline. Good delivery to end over number 34. And the win was 135 for 4.
Yes, and Avi Fletcher, the captain of the Windward Islands, is out there and batting well, getting close to her 50, and if she achieve it, that will be good. But there again, getting a start that from a Windward Islands point of view, they will hope that she will carry on, and that is also another aspect in this tournament too. We have seen some players carry on, and this will be good because there is still a good amount of overs still to be bowled, and 6 wickets in hand. Avi Fletcher is in a very good position now to take more of the strike and really keep the partnership going for the Windward Islands.
So it's Cumberbatch who will be bowling from the media center end. The lead was 129 for 9 after 37 overs. Tanya Martin, she is not out on 33 from 52. And we see a single there to Zeta James with a single. Total has gone on to 136. So the sun has come back out here at Connery. This is the final round match, 5th round match here at Connery. And as we have been saying before, the Jamaicans are the unofficial champion of the City United 2024 women's competition. Was played in syndicates. And after this game, we'll have the T20 Blaze starting on Sunday. Barbados, they are defending champion. They would at least want to retain the T20 Blaze Cup. They would have won both trophies last year. Short delivery, swung away down to back of the square. An easy single to Zeta James. He moves on to 6. 137 for 4. Win over number 35, so 15 overs remaining after this. And I just scoring as 3.97 runs per over. Just looking to turn it in the onside, probably came off the thigh pad. We'll wait on umpire Prasad to see if he will signal. Yes, leg by. Another extra to the total, delivery on the onside. And Fletcher was just looking to get it fine. She didn't connect with the bat, they came off the pad. One more to the total, 138. So the Windwards want to score as many runs as possible in the last 15 overs. They're scoring at below 4 runs per over. And that would not get them up to a batting point if they continue at this rate. He's driving through the offside. Will get up, go close to the boundary, 4 runs. Came down and he drove it through extra cover, down towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, and good use of the feet there by James. We've seen a delivery more flighted, and she had the confidence of taking 2 chips and executed it nicely into the wide long off boundary for another 4. So the partnership between James now and Afi Fletcher would mean a lot towards the innings, because they are out in the middle, so they can ill afford for new batters coming in, which might just probably slow down the scoring rate. But Afi Fletcher, having the support now of James, if they can extend this partnership, Gary, they will put a total that they should feel that they would be able to defend.
So it's going to be Dean. Is Dean continuing from the far end? So partnership is 30. So Fletcher is there. She's on 47. And Dean is in her 9th over. 1 for 28. So you're told by Shakira that she's a youngster playing in the first 50 Super 50 tournament. So she's 17 years of age. Bowling from that far end in over number 36. She's bowling her 9th over. So Captain Fletcher with a single, she has gone on to 48. And Zeta James, who has been given good support to the captain, she's on 10. So I feel that short fine leg has been brought on the offside, down to short third man, that's Kalia Elliott. And they have Connell at point, cover on the boundary. It's Cumberbatch at extra cover, and Amidoff. Extra cover, we have Scantleberry. So it's Dean bowling around the wicket to Zeta James. Flighted delivery into the offside. Another single to the total, takes it on to 144 in over number 36. And the experienced Fletcher comes into strike, so she's 2 short of a 50. She's on 48. We want to bat the remaining overs. Full delivery, played it in the air, dropped by the bowler. It was full, and there was Fletcher looking for the big swing. She got it straight back down the strip, just to the right of Dean, who couldn't hold on.
Well, today is Afi Fletcher's day, so she should make good use of that opportunity, being let down by the bowler herself, Dean.
This time she's working into the onside. We get an easy single down towards mid-wicket. And the over is completed, over number 36, 145 for 4.
Yes, and the good thing about this partnership too, there's a left-hander and a right-hander. James being the left-hander, Afi Fletcher, the captain, the right-hander. So that also would lend some stature towards the partnership, but they would need to just play each ball on its merit. But when they cannot get the boundaries, look to get the ones and the twos, the loose deliveries if they present themselves. But when Shakira Selman was on with you, Gary, I think she made some very good points, especially when she said she would like to have seen much better performances from the young West Indian players who are in this particular tournament. Well, Elliott has been around. She's a right-arm leg break and googly bowler.
So she will continue from the media center end. And Fletcher is pulling to the onside to bring up her 50. So Fletcher goes on to 50 with that single. And she acknowledges the applause from her teammates in the pavilion. So 50 to Fletcher, well played.
Yes, and she must not just be satisfied with the 50, but very well played 50 it was. The first 50 usually be the more challenging if you go on to make 100, but having the overs, and if James can steady and these two can consolidate and bat out the overs, they should get to the 200 mark if that is done.
Flighted and looking to drive. That's James. Missed it. Not taken behind by the keeper. 50 from 66 balls. 3-4s. So Fletcher will continue to bat for the Windwards. Zeta James is facing, spinning and bounce outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper. A little bit of turn and bounce therefore for
Elliott, yeah.
She's bowling from the media center end. 146 for 4. There was Zeta James backing away, and the ball is outside the off stump, looking to force into the offside. So Fletcher's strike rate is 75.76. Played in the air down towards the back of the square area. The fielder coming off the boundary. Dropping well short on another single to the total. And so Fletcher will come into strike, so she has gone into strike. 147, so they're 3 runs away from the 150. The Windwards. Fletcher is turning it around the corner. Fletcher is on 50. And she batted at number 4, so over number 37 has come to an end. 147 for 4.
Yes, and Elliott, the wrist spinner, she's getting a lot of bunks out of the surface. Well, also with a high arm action is Elliott, and really that's an interesting sign for the spinners that there is bunks in the surface there. But James being the left-hander and Afi Fletcher, who has 50, the right-hander, if these two can really go deep or even bat out the remaining overs, they should put themselves or their team in a position where they can get some points.
So the lead was 149 for 9, so the last pair put in a good partnership. It was a Liber on 13 and Tanya Martin on 38. 145 for 9. So Dean is bowling her last over from the far end. Zeta James is on 12. Onto the back foot, looking to swing. An appeal from the keeper. And taken behind by the keeper. That's Keisha Knight. Trishan Holder did some duties behind the stumps, a couple overs, but Knight is back behind the stumps. And she's looking for a single. 147 it is for 4. The Windwards would have won the toss and decided to bat. Kiana Joseph made 4. She opened the batting with Marcelin, who made 30. And Homer made 6. Crafton made 13. And there's Zeta James swinging down towards long leg area. It will clear the fence for 6 runs. The fielder down on the boundary was settling as if she was going to settle under it. But it just cleared her head and went over the fence for 6 runs. So got enough bat in it, Victor, to get it over the head of Barbados square for 6.
Yeah, good stroke by James. It was a short delivery going down the leg side to the left-hander, and she executed it well, and well-deserved boundary, and also well-deserving 6 in that matter.
So the 150 coming up, 153 for 4 with that shot over the Barbados square area. 150 coming up in 130 or 37.4 overs. And Lee was 151 from 9 after 40. So the scores are similar, overs are similar as well, just and a reverse sweep by Zeta James to bring up the end of the over. 6 runs coming from the over. It's 153 for 4.
Yes, and James and Afi Fletcher for the Windward Islands, building up a nice, good partnership. But it will even be better from a Windward Islands point of view if they can bat out the remaining overs, while Elliott is going to continue from the media centre end. She will be looking to break the partnership. But the Leewards have had so far a good recovery in terms of how they started. So runs on the board is runs on the board.
Fletcher, who has been there for some 67 deliveries, is on 50. Be facing up to Elliott, who is on a 9th over, 1 for 22. Flighted, and she got it on the full. We get another easy single. So the projected score just about 202. Have to continue to score at the rate at which they're scoring. So the Leewards' final pair putting up a good rear guard action. Good partnership. As Zeta James is turning a delivery into the onside. 154 for 4, the Windwards. So this is the last of the matches in this Super 50 women's competition. And the Jamaicans, you want to say congratulations to Jamaica. I'm sure they want to end on a high by winning the last game against the Guyanese. So, you know that game has been affected by weather in St. Paul's. Zeta James is swinging down towards back of the square. Chishan Holder, she's in the way. She was doing duties behind the stumps, but now she's back on the outfield. 1 more to the total, takes it on to 155 with 2 balls remaining in over number 39. So in dark clouds that were hovering over Connery have lifted and playing it over mid-off. That's Fletcher. I'm going to get a boundary. As it come down towards long off. Good shot. He came forward and just played it in the air deliberately, out of the reach of Connell, who made a desperate effort to get to it, but it was well out of a reach into the boundary for 4.
Yes, and a good sign by Afi Fletcher. It was a delivery that Elliott left a little longer in flight, and Afi Fletcher picked it up, and she used her feet nicely and cleared Connell, who is at mid-off, and earned herself 4 more runs.
Flighted in the air over extra cover. It will go down towards the boundary for another 4. So good over for the Windwards. 10 runs coming in over number 39. So at the end of it, 163 for 4.
Yes, and good shot selection by the captain, Afi Fletcher. It was a delivery. The final delivery was of a full pitch, probably going across the right-hander, but it was a full length, and she struck it over cover and into the deep extra cover boundary for another 4. So a very healthy over there for the Windward Islands. But Gary, these two should realize now how important this partnership is, and how important it is also too by not letting a new batter in at the crease.
So the Leewards are all out for 151 in 40.2 overs. So here at Connery, 163 for 4 from 39. And so there's a change of bowling at the far end. We'll see. Like Cumberbatch is coming in to replace Dean from the far end, who completed her 10 overs. So Dean bowled her 10 overs, 1 for 36. And so Cumberbatch coming from the far end, 5 overs, 1 for 21. So you're bowling to Zeta James, who's on a 19 and giving good support to our skipper, Afi Fletcher. We get a single. It goes down to the fielder coming off the cover boundary. That's Canterbury. One more to the total, takes it on to 164. So Cumberbatch is in a 6 over from far end. Windward was winning the toss this morning and batting. Short and swung away. Down towards the mid-wicket area, comes across, and we bisect the mid-wicket and long on into the boundary for 4. It's Canterbury and holder down at long on, moving away to her right. Canterbury to her left, couldn't get to it. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, and Avi Fletcher picked up that short delivery quite nicely and bisected the fielder at deep mid-wicket, and there is also a wide long on, and she struck it in the gap on the cell 4. So she's doing the ideal thing, Gary, capitalizing on anything loose.
As Cumberbatch delivery on the off stump, Fletcher looked for a big drive, missed it. So the scoring rate has picked up in the last couple of overs. The last over some 10 runs. Now we have seen some 5 runs have been scored so far in this over. Fletcher's going to get another single. Goes down to deep cover. Fielder wide. Was wide outside the off stump. And got it down towards the boundary. Shauna Knight patrolling the cover. Deep cover area. Fletcher goes on to 64. So these two want to continue the partnership, which started when they came together at 112. So another single. So they have put on a partnership of some 58 runs. So very important runs have been added by these two. 58 in 73 balls.
Yes, a lot of value to the partnership, and they will just have to keep going, Gary.
He's heaving it into the onside. Should get 2. There's a bit of a misfield by the fielder moving away to her left from backward square. Allow the batters to come back for 2. 2 more to the total. Another good over for the Windwards.
Yeah, and that is what you have been indicating all along, Gary, whereby when the balls are struck into the deep areas, look for the run the first one quickly, and because they was doing so and the fielder on the deep mid-wicket fumbled to an extent, they were able to capitalize. So if we can also see a lot more improvement in that area, that can be a lot much more progress for the teams to going forward.
So Elliott, who was a fielder down at back of the square, now will come to finish her spell. I think she has bowled 9 overs. Yes, so she has 1 over remaining. Cumberbatch had 6 overs, none for 30. So the last over, we saw some 11 runs, or 9 runs, sorry. And they got 10 on of the previous over. So Elliott will continue. So she has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 32, 172 for 4. And there's Zeta James in the air, drop at extra cover by Kishona Knight, looking to take it off. She was driven in the air, she had to run back and tried to take it over her shoulders, and she couldn't hold on to it. So a chance of going down, a single to the total.
Yes, and let us see how costly that might be to Barbados, and a privilege here now for these two, Afi Fletcher and James, to continue their partnership.
Looking to force into the offside. So Fletcher is on 66 with 1 2. She has enough time to get up to 100 if she so desire. We have 9.4 overs remaining. And we get a single, looking for a big drive. Came from the inner portion of the bat. So with a single, total has gone up to 174. We're in over number 41, so so we have 9 overs remaining after this. Another short delivery, and we get a single, hold on the boundary. So another single to Zeta James. She moves on to 23. So currently scoring at 4.30 runs per over. And Connell has been asked to come into mid-off for Fletcher. Maybe into the onside with another easy single. So they're doing it in singles. So 3 singles or 4 singles have been scored in this over. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 41. Fletcher is on 68. Zeta James is on 23. And thinking about a single, had a bit of a hesitation as the fielder came across from third man, didn't pick it up cleanly to bring up the end of the over. 176 for 4 after 41.
Yes, and Zeta James, she's lending a very valuable and important support to her captain, Affy Fletcher, who is there. And into the 60s is the captain, Affy Fletcher, sporting the number 9 on the back of her jersey. Both batters now having a mid-pitch conversation. And obviously might be saying to each other, let something good get us out. At this particular moment, do not give away your hand. And let the bowlers earn it. But with the right and left-hander also at the crease, that is why it is even more relevant that they try to go to the remaining overs left in this particular innings. That's the Windward Islands.
So it's going to be Cumberbatch will continue from that far end. And the Windwards getting valuable runs. They're scoring at 4.29, so we're looking to pick up that batting point, at least 1 batting point they could get if they get up to 200 runs. And we'll get past fine leg. Connell has some running to do. She will pick it up. And the batters have enough time to come back for 2 more runs. So with those two, the total has gone on to 178. Fletcher has gone to 70.
A most valuable partnership here between these two.
Another easy single to the total, another easy single to Fletcher. And Fletcher will want to continue to bat. She will want to bat the remaining overs and hope that Zeta James can stick around with her as well. So Zeta James has been looking to pull those short deliveries out of the ground. She would have been successful with 1. I was able to struck it for 6. This time she only get a single. So we're in over number 42. Short in the air, down towards the back of the square area, will drop in front of the fielder's Canterbury. She did well to keep it in front of her. She was diving forward looking to take the catch. And it was a single from a short delivery which was miscued by Fletcher. Five runs have been scored off the over, with 2 deliveries remaining. Fletcher thinking about a single, but it went down to the cover area. It was sent back by Zeta James. 69 is a partnership from 85. Looking for the reverse sweep. That's Zeta James. Just seen her attempt that shot. Second time she has attempted to play that shot and was not successful. 181 for 4.
Yeah, her choice was good in attempting that stroke too, that it was outside of her stump. So she cannot get leg before if she missed, and she did miss them both. But these two, and Zeta James not just playing a supportive role, she's making use of the loose deliveries when they come her way. So with the left and right hander at the crease, that is even more obvious why it is important for they to stay together for the remaining overs. But Connell is going to come on from this media center end. The two batters are now having a mid-pitch conversation. I'm left to wonder, Gary, what that conversation could all be about at this particular time.
So Connell will continue. Obviously, Fletcher, they will want to be discussing that they have 8 overs remaining. That's 48 legal deliveries, and we're looking to get at least 40 runs, which will take them up to 220. If they get past 220, they will pick up a second batting point. So I'm sure they have that in mind as well. Cornell has been brought back into the attack, and this is bold. Fletcher playing right across the line of delivery on the stumps from Cornell, maybe playing a bit too early. So Fletcher innings has come to an end. Ball by Cornell for 72. So the Windwards losing their 5th wicket with a score on 181. So good partnership of 69 between Fletcher and Zeta James. So Fletcher will be getting a bit tired. It was like a lazy shot played by Fletcher. And she was bowled from the first delivery from Cornell. So Cornell in the 7th over has been able to pick up another wicket. So 5 wickets going down. The 5th wicket has been taken. So it's Glasgow is the new batter for the Windwards. Jamila Glasgow replacing her captain. She coming off to a round of applause from her teammates in the pavilion. I'm sure she would have wanted to stick around and take her team past the 200 mark. But Jamila Glasgow is the new batter, and so sure Zeta James now will want to take the lead in terms of the partnership, in terms of scoring runs for the Windwards team. So the partnership has been broken. The change of bowling from the media center end now coming into the attack because Elliott would have completed her 10th over. So for the new batter, Glasgow is a left-hander, so there's a backward square on the fence, and Connell will go around the wicket. Good flowing drive, of course, for a single. So Glasgow is immediately off the mark. So with that single, total has gone to 182 for 5. Wide was seen by umpire Prasad. So another wide goes into the extras. So 183. So they're scoring at 4.32 runs per over. They want to continue scoring at that rate or increase it. That will at least guarantee the Windwards 1 point. Another wide delivery. So the left-handed Zeta James. So 2 batters in the middle, left-handed batters. So it's 184 for 5. And look at the swing into the onside, given out. So short delivery, and Zeta James looking to swing into the onside, maybe about bottom edge or toe end of the bat, taken low down by the keeper. So another wicket has been taken by Cornell in this over. 2 wickets. So the partnership, the 2 set batters have been dismissed by Cornell.
Yes, and really very valuable and important partnership for the Windward Islands between Zaid James and Afi Fletcher, who has, she also too has been dismissed, and she went bowled, hitting across the line of the ball. But Gary, interestingly, in this innings so far, and the other half of the innings when the Windward Islands go to bowl, as this 50 overs have not been completed at this particular moment. Some 20 wides already in this innings, and how many more overs to be bowled? We're still into the 43rd over, and that is a very high percentage of wides again. So the coaches definitely have to pay close attention to that particular area along with the other areas, and really work on those areas. But this percentage is very high, 20 wides.
So Pearl Etienne is the new batter for the Windwards. 184 for 6. So Zeta James made 24 from 48. So you don't want to continue to be losing wickets. You want to maximize the remaining overs. We're in over number 43. So 7 overs remaining after this. So they're hoping that these two new batters at in the middle, and that's what the Barbados team would have wanted, picking up the 2 very important wickets. First, Fletcher, and Zeta James following in the same over. So the change of bowling from this immediate center end has worked. Wide, another wide delivery. So the extras continue to mount the wides. 185 for 6. Playing it in the air, chance of a catch, and Kishona Knight doing her utmost best from that's Cumberbatch, as a matter of fact, going in from straightest mid wicket down towards the straightest mid on just behind the stumps. She couldn't get to it, and they were able to come. Did they get a run? No, they didn't get a run. So total remains on 185 for 6. So the Windwards would want the remaining batters to bat out the overs. So over has been completed. 185 for 6.
Yeah, and these remaining overs can be a plus for Barbados with 2 new batters at the crease, who it usually will take a little time, but in the shorter version of the game, there's not much time to settle in, and especially in the latter part and coming close to the 50 overs where they need to accelerate the scoring rate. But I still like to believe, though, with 2 new batters at the crease, I don't see the purpose now for the long on and the long off. Yeah, okay, let the batters believe that they can clear the ordinary mid-on, but that is not to be so at this present moment. So Barbados can now curtail the striking rate with 2 new batters at the crease.
Cumberbatch will continue from the far end. Seven overs, none for 35. Cumberbatch. Glasgow would be mindful that they have 7 overs to bat. They want to get up to at least the 200 mark, and that will give them an extra point. Cumberbatch is going to try to keep things tight from that far end. So the sun comes back out, nice sunny day after the overcast conditions. So a single to Glasgow. Etienne has come into strike. So the Windwards would have won the toss this morning and decided to bat. Joseph made 4, Marcelin 30, Homer 6. Fletcher made 32, Crafton made 13, and James made 24. full delivery. No ball has been signaled. Cornell is running back from the Barbados K area. So they get 2 from that full delivery, no ball. So free hit will be signaled by the umpire. 3 runs have been added to the total with that no ball. And they were able to get 2 runs. So Etienne got 2. So another free hit. And Etienne will certainly want to make full use of this free hit. Look at the swing. Misses. Keeper also missed it. And they will get a bye. So just a single coming from that free hit. So the total has gone on to 190 in over number 44. So they should get up to the 200 mark. And once they would have gotten up to the 200 mark, they will get an extra batting point. And if they were to win, then they'll get 5 points and they will take them into second spot. Barbados on 14 points. That is providing that the Guyanese don't win over Jamaica. So the over is completed, 191 for 6.
Yes, and Pearl Etienne, who is at the crease also too, she scored a half century against Jamaica, and at this particular time, the Windward Islands would be hoping that these two can get past the 100, as Gary quite rightly have said, the 200 that is, pardon me, and that will put them in a position where they can already establish some points. But Connell is going to continue from the media center end.
Nice sunny afternoon, or sunny, just about 2 minutes past the 1 o'clock hour. Another single to the total. I started over number 45. The Windwards won the toss this morning and decided that they will bat first. And there is Etienne going to a big swing. Missed it. You want to keep your eyes on the ball. With 192 for 6. So not being able to get back on the ball, that's Etienne. She's facing. And now Glasgow. Now coming down, having a word with her. Just ask her to try and keep your eyes on the ball, rather than just going for the wild swing without looking at the ball. So we are seeing just 1 run being scored so far in this over. So tight over by Connell. She came back and she broke the partnership and also got the other set batter. So she's in her 8th over, 3 for 26. And she's bowled as Etienne off the inside edge, going back, looking to force into the offside. Another wicket has been dismissed, 192 for 7.
Well, Etienne, you have not came to the stage today, and yes, it is true that she had a half century against Jamaica, who are the unofficial champions of this CG United Insurance Women Regional 50 Cricket Series. Matches being played in St. Paul's, Warner Park, and here at Connery Cricket Centre, and this is the last round of these encounters. So Barbados, Gary came back well in after breaking the partnership between James and Affy Fletcher, and that is also very important from a Barbados point of view. So these are the batters who have a few overs still on hand. It is most appropriate that they try and get as many runs as possible.
So the Windwards would want to be dismissed before the 50 overs are completed. We're in over number 45. And so the new batter is Noel, Karina Noel. So Etienne just out bowled. So Etienne made 2 from 7. So Noel will be facing up to Connell. So Connell has picked up 4 wickets, so he has an opportunity to get a 5-er. 7 wickets down. She's in her 8th over. So she picked up 2 wickets in the previous over. Now she has picked up a wicket and just for 1 run. So she has an opportunity to get 5 wickets. So the over is completed. Over number 45, 192 for 7.
Yes, and Connell has been very impressive as a fast bowler for Barbados here in this series, and having 4 wickets, and she will be looking for a 5th one. Well, it doesn't appear that Barbados might get in these 50 overs probably before the cutoff point, and then that will really be an interesting factor also too. Well, Barbados would be hoping to get the remaining 3 wickets with the overs that they have to bowl.
So it's Cumberbatch will continue from that far end. And she is bowled. And that's Jamila Glasgow going onto the back foot, looking to swing into the onside, missed it. Stumps are broken. Another wicket going down. Wicket number 8, 192.
Yes, and a lot of times the pattern happens in cricket whereby after an established and outstanding partnership between James and Affy Fletcher, the other batters incoming never did really put anything else together after that partnership was broken. So that's a good sign from a Barbados point of view, really taking wickets, and really the scoring rate, current rate, but it is still over 4, so they are in a good position. But at this particular latter part of the game, Barbados bowlers came back quite nicely.
And I think the batters for the Windwards are giving their hands away, just looking to swing without keeping the eyes on the ball. That was a ball on the stumps, and Glasgow is looking for a big swing without trying to make proper contact. And so you still want to play sensible cricket and try and bat the overs. You don't want to be dismissed before the 50 overs are completed.
And Gary, that has happened in this tournament whereby a lot of teams did not bat out their 50 overs.
So they would want to. So Fontaine is the new batter for the Windwards. She's getting a delivery, which is swung away down towards the boundary for 4. So with that 4, the total has gone on to 196.
Well, and a welcome boundary for the Windward Islands. We have not seen one in quite a while after that very good partnership which was produced by Affy Fletcher and James.
So full delivery. And we'll get a single, that's Fontaine. So from our 3 deliveries, he has been able to score 5 runs, so 197, so 3 runs away from the batting point for the Windwards. 2 balls remaining in over number 46. He's coming inside our stumps, and he probably got batting in. Goes down towards the fine leg area, and so Gordon has some money to do, and they come back for 2 runs, so 2 more to the total, takes it down to 199. So some 7 runs have come so far in this over, but they have picked up a wicket, so they're just 1 run away from picking up that batting point. The Windward Islands full on the onside. And a wide, so 2 runs will be added to the total. So with those 200 coming up for the Windwards, and they will get 1 batting point. They're scoring at just over 4 runs per over.
Yes, well played Windward Islands, 200 on the board, so you have gained a point.
And there was Fontaine looking for a big swing, missed it, over completed, 201 for 8.
Yes, 201, and if they finally got to that 200, the Windward Islands, 2 batters now having mid-pitch conversation. Well, obviously, the overs remaining, they will have to really try and not to be bowled out and try at the same time to get more runs to put on the board, but a good achievement by the Windward Islands.
So Cornell, who has picked up 4 wickets, would want to get another wicket here to take it to 5. And swinging. That's Noel. Misses. Not looking to get in line, or just standing there and swing and playing a shot outside the off stump. So Cornell in her 9th over would want to get another wicket to pick up 5. And she gets bat on it. We get a single. So with a single, total has gone to 202. Cornell will want to pick up another wicket. Henry got 6 in the last game on Monday. I think that's the only 5-wicket haul for the tournament so far. And Cornell will want to be the second bowler to do that. So they push for a single. And the field at straightish mid wicket cannot stop the one. One more to the total, 203. So we have some 3 overs remaining after this. And Cornell has 1 over remaining. She's in the 9th over, 4 for 28. And she has bowled well. She broke the partnership between Fletcher and Zeta James. And she also got the wicket of Kiana Joseph, the first wicket to be dismissed when she was caught at a wicket for 4. So they were thinking about a single, as the fielding was in the onside. That's Dean. But we got a struck on the hand, not kept it closer to prevent any extra run or an additional run. And she's swinging through mid wicket. And Scanterbury has some running to do across, or that's Calendar. Has some running to do across to her right down at mid wicket. 2 runs, so the over is completed. Over number 47, 205 for 8.
Well, once they can also bat out the 2 overs, but we can tell you, Gary, that it is the game of glorious uncertainties. Jamaica being bowled out for 72, all out for 72 against Guyana. So, that indecent in terms of where the championship can go is irrelevant, but bowling out Jamaica for 72 all out, that's a good performance by the Guyanese against Jamaica.
So the Jamaican batting failing in the last round. They would have done well though to win the competition, winning the first 4 matches. And I'm sure they're thinking that they can get a victory still with a shot played through mid wicket for 4 more important runs to the Windward Islands. And Noel played it down towards the boundary for 4. So the total has gone to 209. Is it 209? So it's combat bowling. We're in over number 48, 209. And we get a single, goes down to Elliott. So 1 more to the total, 210. So they're looking to get up to the 220, which will give them an extra batting point. 2 overs remaining after this. Full delivery, that should be on the ball. Signal by umpire Daniel at the far end. So an opportunity for a free hit. So they're 9 runs away from another batting point. And she's coming into a stump, looking to swing. She's bowled, but she's a free hit, so that will not count. I don't think she actually made an effort to play it down the ground. She was looking to get inside the wicket to play it square of the wicket rather than looking to play it down the ground. Not a full delivery, and another no ball has been signaled. It's coming down towards the boundary. Elliott is giving chase, and she did well to pull it back. So they'll come back for 3 runs. So 4 runs will be added to the total. Not a no ball, so 2 no ball deliveries, 2 deliveries above the waist. So with those 3 runs, 4 runs, so the total will go on to 215. So they're getting close to the second batting point there. That's the Windwards. 2 overs remaining after this. And now he'll pick up a single. So that single goes on to 216. So partnership of 24 in 18. So it's scoring better than a run per ball. She's coming inside her stumps, playing it down. So Gordon has some running to do across to her left. 2 more to the total, 2 more important runs. So the runs coming in this over. 6, 11, 12 runs in the over. So at the end of over number 48 is 218 for 8.
Yeah, and those free hits and no balls at that particular time add the incentive to the innings of the Windward Islands. And also too, they have gotten some loose deliveries, executed it well, so they are drawing close to gaining another batting point. But we can recall that Barbados had to chase down over 200 runs also too against the Leeward Islands, and they did it, but we cannot be certain how this encounter will go in that sense. But the Windward Islands have put in a good performance so far.
Connell is in a final over, and she would want to pick up a 5-wicket haul. We have seen the Jamaicans being dismissed for a small score, and we've seen the bowling attack of the Barbados team. They have gone for in excess of 200 runs on at least 3 occasions in this series. So maybe that's cause for concern and delivery on the leg stump. The first game, Jamaica made 200 and over 275. The Leewards in Monday got 200 plus, 250 plus, and now the Windwards making 200 plus over by off the bowling of the Barbados team. So that must be some concern to the team. And they will go for a single. Connell is in the last over 219. So 1 over remaining after this. So maybe the Barbados team who want to look at the bowling. They would have delivered in this game a number of wide deliveries and a number of no balls as well. Deliveries above the waist, not front foot no ball, but full deliveries. So Karina Noel is on 10, 219. In the air. We get it down towards straight, it's mid-wicket. As the fielder coming across to her left, that's Aline, couldn't get on in time to stop it. It has gone into the boundary for 4. With that 4, the total has gone to 223. The partnership is 31, so the second batting point has been gained by the Windwards.
Yeah, and really this is a very good performance by the Windward Islands, and they won the toss this morning earlier and decided to bat, so that decision has paid off up to this particular point, and they would be feeling confident with that type of total on the board.
Connell in her last over. Noel will get a single, 224. They're scoring above the 4.4 runs per over. So they will get the batting point, the second batting point. So they have already gotten 2 points in this game, and they're hoping that they can win the game. Once they do that, they'll assure themselves of a second spot. Good shot. It has gone down towards the boundary. 2 more runs will be added to the total. Dean cannot stop the second run, and they're thinking about a third. 226. Good over for the Windwards. 8 runs coming so far in over number 49. Dug in short and taken by the keeper. Over completed 226 for 8.
Yes, and this definitely it's been a good spell by Connell, who operated here from the media center and at the Connery Cricket Center. 4 wickets to her column and a very good total by the Windward Islands. So the second half of this encounter, of this final round of matches here in St. Kitts, the CG United Insurance Super 50 Regional Women's Cricket Tournament, it's going to cause great interest in terms of which way the result goes.
So in the final over, so the Windwards have been able to bat. So Aline bowling from the far end, and they will get some more runs as it goes down towards the boundary for 4. So the runs are coming fast and furious in the last couple of overs. 230. Barbados will have to be careful. They were able to chase down the Leeward score on Monday. And today is a different day. Another in excess of 200 runs to win. So the field on the onside is widely spread, a long on, a mid wicket, backwards, forwards, going to fence, and a long length. Just push on the onside, you can get 2 runs. And they're going to for the first run. Traveling a bit too quickly for the fielders to come in off the boundary. So 1 more to the total, 231. A good score by the Windwards with 4 deliveries remaining in the Windwards innings.
Well, I think the Windward Islands should be very pleased with their innings after winning the toss and deciding to bat. Anything over 200 runs, we can calculate it that way. But at the same hand, if no weather interruptions, Barbados will have 300 legal deliveries to face. And, you know, the wides and the no balls have come of a high percentage into the equation.
Pitched up, and they will go for a single. Keeper comes in, stumps broken, she's out. So a ball pitched up, and they were looking for the single. The keeper came up quickly. That Kaisia Knight. Stumps are broken, and Noel has been run out.
Well, the final batter will have to come in now for the Windward Islands. But overall, I think the Windward Islands have done well here against Barbados at the Connery Cricket Center after winning the toss and batting first. And the very valuable partnership of Afif Fletcher and James, that was the significant part of the Windward Islands innings partnerships. And when partnerships can be done, whether it's batting or bowling, it is so important, and the Windward Islands have done well up to this particular point. So the second half is going to be anticipation. In anticipation, the second half of this encounter should pose much interest, but we will have to wait and see as we are into the final of the 50 of this first half.
So Gilbert is the last batter for the Windwards, 231. So we have 3 deliveries remaining. Right on the stumps. So Gilbert has 2 more deliveries to negotiate. You will want to. So 9 wickets down. You don't want to be dismissed still, even though 2 deliveries. They try to get at least 2 singles, take it up to 233. Thinking about a single chance of a run out goes down towards the far end. So a single. 232, 1 delivery remaining, 1 legal delivery remaining in the Windward Islands innings. So they were satisfied with the way things ended. 232 for 9. So the Barbados team would have to get at least 233 to win. And there is swinging, and the return misses the stump. The keeper had to go for a single. So over. Number 50 has come to an end. The winner innings have been completed. 50 overs, 233 for 9. Windwards ending well, Victor.
Yes, indeed, they ended well after winning the toss and batting first. And the players now leaving the field, so we will have the luncheon interval coming up. So you can rejoin us after lunch here at the Connery Cricket Center. So it's bye for now.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Connery. You're about to see the Barbados reply. They have to make 234 from 50 overs if they have to win. So the Windwards ended on 233 for 9 from their 50 overs. 4 wickets going to Connell, 4 for 38, and 1 wicket each to Gordon, Elliott, Dean, and Cumberbatch. So Barbados, will open with Kaisia Knight, the captain and holder. So Etienne is the bowler opening the attack for the Windwards. So Barbados, they're off the mark immediately. So they have to score 234 to win. So the extras in the Windward's innings, we tell you all of 40 extras, 10 byes, 3 leg byes, 6 no balls, and 21 wides. So 21 wides and 10 byes, 3 leg byes. So all of 40 and 6 no ball, all of 40. So we're in the first over, and Etienne bowling to holder. So Barbados, for the third time this year, will have to be making in excess of 230 runs to win a match. The first game against Jamaica, they only managed, I think, 89, but they were able to defend or chase down the 200 plus made by the Leewards on Monday. And now they have to do a similar task here against the Windwards. Have to make 234. Victor has rejoined me. Victor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gary, and good afternoon to everyone. So, an interesting second period of play here this afternoon at the Connery Cricket Centre. The sun is with us in all its glory, shining brightly out there in the middle.
So Etienne Urano have a good start, but she delivered a wide delivery. So they have been getting accustomed to the number of wide deliveries that have been delivered in these matches that have been played here at Connery. So maybe it's the venue, Victor, that is causing the bowlers to bowl so many wide deliveries.
Gary is very humorous, and we acknowledge that it has nothing to do with the venue. It's just that the bowler's not really getting the line and direction well.
So Barbados would want to, as the dethroned champions, would want to end the series on a high by winning the last game. The Windwards, if they are to win today, they'll end up on second spot. Barbados have 14. Windwards coming into this game on 10, so they were already picked up 2 batting points. So they add 4 with a victory. They'll get 6 points. So that's would take into 16. Or unless Barbados can get up to 230, they will get 2 points, and means that they will be tied on 16 points. So the winner which will determine the second place position. But we're in over number 1. Etienne is bowling from the media center end, 2 without loss. So Knight and holder, Kaisia Knight and holder, the 2 opening batters for the Barbados team. So over number 1 is completed, 2 without loss.
Well, Barbados using a left and right-hander in this opening partnership, and with over 200 runs to get in this innings, the 2 openers, obviously, they are certain that, knowing that they will have to try and establish a good opening partnership, because to overhaul the total made by the Windward Islands, the Belgians, they have done it before, but this is a new day, different conditions. And Gary, one of the things, though, when bowlers are bowling from this media centre end here at Connery Cricket Venue, because it's basically very open on the eastern side of the ground towards our media centre, whereby that nice stiff breeze coming across the ground, because the flags of the different territories, which is on the western side of the ground, Barbados national flag is there, The Windward Islands flag is there, and the flag of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis. So the bowlers would have to aim, when you're bowling from the media center and to the right hander, you have to be aiming for the leg stump most of the times.
So it's Glasgow. We're bowling from the far end. So she misses her run, so she will have to try again. Chishan Holder and Kaisian Knight. Kaisian Knight is the captain of the Barbados team. And she's also the wicket keeper. Delivery wide outside the off stump, and no signal coming from the umpire, so the wicket keeper for the Windwards is Fontaine. So we have Afi Fletcher at first slip. In the gully we have Kiana Joseph, Zeta James at point. You have a cover and the mid-off driving outside the off stump. Loud appeal, confident appeal by the keeper and the fielders behind the bat. Umpires unmoved. That's umpire Daniel at the far end.
It just might have been that the batter might have just struck the ground hard, but we can understand from Windward Island's position that they're looking for that early wicket, but the umpire was satisfied that the batter did not get a touch onto it and said not out.
So Glasgow will continue from that far end. And so we are winding down the CG United Super 50 matches here in St. Kitts. And then the T20 Blaze will start on Sunday. All of the matches will be played at Warner Park. First game at 10, the second game at 2:30, and the third game will be starting at 7 p.m. So we have seen 2 matches in the Super 50 competition played at 2 different venues. And so Glasgow is bang on target and pushed on into the offside. So it's Glasgow. She has bowled 4 dot balls so far. And Etienne is the one openly bowling from this immediate center end. Slightly overcast here at Connery. Another delivery wide of the off stump. And umpire Daniel at the far end watches it closely. No signal of wide. So that's 1 delivery remaining in over number 2. And Barbados, the dethroned champions, would want to win this game, get up to 234. And that would ensure that they place second. Another wide delivery, this time signal wide by umpire Daniel at the far end. So another extra to the total. It has gone on to 4. So you've seen 2 wides in the 2 overs that have been delivered by the Windward bowlers. So there's 1 delivery remaining in over number 2. This time she's driving. It's a good delivery. Touchdown just on about the off stump. Over number 2 is completed. 4 without loss.
Yes, and apart from that wide delivery, I think she has held her own from that preschool end, the far end here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Well, the 2 openers for Barbados know that a lot is depending on their opening partnership from their team. So these 2 will be hoping to compile a good partnership and set the tone of the innings in pursuit to overhaul the Windward Islands total. Well, on the other hand, though, the Windward Islands will be looking to get early wickets. And one of the propositions are when you're chasing a total, if you're losing early wickets and still have to keep yourself adjacent with the current run rate, it is usually a very challenging task.
So the experienced Etienne will continue from this media center end. And she'll be bowling to the captain of the Barbados team, Kaisian Knight. She's on 1. Yes, she is. Experienced player. Has been around for some time. She misses a run. So the Windwards won the toss this morning and decided to bat, and they opened the batting with Joseph and Marcelin, and they ended making 233 for 9, 72 by the captain Fletcher, and a wide delivery for us up in over number 3. Second over being bowled by Etienne from this media center end. So the women's Super 50 competition coming to an end, and the selectors will be meeting to select the West Indies team that will be traveling. They have some tours in the Asian continent, and then the World Cup later on this year. So they'll be traveling in June, I think, and play a couple of matches. Sri Lanka and Pakistan. So I'm sure some of these players are hoping that they can make the traveling party. On the leg stump, we'll get at least a single. And they're coming back for the second one because it was misfielded down on the boundary. And so 2 runs have been added to the total. So Marcelin, like Namaya Marcelin down on the boundary, misfielded and gave the batters 2 runs. So with those 2 runs, Casey Knight has gone on to 3-7 in over number 3. Short is swung in the air down towards the long leg area for 4 runs, 1 bounce into the boundary, bad delivery, and Casey Knight just helped it over long leg for 4.
And that is what the Barbados batters will have to do whenever the loose deliveries has been present themselves. They have to execute them, and that one was executed nicely. 1 bounce into the backward square leg boundary for 4. So left and right hand at the crease. Well, also too, Etienne might have started her career very young. It is true that she's presently now 41, but she might have started 15, 16 or so, So have played a long time in the game, but has done well in that capacity as a little all-arounder.
So she will go around the wicket to Casey Knight. So Etienne want to get amongst the wickets, pick up an early wicket or two, put some pressure on Barbados, the dethroned champions. So Jamaica, after winning the first 4 matches and getting batting points for all 4 matches, which means their batters would have batted well. And they got 8 batting points. Not a bad misfeeling by Marcelin down on the back of the square boundary, allowing 2 more runs, Victor.
Yes, and they really putting pressure on the deep fellas in the deep. Gary and myself have been saying that throughout these matches that the batters have to look more purposeful, because every time that you'll be running that first one quickly, there is pressure on the fielders in the outfield, and there it is. There have been 2.
So delivery outside the off stump taken by the keeper, struck the keeper on the boot. Maybe might have been an edge based on the reaction from the bowler. Keeper didn't hold on to it and probably got struck on the boot.
Yes, and some of the fielders close to the wicket looked also too, as that was her final delivery of that particular over, looked disappointed. And the Windward Islands will have to even make half chances into chances when they present themselves, because if they can get some early wickets here against Barbados, it then means it would put more pressure on the batters in general. But if these two can establish an opening partnership, then Barbados could be well on the way again to try and overhaul over 200 runs.
So Jamila Glasgow will continue from that far end. So I have not seen a century so far for the season. The last opportunity for a batter to make a century. Barbados. They have the last opportunity to ensure that one of the batters, Kishona Knight, would have made a century last year. Playing it in the air, and it goes down to third man between first slip and gully. So a single. So with a single, total has gone on to 14. 14 without loss Barbados. The target is 234. So it could be interesting, Victor, if the Barbados were to lose, but to get up to 225, 230 runs, they will get 2 batting points, and the Windward will end up on 6 points. So both teams will end up on 16.
Well, it's going to be a huge asking for Barbados to get to that total. They have demonstrated they have the ability and capabilities of doing so. They have proven it before. But every day is a different cricketing day, and this is no difference in that sense.
So Jamila Glasgow will go around the wicket. And she's playing it confidently into the offside as Captain Knight for another run. 15 without loss. So we've seen 2 deliveries, 2 singles. And I'm sure we're seeing Kiana Joseph and after Fletcher doing lots, coming into the attack early, see if they can get some wickets, if the medium pacers do not pick up early wickets. Position holder, so I've been told that the Barbados team is have some youngsters, some young players, and the youngsters want to learn from the experienced players. Position holder is opening the batting for Barbados. She has faced some 11 deliveries, she's on 2. And Kaisia Knight, the captain, is on 10 from 10. Knocked down by James. Zeta James at point. Prevents any possibility of a run. Zeta James is actually the vice captain of the Windward's team. Afi Fletcher is the captain. This time she get it wide of James, and it goes down towards the boundary. Etienne has some running to do from third man, so 2 more to the total. With those 2 runs, it has gone on to 17. And Chishan Holder, she has progressed to 4. So Barbados have to score 234. As I would have mentioned, this is the 3rd time in this year's competition that the batters have to chase in excess of 230 to win. They were successful on 1 occasion so far. Let us see this will be a second success for the Barbados team, as over number 4 has come to an end.
Yes, and really in calculating also too the balls or legal deliveries that Barbados would have to face, 277, and to get 217 runs. So what that is saying to us then, Gary, is that with the amount of legal deliveries to be bowled, if Barbados goes about it without no indiscretions and really place value on their wickets and wait for the loose deliveries but keep exchanging the strike, and with that high percentage of wides and no balls, who knows what can be the result. But the other side of it is, if the Windward Islands get early wickets and keep on getting wickets, then it also adds more pressure on Barbados to achieve their target.
So Etienne will continue from this immediate centre end, and she'll be bowling to the captain of the Barbados team, Kaisia Knight, who is on 10. So good sunshine here at Connery. Good flowing drive by Kaisia Knight. But we just got a single. So the score moves on to 18 without loss it over number 5. So Knight, I'm sure, will want to play a captain's innings. Maybe she has a century on her mind. That will take the Barbados team to victory.
Well, if she do, or anyone for Barbados getting a century, that will be a great achievement, but still far away from that eventuality.
So no ball has been signaled by the umpire. No ball for above the waist. So another extra. So a chance for a free hit for Barbados. Umpire signaling one above the waist, and now will be chance for a free hit for the captain of the Barbados team, Kaisia Knight. As Etienne down the strip and driving, that's Knight. Can I get a single? So no runs coming from that free hit. So we see a flight leaving the RLB International Airport. There's the breeze picking up here at Connery. Flags on the left, fluttering in the breeze. A little bit more steady. Get it fine down towards the final area, and it will go into the boundary for four runs. Signal by umpire Prasad is delivering the leg stump. You got bat on it. Down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, 4 valuable runs to Barbados. They will all count, and they need them in all forms and in any fashion that they can get these runs. They know that they will get wide deliveries. They'll get in between the free hits. So the percentage of balls to be bowled is numerous. That's legal deliveries. So Barbados also have a good chance in trying to overhaul the total.
Good flowing drive, but straight down to cover. And there is no chance of a run. So Barbados came into this as the defending champions. Barbados versus the Windwards. Last year, Barbados made 228 for 6. And the Windwards in reply 155 in 32.2 overs. Haley Matthews for Barbados last year made 64 from 74. Zeta James got 2 for 38. And when the wind was battered, Afi Fletcher got 43 from 36. And Haley Matthews came back with the ball and she got 6 for 28 from her 10 overs. Barbados won by 72 runs. This time around, the Barbados team batting second, as the Windwards won the toss and batted and made 233. As they did much better than the batted last year, that's the Windwards, and wide will be signaled by umpire Prasad. So another extra to the total. Takes it on so the total goes on to 25. And so Jamaica, last year Jamaica versus Guyana. And he's driving another flight, the American airline flight leaving RLB heading to Miami. Over is completed over number 5, 25 without loss.
Yes, and 270 legal deliveries remaining, 209 runs to be had by Barbados. So if the Barbados batters are recognizing what is required of them and they do not bring into the equation any undue risk, anything out of the extraordinary, it could be, and it would be, whichever way it goes, we are anticipating that this is going to be a very, very good encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, even though the percentage of balls is much more higher than the runs which is required. Then who knows what can happen.
So Jamaica versus Guyana last year was also a low-scoring game. Jamaica only made 94 in that game last year. It was played at Warner Park. And this time around, at St. Paul's, the Jamaica team, we were told, made 72. And rain also affected the game last year because Guyana won via the Duckworth-Lewis system. They won by 4 wickets. They made won by 3 wickets, 67 for 7 in 22-point overs. So Guyana won that game last year. Good delivery, touchdown just outside the off stump, and the batter Holder was beaten by a good delivery.
Yes, and it will be good if the bowler can try to aim for that particular area again, prove a level of consistency with a line and length, but that was definitely a good delivery, which really...
So Glasgow will try once more from that far end. Bowler is coming onto the front foot. So, and the match Leewards versus Trinidad last year was a no result encounter. Trinidad batting first made 253 for 6 from the 50 overs. Jinaba Joseph 90. And Taineta McCoy got 1 for 7. And that match was also affected by rain. Leewards didn't get to bat in that encounter. This time around, Leewards made 151, so they will have to defend that to prevent them from coming bottom of the table, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and it all depends on how well they bowl and how well they feel, and catches win matches. So even they have chances in that encounter, they are an encounter, but specifically in that encounter, the Leeward Islands will have to be valiant in the field and support their bowlers.
And she's bowled by a beautiful delivery from Glasgow. Holder bowled by a beauty from Glasgow, and they are 25 for 1.
Yes, and I was saying that about Glasgow is she can be consistent, and she has proven it right. But on that occasion, she did produce a beautiful Yorker, and I don't think there is any better thing that you can see from a medium fast bowler than that Yorker, and it had her off stump rock back. So the Windward Islands have gotten success, 1 wicket going down for Barbados. So that should boost their morale in terms of inspiration and really believing that they can bowl out Barbados under their total. While 25 it is for 1, current run rate though is high, 265 balls to get 209 runs.
So the new batter for Barbados is Cumberbatch. Janani Cumberbatch is the new batter for the Barbados team. 25 for 1, a good delivery from Glasgow to get the wicket of Holder. And Holder made 5.
Well, one of the things now to quickly, Gary, that the Windward Islands can do is that, okay, the new batter is at the crease. I wouldn't have an issue with a third man a long leg at the moment. So it means, though, that because the majority of fielders are on the offside, that means the bowler should be really, just as she did, rock back that off stump, going for that area consistently and really keeping the new batter on strike as often as possible.
So Cumberbatch, as we told her, one of the youngsters in the Barbados team. So she's batting at number 3. She's looking confident in behind it. And we get off the mark immediately. So she strolled to the pitch with a sense of confidence. Over is completed, over number 6, 26 for 1, Barbados.
Yes, and when the new batter comes to the crease and you keep away the batter that has had more of the strike, it can just add some pressure. But the fielders within or close to the wicket will have to be very, very keen that they do not give the new batter a relief by letting her get an easy single, because the more deliveries that she will have to face just coming into the innings, then that can be a difference. But as we speak to you, there's going to be a bowling change from the media center end.
So yeah, at the start of over number 7, and Crafton is the new bowler. Crafton bowling from the media center end. She replaces Etienne. So Barbados have to score 234 to win. So the youngster Cumberbatch doing a Shanda Paul special in terms of marking a guard using the bill. So we have a slip, there's a third man, a point, there's a cover, extra cover and the mid-off. And on the onside we have a long leg mid-wicket and the mid-on. So Crafton is a left arm medium pacer. Got a first delivery right up and the batter Cumberbatch just push it down to the onside. So the sun has come back out here at Connery. And Crafton is in a first over from this media center end. On the onside, another wide. Victor special wides. Victor specializes in scoring the wides. So another extra to the total 100 goes on to 27 for 1.
Yeah, and they're calling on the physio now. It seemed like the ball struck the keeper when she went down, but she is back on her feet. The umpire did signal to the players' pavilion. Okay, the physio has turned back. I think the keeper is indicating that she's all right. So all that start is as well. That ends well. So these two for Barbados would know this task is not going to be an easy one to try and overhaul. And whomsoever come out victorious most likely will end up in second position in this competition.
So this is the final match in the City United Super 50 Women's Cup. And either team would want to win the last game. So Barbados would have to score 234. They're presently going at 4.26 runs per over. And Crafton is bowling from this media center end. So Cumberbatch will want to give some support to her skipper, Kaisia Knight. She's on 15 from 16.
Well, that is very obvious. And these two, not an easy task, but the bowlers for the Windward Islands will have to keep it wicket to wicket.
She's bowled by a beautiful delivery. Touchdown just on about center leg, moving across the right hand of the Cumberbatch, and she was bowled by a beautiful delivery from Crafton.
Well, the Windward Islands, like I said, when teams like the Windward Islands have posted over 200 runs, and then Barbados now to chase down 234 for victory, now losing 2 wickets, and that also would add pressure on the incoming batter. And once the Windward Islands are very keen on their strategy, they would try to keep the incoming batter facing most of the deliveries to add more pressure. But that everyone have a different scenario in terms of the shorter version. Some teams prefer to set a total. Some teams prefer to chase because they will tell you they will know how much is required per over. But then when you lose early wickets like how Barbados have lost wickets, they still have to sustain and maintain the run rate to keep up and make certain that they are not totally bowled out before the 50 overs complete.
So 2 wickets have fallen for the Barbados team, and Crafton picking up a wicket in her first over. So just the wide. And so she has picked up the wicket of Cumberbatch, bowled for 1. She faced some 5 deliveries. So Calendar is the new batter for Barbados. So Barbados will have to consolidate. The captain is still there. Kaisia Knight at the non-striker's end. So Asabi Calendar will want to spend some time in the middle. Still have lots of balls remaining in the innings. They have to make 234, so they're 207 runs away. So we get a single, goes down to long legs. So with a single, 28 for 2. And the over is completed. So over number 7, 28 for 2 Barbados.
Yes, Gary. And Gary, what would you prefer to do in a 50 over contest? Before play have started, conditions are ideal, nice sunshine, pitch prepared nicely. Winning the toss, what do you prefer to do in that context?
I'm a bowler, Victor, so I prefer the bowl.
Okay, so
I'm joking. If it's a good batting strip, I think it's the obvious thing to do is to bat and set a good total.
Yeah, but what you think the opportunities are for the team setting the total than the team who now would be chasing to overhaul the total?
Well, the team batting second, you know what target you have to score, and you know how to pace yourself to get to the runs. The team batting first, you have to determine how much runs I have to make that should be enough for the opposition to bat. So it is, you have the pros and cons for batting first or standing in the opposition. It just depends on how things go for you.
Okay, well, while I would prefer to bat first, but after this delivery, we'll continue that conversation.
So, calendar under the helmet, got a short delivery, just pushed down into the offside. So Glasgow is continuing from that far end. And she's in a 4th over. And she has picked up 1 wicket, 1 for 6. So she has bowled well, she's kept a good line. She has made the batters play at most of her deliveries. It's another good delivery, but calendar is to the measure of it. Total remains on 28 for 2. Kiana Joseph is at slip, swinging her hands at Zeta James at point, doing a similar thing. The extra cover is also swinging their hands. A delivery on the off stump, which is played into the offside. Zeta James comes into play. So three deliveries over number 8. No runs have been scored as yet. Good looking drive by Calendar. And the fielder moving across to her left at mid-on. Feels well. Calendar was looking for the single, but realizing that the fielder was moving smartly across to her left. And to change her mind, the total remains on 28 for 2 in over number 8. 4 dot balls have been delivered by Glasgow. She's in a 4th over from the far end. Right up, searching for the Yorker outside the off stump. Maybe Calendar seemed to was a bit late. If there was on the stumps, it could have been trouble. But it was just outside the off stump and taken behind by the keeper. So 1 delivery remaining to bring up a maiden over. And the Glasgow continues to bowl well. On the off stump, and Calendar just watches it go through. Over completed, 28 for 2.
Yeah, a good over there by Calendar. And just in a continuation of our conversation, Gary, about batting first or chasing a total. Well, in normal conditions whereby the sun is shining, when I go out there as a captain, the pitch looks good, win the toss, bat first. But then in going back to the dressing room, the conversation would be, as we're going to bat first, we must make certain that we are not bowled out before the 50 overs have been completed, and when at least the last 10 overs, if we have 4 wickets still in hand, then we can accelerate. Now, the team chasing, yes, they have equal opportunity where they will know how much runs is required per over. But in this situation now, to like how Barbados have lost 2 early wickets, and then they will have to still maintain their current run rate, which is required, and make certain that they are not bowled out. So it have its cons and views, but it's just a preference of teams, what they would feel more comfortable in doing. but on a personal basis, I would prefer to set my total.
So Crafton continues with a good delivery first up to the captain Knight. So Knight is the captain of the Barbados team, and you want to play a good innings, good long innings, take her team to victory. Don't have the presence of the West Indies skipper, Haley Matthews. So Kaisia Knight taking on the responsibility. And with the advent of the franchise cricket, 2020 cricket, lots of 2020 cricket being played around the world, Victor. Most of our West Indian players, the men's team and senior players playing franchise cricket around the world. And that has created lots of discussions as to whether or not should be representing the West Indies or whether or not the players have been treated well enough to stay home and represent the West Indies. And Crafton will be going into bowl too. Kaisia Knight got batting it. It's going down towards the third man, was wide. She had to stretch for it. She got batting it. Went down towards the vacant third man area for 4.
Yes, and really 4 earned runs. It was a delivery, and probably if the batter did not get bat on it, that might go down again as another wide, and I might have just had to put that one to my tab. But in that sense, the batter got bat onto it and earned 4 runs. But if the Windward Islands, Gary, if they keep getting wickets and Barbados cannot establish a partnership, it will be very, very difficult to get to 234. Not saying that they can't get there, but it will be more difficult in their challenge to get there.
So Crofton will want to prevent that from happening, prevent the Barbados team from winning. Bad delivery, swung away for 4. Going down the onside, the experienced Kaisia Knight has helped it through a long leg down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and what also too will be interesting, Gary, going forward, as you indicated to our viewers, that this West Indies women will be touring later this year. So their preparation going into the tour too, it's going to be very important what they would be doing in terms of their preparation process. We would not know. We could try and find out.
So wide delivery on the ball has been signaled by the umpire. Towards wide outside the off stump. So no ball has been signaled. Maybe she's caught in the return crease. We don't have the benefit of the replay to determine whether it was a front foot no ball or whether she was caught in the return crease. But it is a no ball has been signaled by the umpire. So it will be a free hit. And he's swung away over back of the square for 4 runs. And so the captain, Kaisia Knight, making full use of that free hit, swung it down through the back of the square area for 4.
And that is what teams must capitalize on. When those bonuses are given, like free hits and so forth, make use of them. And Barbados making good use of that one, hitting it into the mid-wicket boundary on the western side of the ground here at Connery. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So they're going at a good current run rate. They are over 4 runs, and that is good. The board reads 247 balls to get 194, 193. You know, and
so delivery on the off stump to bring up the end of over number 9, 41 for 2.
yeah, so Barbados do on the other hand in chasing the total of 234. Once they don't suck up too many dot deliveries and they can exchange the strike by getting the 1s and the 2s, and when loose deliveries like that one in that previous over presents itself, that they make good execution and get either 6 or 4s, but on that occasion that was a 4. Well, this is going to turn out to be an interesting contest, and we will get some updates at the other matches taken around. Remember, and this is the last round of all the 3 matches playing at different grounds: St. Paul's Recreation Ground, Warner Park International Stadium, and right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. A good game on hand here, Gary.
So Jamila Glasgow will continue from that far end. She has bowled 4 overs, as she's now in her 5th over. And getting the ball on the off stump. You can see she's searching. Get the ball up on the off stump, looking for the Yorker. But that was offline. Taken behind by the keeper.
Well, if she's looking for the Yorker, that will be a good intention, because we saw she got the first wicket with a beauty. It was rocking back the off stump. So let us see if she'll strive to repeat that same delivery.
So bad delivery, swung away, down towards backward square. Good run, long run for fielder coming across to her left, down at backward square, and they were able to get 3 runs. So 3 runs to tonight. Is it 3 runs they got or 2? 3 runs. So with those 3 runs, the total has gone on to 44 in over number 10.
And Guyana now has 67 for the loss of 4 wickets. So they're in pursuit of overhauling the 72 runs where Jamaica was all out for. 6 wickets in hand.
So good delivery. Kaita Knight was in behind it.
Trinidad and Tobago 72 for 2, chasing 151 against the Leeward Islands. So that appears to be a good going there by Trinidad and Tobago.
So wide outside the off stump and pushes into the offside down to Noel at cover point. There is no chance of a run.
Well, Knight is looking a good batter. She's left-handed and plays with the straight bat, using her shot selection quite appropriate.
So Glasgow will continue from that far end. Ooh, and no ball. Should be signal, no ball. She got bat on it. And got it down towards the 3rd man area for 4. It was full delivery. But the batter did well. That's Knight. And he got it over. We first to put a bean and down towards the boundary for 4. So free hit will be coming up. So those 5 runs, the total has gone on to 49 for 2 in over number 10.
Yeah, and Barbados current run rate 507. So and now having a free hit, we will have to wait and see what would they get off of this free hit. It is rare that any batter will get run out off of a free hit.
Playing it in the air over mid-off. Mid-off has some running to do, but she will pull it back and they will just get 2 runs. So with those 2 runs, 50 for Barbados coming up in over number 10, 51 for 2.
Yeah, and thus far, well played 50, even though losing 2 wickets. They're above the required run rate and at least some 7 runs or thereabout in so far in this over. So quite a productive over for Barbados thus far.
So Knight in the game versus the Leewards, where they won by 5 wickets. Knight made 42 from 54 balls. And Kishona Knight was 88 not out. Aline made 59. So at Connery over number 10 has been completed, 51 for 2.
Yes, and over 5 runs is the current run rate for Barbados. So all they will have to do now, Barbados, from here on in, even though it can be a difference, because a spinner who has been successful in Joseph is now coming on from the media center end. She's left arm orthodox spinner. Afi Joseph is just getting the various fielders in the various positions. 240 legal balls, and really the Barbados, if they calculate it and use their shot selection appropriately. But on the other hand, we have not seen at this ground, and Gary, I'm subject to correction, and did anyone get a hat trick in any match here?
No. So Windwards would want to continue to pick up wickets. The Leewards would have to pick up 8 wickets quickly if they are to stay second from the bottom. But the way things are looking, the Leewards will end up at the bottom of the table. So Joseph has been brought into the attack. So she replaces Crafton from the media center end. So it's 51 for 2 in at the start of over number 10. So from the look of things, Guyana will end up in second spot because they came into this last round of matches on 13 points. So 13 and 4, that's 17. And unless they can, I don't think they're scoring in excess of 4.4 runs per over to pick up 2 batting points. So Guyana will end up in second spot. Whether or not, well, Barbados would have, well, if Barbados win, then they will go to second, right? So if Barbados still has a chance to come second, but for now, if Windwards win, Guyana will come second. If Barbados win, then they will remain in second spot. So Joseph is in a first over from the media center end. 4 deliveries have been delivered. I've not seen a run scored by the Barbados team. Calendar, who is in 4 from 14, she's facing up to Joseph. So she plays a delivery into the offside. No chance of a run. So I've seen these two came together at 27. So nice little partnership. Good flowing drive goes down to extra cover, where Jamila Glasgow is in the way. She feels over is completed. It is 51 for 2 after 11.
Yes, and a good start by Joseph, the left-arm orthodox spinner, completing her first over, which was a maiden. So she should be feeling very confident that she has found that good line and length. Did not give anything away in that particular over. But Afi Fletcher is going to come on from the preschool end, the southern end, or the far end of this ground here at the Connery Cricket Center. She's a right armer who also bowl leg break and googlies. So she's going to come into the attack to look to break this partnership and make further inroads for her team, Afi Fletcher.
So the captain, who made 72 when the wind was battered, is now coming into the attack from the far end. She replaces Jamila Glasgow from that far end, or the preschool end. So the Stunners come back out here at Connery. So after 5 rounds of matches, this is the final game. Then we'll have the T20 Blaze starting on Sunday at Warner Park. So Fletcher will want to break this partnership of some 24 runs so far. And Kishona Knight, or Kaisia Knight, would want to stay there. And she made 42 against the Leewards. You want to know, she's now on 33 from 29, so scoring in excess of 100. A run per ball, more than a run per ball. And she's looking good. She has pushed it down to cover. No chance of a run, so they want to continue to play a captain's inning. And Afi Fletcher, so it's captain to captain. Afi Fletcher bowling to the left-handed Kaisia Knight. And so Knight would want to stay there and play long innings and take her team home. So Fletcher will continue from that far end. Flighted and beaten outside the off stump. The ball spun away as the left-hander was coming onto the front foot, taken behind by the keeper. So that was the one that went the other way. So the googly from Afi Fletcher. And she's playing and beating outside the off stump again. Another good delivery. So those two deliveries from Fletcher created some issues for the captain of the Barbados team. First one spun away from the left-hander, and the second one just held its own and went through. Not taken cleanly by the keeper. Too wide outside the off stump to tempt the experienced knight. So the over is completed. Over number 12, 51 for 2.
Well, these two have a task on hand for Barbados if they should get to the total, but some 230 legal deliveries to be bowled, 183 runs, 2 wickets down already. So, but Joseph first over was a maiden, the left arm orthodox spinner, and she has consistently been a good bowler, sporting the number 73 on the back of her jersey.
So she will be bowling to Calendar. I might have played just inside the line of that delivery from Joseph. Joseph is in a second over. I say Joseph was amongst the wickets. She got the most wickets. And so she will want to pick up some wickets in this last game. And the Davis Calendar looking to force the delivery a bit too close for that shot, taken behind by the keeper.
She's getting some nice bounce and spin out of the surface, and really has held her own so long.
And this was more on the stumps, and the batter Calendar just came onto the front foot and pushed it easily down into the offside. So Joseph is in the middle of another tight over. That's in a second over. She has not conceded a run as yet. This time she will concede a run as fielder comes in off the boundary and sends it to the keeper. So one more to the total. It has gone on to 52. And Joseph has conceded 1 run, if her first one in a second over. 52 for 2. Joseph now will go around the wicket to Knight. She's driving. We'll get a single down to Etienne. So a bit deep at mid-off. Was able to go through for a single to bring up the end of over number 13. It is 53 for 2.
Yeah, and that was nice call in by the batter, because the ball was played behind the non-striker's back, and she did call early, knowing that the ball can reach her end quicker than her partner, and well-judged single. So these two going along quite nicely, and 222 legal balls to be bowled, and just about 180 or 181. Yes, 181 more runs needed, which is a huge asking for Barbados.
So Fletcher will continue from that far end. Lovely shot by Kaisia Knight, and she will get a boundary, floated up outside the off stump, and she came onto the front foot and drove it through extra cover for 4.
Yes, and the Knight is very impressive, and she has not been exhibiting the norm with a lot of batters. You have equal time to wait on a spinner's delivery to play defensive. You have equal time to take just one simple little chip, and she did so, and bisecting cover and mid-off and earning 4 runs.
So with that 4, she has gone on to 38. Another flighty delivery. Swept away. Down towards long leg. It will go into the boundary for 4. Bad line delivery from the captain of the Windward team. And the captain of Barbados team just swung it away down towards long leg for 4.
Yes, 221 balls to get 177 runs. This has been a very productive over for Barbados thus far, getting 2 boundaries. And once they keep that acceleration by boundaries, they're in a good state, Barbados.
This time it's wide outside off thumb through Zeta James. And they will get 2 runs or 1. They should have gone back for the second one because James had to run all the way down 3/4 of the way to the backward point boundary, but they settled for a single. So with the single, the total has gone on to 62 for towing over number 14.
Well, they are close to the required run rate. 459 is the current run rate. 471 is the required run rate. So Barbados on par, losing 2 wickets. But a lot depends on how far this partnership goes for Barbados. Then we can start seeing a different transition in terms of the match outcome. But that is still far away.
Calendar is playing it down to extra cover. You still have Kishona Knight. She made 88 against the Leewards at Warner Park. She has been getting amongst the runs for Barbados over the years. On the onside looking to sweep, taken on the pad. There's an appeal. Question asked of umpire Daniel at the far end. She's not interested, so she was looking to make use of the vacant area behind backward of square because there's a fielder at forward of square on the fence and there was no one to her right. And she had gotten it behind square, could have gotten 4. Flighted and it's driving. Goes down to extra cover to bring up the end of the over. 62 for 2 Barbados.
Yes, and we're having a very good contest here at the Connery Cricket Centre between Barbados and the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands won the toss this morning here against Barbados, and they put on a good total, 234, and now here are they defending it, but Barbados off to a good start. Even though losing 2 wickets, they are now 62 for 2, so they're keeping very close towards the required run rate, and the longer this partnership goes for Barbados, they will be in a better position in trying to overhaul the 234 runs.
So Joseph, who got the most wickets last year, 16. And the chance of a run out as Calendar was going for a non-existent single. The captain was not interested. He went down towards backward of point. Looks like Zeta James was running across to her right. Flighted, and Knight is onto the front foot. So Joseph will want to end the season on a high by picking up some wickets, maybe picking up a 5-er. They've only seen 1 5-wicket haul so far for the season. And Joseph has not been amongst the wickets. We'll try and get her best bowling figures for this year for you in just a minute. She goes around the wicket. So it goes into the offside. They of course saw 1. They're going to come back for a second run as Zeta James send the return on the bounce to the keeper. Keeper Fontaine. So 2 more runs to the total, 64 for 2. Joseph Bowler flighted the delivery, and she's just playing it around the corner, and they will get 2 more easy runs. So Joseph against Trinidad and Tobago had 1 for 18 from her 10 overs. And she's now bowling her 3rd over here at Connery. None for 6. She'll be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Knight. Flatter, faster, swung away down towards backward square. And they only ambled through for the first one. The feeling was not clean bit of feeling by the fielder down on the boundary. But the over is completed. And also the drinks break is now upon us. So at drinks, the Barbados team in search of 234 for victory. They are 67 for 2. We'll take the short break and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Connery Cricket Center. As we greet those of you who might be joining the view here, 67 for 2 Barbados. They're chasing 234 for victory. As I say, a pleasant good afternoon to Lady Salman. So,
Good afternoon to you.
good
as well.
afternoon. Yours truly, Victor Eddy, former Leeward Islands, Combined Islands cricketer of the era of one of your great fast bowlers and one of my heroes in cricket, the late Malcolm Marshall. I was very fond of him, even though we were opponents, we were not enemies. And he was a great guy, very great guy. So welcome to Connery.
Thank you, Victor.
Yes, and Knight, it looked like it bounced before he got to first slip, but Barbados would need that type of luck going their way too. But this partnership is very important in terms of they in pursuit of 234 runs to get for victory.
Yeah, they wouldn't want to lose any more wickets too soon. Of course, they still have the experience of Kaishona Knight and Elia Alin to come, but this will be a very important partnership.
And that's right, you're so right. Once you are in, stay in, and there is no need for anything out of the extraordinary, and we'll just have to wait and see how they continue this partnership.
It will be a challenge, in particular for the young Asabi Calendar, facing the respin of Afi Fletcher. Especially because Fletcher is able to bowl the wrong one as well. So she will be able to challenge both edges of the bat. There is a slip in waiting. And she's so clever, Afi. She just ain't no two leg spinners. I just wonder if she's going to follow up with the googly.
Yes, and it is a good over by Afi Fletcher. And as you quite know, Selman, that it is very challenging because it is more difficult of the art for spinners when you're bowling leg breaks and googlies from the back of the hand, whether you're left and right. And if they strike the length immediately, then they can be a different proposition than if they don't. Well, this combination is not a bad one, a left arm orthodox spinner and the wrist spinner is herself. But these two, and Knight is looking very good. I'm very impressed for what I'm seeing with her.
Yeah, just one away from a third half century in this year's CJ United Super 50 Cup. Casey and Knight. First year, she's leading the Barbados side, and she's done a very good job with the bat in particular.
Well, and that is a good example when you are the captain to lead from in front, and she has done so excellently thus far. And well, this is the final match of the Super 50 series.
Yeah, no Haley Matthews in this Barbados side. So she knew she would have a big job on her hands, Casey and Knight. Most runs last year in the T20 Blades. Her sister Kaishona Knight actually got most runs in the Super 50 competition last year.
Well, she's consolidating nicely, and once the batters can support each other, it's a very good thing. Well, what I like about that run in that they ran the first one quickly. And when the ball go into the deep areas of the field, that is very important because, as you know, many times the fielders will just at times slightly take their eyes off the ball.
And that single brought up Casey's third 50 of just 51 deliveries. So very healthy straight rate as well.
And as you know, better than many, that once you do not suck up too many dot balls, and that has been an area of concern, both women and men, in the shorter version of the game. It is a disadvantage in many ways. Sometimes when you cannot get the boundaries, you have to look to see if you can play with soft hands and get the ones and the twos.
Completely agree. That was the end of the 17th over. Barbados women 69 for 2. And it will be Zeta James replacing her captain, Afi Fletcher, from the far end.
So, if you were in the Barbados dressing room, what would be your instructions to the batters who are to go in at this particular time of the game, the score, and what is required?
Well, the required rate is only around 5 and over. So Barbados women are well in control of this chase.
And that is a very good answer. In truth, the two batters now especially, and Knight, the captain, as you out there, and very well played half century. But both of them would be fully aware what is the required rate, no indiscretions, and they wait for the loose deliveries if they present themselves. And they're in a good position, Barbados, that is.
Yeah, you want to keep things simple, keep rotating it straight, and then capitalize on whatever bad deliveries are offered up.
Because also too, in exchanging the strike, even more so when there is a left hand and a right hand at the crease, as it is now, and as you know, bowlers would have to adjust the different lines to the different type of batters.
Good calling by Casey and Knight. Realizing that the fielder at sharp mid wicket was deep and calling the Sabi calendar over for a single. So very good communication and leadership being shown by Captain Knight. Realizing also that Asabi calendar, she's struggling to get off the strike. 6 from 31 deliveries, no calendar. But she's been in for some time, so she needs to continue to bat and carry on.
And we would like to see more consistency when batters get starts, if they can carry on, and should be able to carry on, because most of the times the first 50 is more challenging than the second one. On many occasions too, the leading scorer in a partnership not necessarily should take the majority of the strike, but the other person must not suck up too many dot balls. At least, keep exchanging the strike, and that will continue to build a healthy partnership.
Optimistic appeal to end the 18th over. Barbados women now 72 for 2.
And one of the things I'm looking at, in terms of the legal deliveries which are to be bowled and the required runs to be had, there is no need for anything out of the extraordinary in terms of the shot selection at this particular moment. Probably you might have a different view.
I completely agree with you. I did mention that they're well in control of this chase, needed 162 runs from 192 legal deliveries. And what's going to be key is how long Knight in particular stays at the wicket. It's important that there's a senior player to accompany whatever juniors come. And as long as Barbados does not lose too many wickets, they should win this game quite easily.
Well, Knight also to being the captain, and as you quite rightly have gotten another or her third half century of this tournament, it's obvious that she should know that she will have to bat very deep into the innings. So we will just have to wait and see.
And what a first delivery to get from Amaya Gilbert. Full toss, and this time Knight is able to capitalize, and she hits it all the way over the square leg boundary for a maximum 50 partnership coming up with that 6 as well.
Well, and that is very good. Partnerships are very good when you're in pursuit of a total over 200. And Barbados have proven, the batters have proven themselves, because in previous encounters, I think they had to go for over 200 in 2 previous games, and now this is the 3rd one. So it is showing some. Okay, more runs. It's going to get close to the wide long off boundary. Would it cross the boundary? We'll have to wait and see. Good save. And they're going to come back for 3 runs. So that also too is very important, as we've been saying, when the ball going to deep areas, run the first one quickly. So in that sense, they got 3 runs quite easily in the end.
Yeah, very good running by those two. Well placed by Casey Knight again. Another full toss, this one a bit lower. But she stroked that one along the ground between the fielder extra cover and mid off. Brings Canada into the straight. Three fielders in the deep on the leg side. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on. And a deep cover on the offside. Now, even though Canada has only contributed 6 runs, This has been a very important knock by her. Barbados couldn't afford to lose 2 wickets in quick succession. Her 3, in fact, because coming back, she didn't last too long herself. So she spent time, and that was key to what Barbados required. At the end of 19 overs, Barbados 82 for 2.
Yes, and with 189 legal deliveries to be bowled, and I think it's just about 154 runs or so, 152 more runs. So you're even right, Lady Selman, whereby the supporting role in the partnership is what is relevant. It is not how many she has as supporting her captain. But it is also important if she can just keep exchanging it and at the same time, get off the strike and let Knight come back into strike.
Yeah, she's played some pretty good shots, Calendar, but she's picked out the fielder on a number of occasions. You would expect that after 37 deliveries, no, she would be able to find the gap and rotate the strike a lot more easier. And as I say that, it looks as though she's taken that short mid-wicket. A good diving catch by Janelia Glasgow off the bowling of Zeta James. She has to go for 7 runs. 7 runs of an important 37 deliveries, but she would be disappointed that she got a start and then she gave it up so tamely.
Yes, and it was a delivery which was short and really should have made better use of it, but in the end it was a good catch at short mid-wicket whereby the fielder went down low, so the partnership has been broken. But she has contributed in that sense. Yes, she had a high percentage of balls which she didn't score off, but the more important thing was that Knight and the captain, who is more in stride and has been in good form and maintaining it up to this final encounter in the Super 50, then it means then, Lady Selman, that the other batters who are coming in will just have to play that supportive role but do not suck up too many dot balls.
She seems to be hanging around waiting for the final decision, Calendar. I think she was given initially. Yeah, now she seems to be leaving the field. So she is out, and Barbados women now 82 for 3.
Well, if I was in the Barbados thought at this particular moment what the instructions would be to the other batters, and especially this one coming in. Yes, you go in, you don't just block and block to support your captain, but at the same time, just try to keep exchange the strike when you get an opportunity to do so. But and I'm agreeing with you, Lady Selman, Barbados should really overhaul this total if they calculate it just as you have said, because you have assessed it quite appropriately, and I think that is the way that they should be going about the remainder of the innings.
Yeah, it will be Kaishona Knight on the back of a half century, who will join her sister Kaisia Knight at the crease. So it will be 2 left-handers, no. An interesting decision by the Barbados side to send another left-hander.
Why would you say that? Why would you think it's more appropriate for a next left-hander to come than not a right and left-hand combination? You'll have your views. You're very astute.
Well, I'm not sure yet if it's more appropriate. There is the right-handed Aliyah Aline, who is who scored a half century last game as well. But Kaishona Knight has been batting before Aliyah Aline for this tournament so far. And we did mention that she got the most runs in last year's CG United Super 50 Cup. And she batted at 4 in that tournament.
Well, these two, not just as sisters but as players, they will also understand each other well. And once the running can consistently be good and call in, because Trinidad and Tobago, they had huge issues with their communication issues, that's the batters. And Usually you should be consistently saying either come or wait, but don't cross or mix up the words, because sometimes that can becomes very confusing in partnerships. But I think Barbados right now, they're in a good position. Only if a night goes back.
Kaishana Knight off the mark with a single to the fielder who was just sent back to deep cover for the final delivery. So 1 run and a wicket from the 20th over. Barbados women 83 for 3.
Yes, and the captain Knight for Barbados here, she fully understands the situation and knows that she bowlers, if they're going to get her out, they will have to defeat her with good deliveries and not she giving away her hand, because I do not know how she'll cope when she get back over to the Barbados hut if she does so. But a good game on hand here.
It will be the off spin of Amaya Gilbert to continue. So there are a number of things to consider, or at least that the Barbados coaches should have considered when sending Kaishana Knight. It looks to have been low enough. No signal from the square leg umpire. But another full toss to start the over by Gilbert. Now this Windward side, they have lots of bowling options. But 3 of their spinners turn the ball into the left-handers. Just the 1 off spinner in Gilbert. So perhaps this is the reason they decided to go with another left-hander, thinking that the 3 spinners, 2 left-arm orthodox spinners, and Afi Fletcher, the wrist spinner, are perhaps the more dangerous bowlers. So they're trying to negate their impact. That one stroked along the carpet into the boundary. And it's the first boundary for Kaishana Knight. But boy, she looks as though she's been there from ball 1.
Yes, and it was nicely timed. She didn't place her emphasis on power. It was just sheer timing, and a good way to, when you're just gone to the crease, to really try to time the ball properly, and she did so excellently and earned 4 runs. So that will elevate her confidence.
Certainly will. Gilbert just over pitching again. 2 fielders, no extra cover. So Fletcher just strengthening that offside field, but keeping all the fielders in the circle on the off.
What I like to see with the inner rings is when they can keep the batsmen restricted and keep it tight in that area. Sometimes it just creates more challenges for the batters.
All is for 2. It should be 2 easy runs to finish the 21st. 91 for 3.
Yeah, and really going along nicely, and Casey has started nicely along with her assistant captain, and they're going to have a mid-pitch conversation now, which is very necessary, that they can assess what is required, what is necessary, what is not necessary, and that is also, Lady Selma, a high agenda for the teams batting, whereby no indiscretions and just keep exchanging the strike. The loose deliveries will come when they come. Make valuable use of them by getting either 4s or 6s.
Zeta James will continue from the far end. Gilbert no gone for 18 from 2 overs. So it will be interesting to see if Fletcher persists with her.
That's something I always like to see, that the call in early and the communication so far in this innings for Barbados has been spot on. That's very, very good.
Yeah, being between these two will understand each other better than anyone else. Fielder from cover comes into the circle. So too does the fielder from deep backward square. It's a very attacking captaincy from Fletcher. Saying that this is the moment, this is the opportunity she has to seize if they're going to get on top and defeat the Barbados team.
And also to the inner ring, they on the offside, keeping it tight. So that is also a very good sign. But you're right that this particular moment of the game will be the bigger decider.
Wade, so they stump, spoiling the over. Just one run before that. Still a very tidy over. Just 2 runs from it. One run off the back and the wide. So 93 for 3 now after 22.
Yes, and for the matches that Gary and myself witnessed here at Connery, where we've been stationed for this particular tournament, we have seen a high percentage of wides from all the teams and no balls. So the coaches and coaching staff, they will have their work cut out on the areas where they would realize that teams can be improved and go and work on those particular areas. But also to everyone would have a responsibility.
It has been quite disappointing, the number of no balls in particular that have been sent down by the majority of teams. Front foot no balls, high full tosses. And it is going to be an area of concern for those in charge of these girls.
Well, we know it's not just the girls, but also there is a high percentage of dot balls. And that can also come into the equation in terms of which way the results goes. At times.
Another full toss. Just a single to Kaishona Knight. She moves on to 9 from 15 deliveries. Gilbert has sent down a number of full tosses and only halfway into her 3rd over so far. And she just seems to be not completing her action every time. She's trying to go full, trying to extract some type of turn. And she gets a wicket. And she was trying to bowl full and induce a drive. And it's a lofty drive by Kaisia Knight, the fielder in. Lots of celebration as always from Kiana Joseph. And she takes a sitter at extra cover. Gilbert gets her first. Kaisia Knight, the informed batter and the one in, goes for 64 from 61 deliveries. Barbados, no, perhaps in a spot of bother at 95 for 4.
Well, and a very valuable wicket, and quite rightly said there in truth, because Captain Knight was in and she was looking well, and she makes her way back. But we can see that the bowler was really trying to flight and spin the ball. She got that one well flighted, and it might have just had some spin on it, and short extra cover pulling the catch. So now we're going to have 2 relatively new batters at the crease. They can also compile another partnership, but it's going to be very challenging. But at the same time, though, if they can just not suck up too many dot balls and keep exchanging the strike, obviously they would get some loose deliveries and they'll have to make use of it. But well played innings by Knight, but could we see in a different transition now in the complex of this encounter between these two teams?
And it will be Aaliyah Aline right-handed West Indies player who will be coming to the crease. She is coming off the back of a crucial half-century against the Leeward Islands side, in which these two pretty much saved the Barbados team when they were staring down their straits. But credit must be given to Afi Fletcher for persisting with an attacking field, even though Kaisia Knight was already on 60. It's very good captaincy and a good bit of bowling by Gilbert on that occasion. Well flighted, but this time she was able to lure Knight into a lofted drive, and she's rewarded for it. What a way to get off the mark. Such confidence in that stroke down the pitch, giving herself enough room and driving that one along the floor, through the cover region and into the boundary. Aline off the mark with a 4. Barbados now 99 for 4 at the end of 23. Some adjustments being made to the field. It's just 2 fielders in the deep cover and deep mid wicket. Zeta James at the start of her 4th over. She has returns of 1 for 6. James just seems to be getting a little bit of turn back into the left-handed Kaishona Knight. She's well supported by the field set where Captain Fletcher. 5 on the leg side, 4 on the off. It's just asking her to continue to attack the stumps, Fletcher. It's a maiden over sent down by Zeta James. So Barbados remain on 99 for 4 at the end of 24.
Yes, and I also realize, at least for the matches that we were here and witnessing in this Super 50, that spin bowlers have been the dominant factor of the bowling contingent of the matches that played here. I do not know if it was a comprehensive package where spinners have dominated in this particular tournament.
Yeah, and spinners do dominate in these regional tournaments, men and women. And it's because of the inability to face slow bowling. And I was very precise with that word, choosing to say slow bowling and not spin bowling, because we haven't seen the ball turning too much in this tournament. But because we've not seen enough batters do what Aaliyah Allen has done since she's gotten into the crease, she isn't afraid to use her feet, and she's given herself room to open up the offside on a few occasions. So we haven't seen enough batters confident enough to use their feet, use the crease when playing slower bowlers. And it's a worrying factor for both the male and female sides from the Caribbean.
Yet we'll wait and see that possibly. Let us see if there's any signal from the umpire first of all. Okay, bye. So there was some excitement. It might have been probably for a stumping chance, they might have thought. But you're right. The women and men, it's been an issue. And I'm supportive of that point too. And I recognize if a batter or batsman have enough time to wait on the ball from a spinner, they have equal time to take a chip, but you have to have that level of confidence in doing so. And you're right in that sense, whereby that is one of the main reasons why spin has been, or slow bowlers, been more successful now.
Lots of action, but just a single resulting. Fletcher perhaps should have done better. And it was a mis-stumping by Ernisha Fontaine behind the stumps. So Kaishana Knight given a life on 9. Just how crucial will that be?
Well, and how much, yeah, that's how costly it will be for the Windward Islands. Well, they would hope it would not extend to be costly, the Windward Islands, but at the same time, though, it can end up to be so.
Good confidence being shown by Knight after being mis-stumped to use her feet again. I'll remind viewers, and perhaps many of you missed the last game when Barbados played against Leeward. Kaishana Knight should have been given out, run out before she got to 20. She ended up making 88 not out and taking Barbados over the line. So it will be interesting to see if that chance allows Barbados to get over the line once more.
Well, that is a very good example because some folks will say lightning don't strike twice, but it might happen on this occasion. Well, and more runs for Barbados, getting it out into the deep extra cover area where a fielder has been placed, comes off the boundary, but could not prevent the batters from getting another run. So let us see what the equation is now, whereby well, Barbados have already achieved the 100. They need now 104. It is 6 wickets here in hand, 104 for 4. 130 more runs, 150 legal deliveries, 6 wickets in hands. Your thoughts now, and what should be the general approach by Barbados batters if they should overhaul this total?
They have to do much of what they did last game. Take the game as deep as possible. These two batters, they would know that there's not much behind left in that dugout. There isn't any experience behind left at all. Shaminia Connell is experienced, but she's not selected as a batter. Alyssa Canterbury has not come to the party as yet for the Barbados side. So they know if they're going to get over the line, these two are going to have to do the bulk of the scoring.
And one of the things to Selman is that when your batters come to the crease, it usually takes a little time to get settled in and get their rhythm. So it is sense and good analysis there by her. She is very good in her assessment. Truly appreciate that. And that's the thing too, whereby here are the batters coming together just after the over, looking at the scoreboard, discussing the situation. I would like to believe.
Perhaps they're discussing what they're going to have for dinner later.
That's a nice humorous part of it, and we can't take everything too serious, so I truly appreciate that side of it. We could never tell, but more so on the game itself, though, I think they would be weighing the situation that 6 wickets are in hand. How many more runs required? 125 from 144 balls. So the legal balls to be bowled is of a high percentage too in terms of what is required of the runs. So if they calculate it nicely and the shot selection is spot on, game on.
Fletcher for the first time from the media center aim. And she will be seen as the most potent threat in this Windward Islands bowling lineup. With all her experience and the fact that she is a very good wrist spinner. I rate her very highly, Fletcher. So this is a very good move by her. Her captaincy has been very good all day and perhaps all tournament as well.
Yes, she's a very good spinner and good captaincy, quite rightly in truth, and putting the feelers in the appropriate positions. And these two would have to redeem the Barbados innings in the sense of building a partnership, which would add more pressure to the Windward Islands.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how these two batters play Fletcher in particular. They have to be more calculated against her. Field on the boundary does well, keeps it down to 1 run.
Well, and even so too, the ball struck into the deep. The fielder on the deep mid-wicket had to go into a square leg area, but I believe a little more purposeful eventualities in taking the first run quickly, they might have had an opportunity, but in the end it was safe. They got 1 run.
Very clever by Aliyah Anning, and it should be 2 good running by her as well. 2 easy runs added.
Well, that was much better running there. They ran the first one quickly, and I have seen a lot of talent in the women's cricket, this particular area where we had an opportunity to see the players, and they can only get better as the game goes on.
A bit of anticipation by Glasgow. Pace is going to be key when Fletcher is bowling to Aline in particular. I think she's been a bit too flat at Aline so far. A bit too short, allowing her to play her from the back foot. Ooh. Whoa, what did that hit?
Some footholds outside the house. Well, probably it might have been the googly too, but bias now signaled by the umpire, but more runs to the total, and Barbados will welcome them in any form or fashion. Well, they all go to the total. But at the same time, though, at this particular point, Barbados, I don't think they are under extreme pressure in that they have more legal deliveries than what runs is required. So there we go. They will have to calculate their shot selection appropriately, but more so if they can build another partnership. But on the other hand, if the Windward Islands have 2 new batters coming at the crease with 2 quick wickets, well, a different picture. It's obvious, yes, it's gone out into the deep, and Mafila guys on there. But sometimes just when you look more purposeful running the first one, sometimes fielders tend to take their eyes off the ball and you might get extra runs, but that was not the case on that instance. Well, Barbados going along nicely, the Windwards looking for more wickets.
Another way added to the total. Too straight on that occasion by James, failing to adjust, forgive me, to the right-handed batter.
How many wides conceded so far, scorers in this inning so far, please? 8. Thank you.
Three fielders in the deep cover, long off, deep mid wicket. So keeping the pressure on Kaishona Knight, and it's very brave captaincy by Fletcher to keep that mid on in the circle with James spinning the ball into the left-handed batter.
You see, that is the type of pressure that is built. If the fielder was right back on the boundary, he's a single. So now that is suggesting possibly to the batter, take the chance by trying to clear the field, and then she might just miscue it. Not saying that will be her choice.
Good running again. Come back for 2 on the arm of the fielder, Pearl Etienne. Now hitting the left hand spinner over mid-on should be the easier shot. The Knight just hasn't found her rhythm as yet. 14 from 31 deliveries. Barbados 120 for 4.
Yes, and really 6 wickets are in hand. We have a good game on hand here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and we will find out what is the position between the two teams who are trying to avoid being at the bottom of the table. That is the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Well, here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and we have 151 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago, so they would have won. So the Leeward Islands will hold on to bottom of the table in this Super 50 series. And here is another run by Barbados, so going along nicely. So Trinidad getting their first win in the tournament, and they're just second from the bottom. The Leeward Islands are at rock bottom.
Trinidad and Tobago will be disappointed with their overall performance this year, but they will be pleased that at least they have not finished at the bottom of the table. Another wide signal by the umpire.
Well, I can understand, especially from a wrist spinner, which is more difficult in the art to have the control right away. But in any sense, still, as an experienced bowler as she is, that one looked like the googly, and many experts would tell you that if it's a right arm wrist spinner, when the googly is going to bowl, let us see if the left shoulder from Afi Fletcher will actually drop. Yes, it did on that occasion, but hammered away. Would it go for 4? A fielder coming around?
Does well, Glasgow running to her right from deep mid wicket. The field employed by Fletcher to the left-hander would have suggested that she's looking to bore more googlies to her. 5 on the off, 4 on the leg. 6-3 offside field to the right-handed batter. So we can expect to see more like breaks being sent down to Aline. Still maintain.
Yeah, well, Avi Fletcher will have to really... She is the one who can change the complex of this outcome. with her experience as a top-class bowler.
And I was just about to say, still maintain she's been a bit too flat and a bit too short at Aline. That last delivery was a lot better, a lot straighter, a bit more flight. There she goes again. That's the area she has to stay in when she's bowling at Aline. And she will know Aline very well. Both of them play for the West Indies senior team. The end of a tidy over. 29 overs completed. 1, 2, 3 for 4.
Well, you yourself, you have seen a lot of encounters in this tournament, and you will have your areas of concerns where you would like to see a lot much more improvement from all the teams in this tournament. So probably you might just like to highlight one or two.
And the biggest concern for me continues to be the batting. The inability to score in excess of 250 runs. And we've seen the standard of cricket globally. And we know that if we are going to compete with the best teams in the world, we need to see our West Indian women being able to surpass 250 runs at the very least. These teams are surpassing 300. Australia, India, South Africa, even South Africa. And remember years ago when the West Indian team normally easily dominated that South African team.
Oh my, and here comes another bonus to the batting team, and this has been a big pattern, at least here at the Connery Cricket Centre. We have seen a very high percentage of wides from all the teams.
And here's Kiana Joseph back into the attack.
Oh, I would like to believe you will have an idea as to when West Indies women are going on a tour, and obviously sometime later in the year they will be touring. What is the preparation process of the camp when the 15 or 16 has been selected? Would you have any ideas as to how they go about their preparation preceding a tour, like what they may have?
Now we must commend Cricket West Indies for the number of camps these ladies have been involved in since winning that 2016 World Cup. And it is disappointing that the number of camps have increased, but the standard of cricket has seemed to drop since winning that World Cup. It's a very interesting one, and I'm still trying to understand why something like that will happen, because they're training more. And I suppose the problem perhaps is that they're still not playing enough competitive cricket. So it's quite easy to be in the nets amongst each other. But it's very different when you have to play in the middle, when you step into the middle. Now, I'm not so sure what's happening now. We, of course, know there is a new coach, Shane Deeks. He's only been in the job for about 6 months. So we're yet to see what will happen, and we have to give him time.
One of the important things, of the many important things you just said just now, really, in the preparation process, not just being in the nets or in camp, it might be good if they can have 1 or 2 good matches against some sort of outstanding team in international cricket before proceeding that. But we know that with that will come with a cost. But in terms of the umpires going out psychologically, that also is different, whereby you're in a match environment and not just the nets. Nothing is wrong with the nets, actually.
Should have been 2 runs. Fielder had to move to her right and also fell to the ground. But just 1 run to complete the 30th over. Barbados 126 for 4.
But you're right. The nets just would not do all the appropriate necessities in preparation going into a tour. Match practice itself, when the umpires walk out and batters walk out and field is set, it's a different thing psychologically. But once you can get into the match environment, it would be very resourceful, and I think it would help the cause much more appropriate.
Well, we can only hope that we will see improvements now that ICC has mandated that teams have to play home and away series. So West Indies will play more games against teams like Australia, which can only bode well for these young ladies.
But the other thing, as you mentioned Australia, and I'm glad you brought that point up there about Australia. The nature of the pitches in Australia is a total different transition to what we play on. Yeah, some folks will tell you that players supposed to be able to adjust. Yes, you should be able to adjust, but it's going to be a greater challenge. But here is more runs for Barbados. Just one run being struck down to the deep, so advances their cause even more. But with the nature of the surfaces being much quicker than what we're accustomed of playing out here in the West Indies, that adjustment will be of a great challenge. Challenges for our batters.
Yeah, I agree, but it should be just the same amount of challenge. Dropped. And it should have been held. And it looks like it is Homer. Extra cover. Who's put down Aliyah Aline. So Fletcher is doubly disappointed. Her hands were in her hips the ball before because she felt as though the fielder at the boundary should have made a better effort to catch Kaishana Knight. Following delivery, put down. Then there's the frustration. A wide. So rubbing salt into the wounds now.
So you don't think that the nature of the surfaces would make a big difference for the West Indian women to adjust?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay.
My point is that when Australia then comes here, it is an adjustment for them as well. But they come to the Caribbean and dominate. So why is it that they're able to adjust and we aren't?
Well, one of the things is possibly and most likely they would have been playing much more cricket and competitive cricket than the West Indian women. So they would have come, even though the nature of the surfaces, yes, in the West Indies would be different, because the volume of cricket that they would have been playing, it is more easier coming out of volume to adjust, even though the nature of the pitches would be different.
So it brings me right back to my point. So the more competitive cricket the ladies play, then the more improvements we can expect. The end of the 31st, 130 for 4. And they do have a very heavily packed schedule, this West Indian team. And again, credit must be given to Cricket West Indies for the investment that they're now putting into the women's game. We've seen the West Indies A team, for the first time, the ladies A team, they played an overseas tour. They played against Pakistan at the end of last year, and they will travel again this year. The under-19 ladies, they have a series against USA planned. They're going to the UK later on in the year. So Cricket West Indies is trying to give these ladies more opportunities to play that competitive cricket, realizing that that is key to their improvement.
Yeah, and they will only get better the more often that they would play, because they will they will be in positions, and what it is, a wide again. The umpires are getting very good exercises, extending those arms. Well, we have to have a little humor. We can't take everything too serious. We can't take everything too serious, and that is what adds flavors to us here. We have to enjoy what we are doing too, and I truly appreciate your presence, and obviously Gary too, as always. It's nice having you here with us, and adding some information where we have learned a lot so far from you, you know, man, and everybody learns from each other. But you're right, you have to be playing more cricket, not just always quantity but quality, and who you are going to oppose before going into a tournament, that can also be integral and help the process much more appropriate. But we'll wait and see. And we are seeing more runs for Barbados. So have you ever betted any monetary exchanges on a cricket match? Are you prepared to take on a bet from me right now?
I'm not allowed to bet. I'm not allowed to bet on cricket games.
Okay, all right.
Setting me up, no.
Well, yeah, I'm not just on your side as a broadcaster, but I'm on your side with that too. I never betted cricket. It is too uncertain. It is really the game of uncertainties. But sometimes there is no uncertainties in certain matches. Here is a loud appeal. She's ferociously appealing and being given out caught at the wicket. Well, I found that the umpire took some time before making the decision, but in the end, the batter will have to go, walking away a bit dejected. But now another wicket going down for Barbados, so more pressure, and at the same time too, the refreshment cart is coming onto the field. We tell you 134 for what, 5 is it? Yeah. Now, so we'll take a short break and then we'll back with play here right after the refreshment cart.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back. So the Windwards continue to pick up wickets at important interval. They have just gotten another wicket. So Joseph getting her first wicket in her 6th over. So the over is completed 134 for 5, so they're 100 runs away. So they need to make another 100 runs from 18 overs.
Quite an interesting moment of play here. Half of the wickets going down for Barbados. 100 runs is what is required from here on in. 108 legal deliveries. So on behalf of the Windward Islands, though, if they can curtail the free hits by the no balls and the wides, then they can be in to be very competitive, defending 233 with the squad. But here is Fletcher.
So Fletcher would want to keep on the pressure. One 134 for 5. So Fletcher flighted, and we've seen a couple of this chance going down in Fletcher's previous over. So you also want to be taking your catches as well. And play this in the air down towards the back of the point area. We'll get 2 runs. As a matter of fact, just a single. They should have been able to come back for a second run because the fielder down on the boundary had lots of running to do across to her left down towards back of the point from extra cover. And they only got a single. So there is the batter going to the dry. That's Canterbury. She's not it off the mark. So 135 for 5 with and Guyana already winning over Jamaica. And they would have gotten a bonus point as well. So they've gotten 5 points from that game. So they will go on to 18 points. So Barbados will, once they win here, they will get 6 points from the game. So they go on to 20. The Windwards, if they win, they will get 6 points. So they go on to 16. So, but if Barbados win, they will get the 2 batting points. And they get a single. So Canterbury is off the mark. She is on 136 for 5 at the end of over number 33.
Yes, a game on here at the Connery Cricket Centre between Barbados and the Windward Islands. 234 for victory. 5 wickets going down for Barbados. And game on here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So, the Leeward Islands did well against Trinidad, sorry. Played well against the Leeward Islands. So, second from bottom of the table.
So Joseph will continue from that far end. So they want to continue to keep the pressure on the dethroned champions Barbados. We know number 34, Joseph, at the start of a 7th over. They will get at least a single, as the fielder had to run down towards the back of the square area. So it's Gilbert. So one more to the total, 137 for 5. Presently going at 4.11. Flighted over toss, and batter will looking to drive into the offside. And so that's Aline. She missed it. Taken behind by the keeper. Joseph 1 for 16 in her 6.2 overs. So she will continue to bowl to Aline. So the batters would have made runs for Barbados. Kishana, the Knight sisters, would have made runs against the Leewards. They're back in the pavilion, and so they're hoping that the other batters can come to the fore and try and win this game for Barbados. But Windwards, I'm sure, they want to keep things tight and continue to pick up wickets. And so far, Joseph has been bowling a tight over. And we get a single as she forces into the offside down to the cover point area for, and one more to the total. So the over is not has come to an end, as a matter of fact. So it's 138 for 5 after 34.
Yes, and game on here at the Connery Cricket Centre. 138 for 5. 96 balls to get 96 runs.
So the water break here at Connery. So we'll take a break as well and be back in a couple of minutes. So back here, after the water break, Fletcher will continue. Played it around the corner. The keeper has some running to do down towards the long leg area. It will run close to the boundary. They have course for 2. They should be thinking about the 3rd, but it didn't. I think they should be challenging the arms of the fielders. Most of the return coming back to the weak keeper or to the bowler are very weak. So you should be able to come back for a 3rd or 2nd run if possible. But they got 2 runs, so the total has gone on to 140. Over number 35. So Fletcher is in an 8 over none for 25. She will want to pick up a wicket or 2 before her spell is completed. And that certainly will put some pressure on the Barbados batters. So the more experienced players, 2 sisters, have been dismissed. Still have Aline in the middle. She's on 25. Bad delivery, wide to be signaled by the umpire. Going down the onside. So a proliferation of wides in the matches. 141 for 5, 93 from 94. So a flighted delivery, and Aline just pushed it back on the onside of the strip. So the Windwards will want to continue to keep things tight. This is the final game. We get a single down to Noel at long off. So the other 2 matches have been completed. So this is the only game that is ongoing. So Trinidad and Tobago defeated the Leewards, and the Guyana defeated the 2024 champions, Jamaica. So Fletcher will continue. Another wide delivery. And then we get an extra run as well. Then we get a single. The keeper couldn't collect. 2 more to the total. And Fletcher is getting a bit too loose in this over. Has delivered 2 wides. You don't want to release the pressure that is building on the Barbados batting. And as a captain, I'm sure you'll be very mindful of that. You want to keep things tight and make the batsman, force the batsman to make a mistake. You want to make things easy. 234 is the target. Flighted delivery, but the batter just pushed it back down the strip. That's Aline to bring up the end of the over. 144 for 5.
Yes, and the Barbados batters, they will have a huge task on hand if they should get to the 234 for victory. It's not going to be easy going. I think it's just relatively on par now. We have some 90 runs to get off 90 balls, so a run a ball. So game on here at the Connery Cricket Centre between the Windward Islands and Barbados. 5 wickets standing for Barbados. So they would hope that they can build a partnership, while the Windward Islands will hope to get further results in terms of wickets.
So Joseph is in her 8th over. She the 2 most experienced bowlers in the attack. Kiana Joseph and Afi Fletcher. I would want to get more wickets amongst them, between them, to keep the pressure on Barbados. So it's Canterbury. She's facing up to Joseph, thinking about the single, but I feel like coming away to her right from backward square. She feels, and so that's Gilbert. So Joseph will want to continue to keep things tight. The required weight is gone over 6.07. And you want to see that continue to climb once the asking weight goes up. So the pressure on the batters also will go up. Another wide delivery. So with that wide, the total has gone on to 145 in over number 36. Flighted full. She's played on on the full, but got it straight back to the bowler Joseph. She was just stretching for it. He did not move her feet. Her back foot was firmly grounded. So Canterbury just pushing it back down the strip. She's intent on just playing it safe. But as she's playing it safe, the score in the required rate is climbing. It has now gone to 6.21. So now she will go over the wicket, Joseph. On the leg stump, loud appeal. A chance of a run out, and it will end well for Barbados because Gilbert came across quickly. She didn't realize that the batter had was all the way down on Canterbury, and by the time the return went down towards the far end, Canterbury had enough time to get in her crease.
And that was always the non-striker's call because it was behind the striker's back, so she had clearer vision as to where the ball was, and she was moving early, and that even gave more reasons why they should gone through for the run much more comfortable. But in the end, there were no casualties, no run-outs. So game on here at the Connery Cricket Centre. 84 balls, legal deliveries to get 88 runs. 5 wickets are in hand. A good game on hand here, Gary.
So it seems that Zeta James has been brought into the attack. So after Fletcher still have 2 overs remaining, right? The captain, Fletcher, has taken herself out of the attack. So Fletcher 8 overs, none for 29. So Zeta James, and the delivery going down to her third man. They'll get 2 runs at least. Tumbling effort down there on the third man boundary. 2 runs, if fielding completed by Fletcher. So 2 more to the total is going on to 148. In over number 37. Quick delivery outside off from loud appeal, given out, caught behind. So Canterbury has been dismissed. Caught wicketkeeper, bowl James. So the change of bowling at this end has worked, and they have gotten the 6th wicket, the Windwards.
Yeah, a good move by Afi Joseph, the captain, removing herself from this the media centre, and Zeta James getting the wicket, getting the result, bringing much more hope to the Windward Islands team that they can restrict Barbados from getting the 234 for victory. Just 4 wickets are in hand, and good captaincy by Afi Fletcher because James, when replacing Fletcher, who was at this northern end, she got the wicket.
So the new batter is Elliott. So Barbados are up against it for 148 for 6 wickets. The more experienced batters are back in the middle. Aline is still there. She's on 26 from 43, so she wants to stick around for the better part of this chase. We have some 13 overs remaining after this. Zeta James picking up a wicket with a second delivery of her 7th over, so she has now picked up 2 for 18. Good. And she would want to continue. Want to put some pressure on the new batter. Feel her down on the boundary, probably checking with the captain to make sure that she still wanted to be on the boundary. There's no significant change in the field. The offside field is closely set on the leg stump. And a question asked of umpire Prasad, but not out. So the Windwards certainly have the Bajans under pressure. 6 wickets down. So the Windwards will want to win the final game of 2024 on the leg stump without appeal for what I don't know. Went past maybe came off the pad appealing for an LBW, but obviously would have been going down the onside. So another extra to the total takes it down to 149. So the delivery going down the onside. Boya Passar was not interested in that appeal from Zeta James. So we're in over number 37, one delivery remaining. So Zeta James has come in and gotten the wicket in her over from a faster, flatter delivery. Edge taken and the keeper took a good catch. Over completed, number 37, 149 for 6.
Yes, and James is doing the ideal thing for her team, keeping things tight, applying more pressure on the Barbados batters. And really, Barbados now 149, so required runs 85 from 78 legal deliveries, 4 wickets in hand. So game on right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and the left arm orthodox spinner, and it's going to continue Joseph from that preschool far end.
So Elliott will face Barbados, as we said before, won last year by 72 runs. They made 28 in the first inning. When they batted first, Windward only got 155. So Windward seemed to be returning the favour to Barbados. So far, it looks like the Windwards are in front, another wide. And with that wide, the 150 for Barbados coming up. 150 for 6. And the experience of Joseph. You would want to think that Joseph will be bowling so many wides as an experience. You have seen the experience Fletcher as well, delivering a few wide deliveries. You expect better from our West Indian players. So you want to keep things tight. So the over, just the wide that has been delivered in the over so far. The 2 legal deliveries, 84 from 75. Lower appeal for quarter wicket. Joseph went up quickly, but the keeper joining the appeal late. That gives an indication that he didn't play. There's 156 or 50 for 6, 150 for 6. Taken on the pad. Must have been pitched outside the leg stump. Goes down into the offside. Another appeal from Kiana Joseph. But the umpire, Daniel, is unmoved. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 38. Full delivery. Just pushed down to Swedish mid wicket where Glasgow is in the way. Over is completed. 150 for 6.
Yes, at this particular moment, the Windward Islands have done well. 6 wickets going down for Barbados. So the Windward Islands, at this particular moment, they have the better part of the game. Over 7 runs now is the required run rate. 72 balls to get 84 runs. That's legal deliveries, that is, in that column. And game on here. But I will give the Windward Islands at this particular moment the edge in this particular situation. James is going to continue, though.
So she will be bowled to Aline over extra cover, and it will go close to the boundary. The fielder on the boundary came across to her left, and she feels so 1 to the total, takes it down to 151. She came to her right as the fielder on the cover boundary. So the field coming in for Elliott. You know, see the fielder at cover going down onto the ground after having to chase around to her left. Maybe she just have a cramp, a muscle cramp in her left leg. Now we're signaling for the physio to come onto the ground. So you're not missing any cricket. The physiotherapist for the Windwards is now on the field. 156, 51 for 6.
Yes, and the Windward Islands at this particular moment, they are in a commanding position, very strong position. Is that player leaving the field of play? We will get who it is, and the physio is accompanying her off the field. And But the Windward Islands, they are in a very good position. 151 is the total, 6 wickets, 71 legal balls to be bowled. And Gary, the player, is off the field.
So play will continue. And so maybe the substitute was on the field. So Edwards has now come onto the field. So she's at extra cover, Malika Edwards. She would have opened the batting on a couple of occasions last year for the Windwards. Now she's not in the final 11. So James would want to keep things tight. And almost a mix-up between the bowler and Joseph. The total remains at 151 for 6. So Elliott has faced some 11 deliveries. She's not yet off the mark. She would want to get Aline on strike. You don't want to keep Aline off the strike for too long. We'll try and look at a single. This time she's driving, but he's not going to get a single as Etienne fields at mid-on. So one delivery remaining in over number 39, 1-1 has come in at over so far. Flatter, faster delivery, almost got through the defense of Elliott from the inner portion of the bat down into the onside, over completed. 151 for 6.
Yeah, a good spell here by James, the left arm orthodox spinner, doing a very good job, keeping things very tight indeed, making the challenge for the Barbados team much more difficult to get to 234 for victory. Just 4 wickets standing, and Windward Islands are in command at this particular moment and have the upper hand here at the Connery Cricket Centre against Barbados.
So Joseph will be bowling her final over from the far end, 1 for 20 in her 9 overs. So she would want to pick up a wicket. And so it's Aline who is on 27. We get an easy single down to long off, and it's not fielded cleanly, but not enough time to go through for an extra run. So 152. Target is 234. The Windwards won the toss and decided to bat earlier this morning. And Aline is trying to work into the onside. Elliott. So Joseph in the final over, so we probably will see Glasgow coming in from that far end. As Elliott has to be careful, she's onto the back foot. Ball keeping a bit low. A flatter faster delivery on the stumps could find her in trouble. On the pads, but it's obviously going on the onside. So we're in over number 40. They need another 82 runs. So the required rate has gone up to 7.94. They need 82 from 62 balls. And she's bowled, swinging across the line. So Akena Joseph picking up a wicket in her final over. And Elliott has been bowled for a 17-ball duck.
Yes, and Barbados finding themselves in more difficulty now, losing Elliott, clean bowl, so she'll have to make her way back to the pavilion. And 7 wickets now going down for Barbados, and the Windward Islands are on top of things here at the Connery Cricket Centre at 10 a.m. this morning Eastern Caribbean time, when the Windward Islands won the toss here against Barbados, decided that they will bat and scored a very well played 233, and now Barbados losing 7 wickets. They are now 152 for the loss of 7, so have found themselves in huge difficulty, and the Windward Islands look like they will take away this one from Barbados.
So the new batter for Barbados is Alison Gordon. She would have opened the bowling for Barbados. So 152 for 7, and the Windward certainly are in charge here at Connery. This is the final game of the West Indies Super 50 Women's Competition, sponsored by CG United. And Dafabet is also on board as a sponsor, part sponsor. Joseph bowling over the wicket to the new batter. So the over is completed, and so is the spell of Kiana Joseph after 40 overs, 1-5, 2 for 7.
Yes, well, what we have seen here at the Connery Cricket Centre, both Gary and myself, in terms of the results of wicket takers, the spinners have been the dominant factor, and collectively the spinners most likely would have been the most outstanding bowlers in this Super 50 CG Insurance, the main sponsors of the Super 50 regional tournament. So that's an area of concern whereby they'll have to work out with the batters. How do you negotiate the various spinners?
James flighted the delivery, and Ali, who's on 28, would want to take most of the strike because most of the other batters are not as capable as you would want them to be. James around the wicket, and she's going to quickly for the first one. Should be looking for the second. Should at least even be looking for 3 runs. If they hustle through quickly, they could get 3 because normally the throw is not as strong throw, but the throw from the field on the boundary wasn't too bad. Came in on the bounce to the keeper. So 154 for 7 at the start of over number 41. So required rate 8.28. So you need to hit striking boundaries. Singles wouldn't help the Barbados cause at this point in time. If 6 singles would only take them 6 runs per over. So they must be looking to hit a boundary or 2 per over in order to bring the required rate down. And Aline will have that responsibility. She cannot pace the field on the offside. So just the 2 runs so far in this over. 4 balls have been delivered over number 41. Zeta James has picked up 2 for 21. She's in the 9th over. She has 1 over remaining after this. In the air, chop by the fielder at extra cover, moving away to the left. That's Etienne. Is it Etienne at extra cover? Or Homer. And Homer has put down her second catch for the afternoon, Victor.
Well, the effort on her behalf did not look so purposeful from our vantage point. I thought she should have looking more aggressive in terms of her approach, getting across and pulling in the catch and putting more pressure on the Barbados batters.
So James will continue. And knocked down well by Glasgow at extra cover to bring up the end of the over. 41 overs gone, 155 for 7.
Yes, and the Windward Islands in a very strong position here against Barbados at the Connery Cricket Centre. They have bowled well. James have risen to the task as a left-arm orthodox spinner. When she replaced Affy Joseph, she got a wicket. And also, she has kept things tight, good line and length. So she has rise to her captain Affy Fletcher's cause to keep the Barbados batters on the tight screws. As the required rate keep mounting, it's going to be difficult for the remaining batters of Barbados to get to 234 for victory.
So Fletcher has brought herself back into the attack from the far end. 8 overs, none for 29. So Aline will face, he's on 31 from 52. Playing it in the air, and Zeta James at backward point was diving forward trying to take the catch. He might have gotten a hand to it, but he went behind her, and they were able to get a single. So a possible chance. He was diving forward, and she might have gotten a hand to it and went behind her for a single. 156 for 7. Another possible chance. Fletcher will try once more. She has not been amongst the wickets in this match so far. And so she's in her 9th over, none for 30. Has been a bit unfortunate. A couple of chances going down off of her bowling. So the required rate has gone up to 9. And so Alison Gordon is the batter on strike. We saw a 17 ball ducked by Elliott. Gordon has now faced some 4 deliveries, not yet off the mark. So she would want to give the strike to Aline. Aline has been there for some time. She's on 53 or 32 from 53 balls. So the Super 50 competition coming to an end, coming to a close. And Barbados, the defending champions. They seem as though they started the tournament losing the first game, and it's strong possibility that they'll be losing the last game as well. So they won the first and lose the last, but 1-3 in the middle. But you still have some 8 overs remaining after this. 78 from 49, and this Aline is there along with the bowlers. Changing the field. And field has gone down towards third man. And Gordon onto the front foot, kept it out. Over is completed. 156 for 7.
Windward Islands in a commanding position to place themselves first of all in the table for positions and really perform well and keep on performing well. And here it has arisen that the team chasing, they would have had to go at the current run rate and also make certain that they keep wickets in hand. So I still believe in that notion that when you set your total, even though you can calculate how many runs you need per over, if you keep losing wickets like Barbados have been doing, and still to get to the total, it becomes a huge challenge. And right now, it definitely appears that the Windward Islands is going to pull away this one with just 7 wickets going down, 3 wickets are in hand.
So Zeta James will be bowling her final over from the media center end. 2 for 22 from her 9 overs. Another 78 runs required by Barbados. And the Windwards need another 2 wickets to win. So the decision to bat first by the Windwards seems to be paying off. And this is backing away. That's Aline playing into the extra cover region, knocked down by Jamila Glasgow. I'm sure has some few overs remaining. She will be coming back into the attack shortly. Zeta James is bowling a final over from the media center end. Flighted and missed it. Keeper not collecting. And will go behind her for a run. A bye should be signaled by the umpire. And he does so now. So 1 more to the total. 157. 77 required from 45 balls. Asking rate of 10.27. Going to the big swing, taking on the pad. Umpire Prasad not interested, obviously going down the onside. So it's Zeta James in a final over looking to pick up another wicket. Yes, spinning down the onside. Would have been missing leg stump. And this time she's onto the back foot. Probably got her inside edge onto the pad. Because she was going onto the back foot looking to play it into the onside. So 1 delivery remaining in the spell from Zeta James. 2 for 22 from 9.5 overs. Good spell of bowling, tight bowling by James. She want to complete it and get a wicket to the final delivery outside the off stump. Completed over number 10. So 10 overs gone or bowled by Zeta James. 2 for 22. Over number 43 has been completed. 157 for 7.
Yes, and Zeta James, very good and economical spell from her, getting 2 wickets off of 10 overs. So the Windward Islands can feel even more confident now as the required rate is mounting for Barbados to get to 234 with just 3 wickets standing. So this obviously has shown that spinners again coming to the fore and dominating in this particular encounter as they have done comprehensively and collectively throughout the Super 50.
So Canterbury would want to get Aline. Is facing up to Fletcher. She would want to get on with things if she The Barbados team is to get close to the 234. So singles won't do it. Just a single into the offside. The required weight has gone up past 10. As a matter of fact, it is 11.12. They're only scoring at 3.66. So the Windward's on course to picking up 6 points in this game. Will take the 6 points, will take them a chance of a run out this time and a bad return because Gordon played it down into the offside. She was going for the single. Aline wasn't interested, but the return from mid-off was a bit wide and a bit weak, and she was able to get back. In over number 44, Fletcher is bowling a final over. I'm looking to get a wicket. And Gordon is off the mark after 12 deliveries, so she's on 159 for 7 in over number 44. 75 required at a rate of 11.54. Three deliveries remaining in the spell of Fletcher. And Aline just watches it spin through outside the off stump. So Aline has been there for some 58 balls. She's done 33. She's what wicket fell around her, unable to do anything about it. On the onside, looking to sweep, wide with signal, and an extra to the total. Takes it on to 160. So Fletcher is coming up to the end of her spell. Was a bit unlucky. Hasn't been able to pick up a wicket, but she still has 2 deliveries remaining. And Aline is going to prevent her from getting a wicket, at least with that delivery. She has 1 delivery remaining in her spell. 9.5 overs, none for 33. On the onside is swept away down towards the long area for 4. Bad delivery to bring up the spell, the end of the Afi Fletcher spell. 10 overs have been completed by Fletcher, none for 37, and with that 4, total has gone on to 164 for 7.
Yes, a long-awaited boundary by the Barbados team and getting so from a wide delivery which was pitched outside the leg stump. But so far it's been a pleasure. 360 TV working along with you guys, supplying all the necessities to keep this function of deliberations going all over the world. So it's been well appreciated by Gary Pemberton and myself, Victor Eddy, and also our scorers as we are coming down now to the conclusion of this game with us 3 wickets standing for Barbados. 234 is the target. The 45th over is going to commence from the media center end here, Gary, and how well the Windward Islands have played in terms of defending their total of 233 with this scored when they won the toss this morning and decided that they will bat first.
Yes, they were able to pick up wickets at crucial points in the match and have been able to keep the pressure on Barbados. Karina Noel has been brought into the attack from the media center end. And so you want to bowl wicket and wicket to the number 9 batter, Gordon. She looked a bit unsure of herself, so bowling straight at the stumps could bring some reward for Noel. So she will go into bowl to Gordon's on 1. She's playing the square of the wicket. Zeta James move across to her left, probably struck in the tummy area, bending over, but she did well to keep it in front of her. They were able to get a single. Was a good shot from the number 9 batter. Square of the wicket. So Aline, who has been there for some time, is on 60. Has now come into strike. Going to the big swing. We'll get just a single. down to the experienced Etienne at long on. So with a single, score has gone on to 166. 12.36 is the asking rate if the Barbados team is to get close to that 234. On the leg stump, we'll go down towards long leg. Keeper has some running to do. And we'll wait for signal from the umpire if there's any. Leg by. Another leg by to the total, 167. With over number 45. So there's 5 overs remaining after this for Barbados to get 67 runs if they are to win the final game of this, the Sydney United Super 50 Women's Cup. And so we're coming to the close of this tournament. And Jamaica are the champions. They would have won the first 4 matches but lost the last game versus Guyana. And there was another single to the total, another single to Aline. So Aline, I'm sure, would want to come not out if possible. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 45. Noel bowling a first over. We want to keep it straight and full to the number 9 batter, Gordon. And she's bowled straight on the stumps. And Gordon looking to play it into the onside, missed it. The 8th wicket has been missed. Gordon bowled for 2.
Yes, and Gary, you called it right as usual. Bowl wicket to wicket. The batter played and missed. The bowler hit. So more success for the Windward Islands and drawing closer to a valuable victory. But it just shows too also that the Windward Islands, where they had the Inter-Island Windward Islands tournament, you can see that they came with a certain level of preparation and confidence, and this is why they are executing their plan and performing so well here against Barbados, who were the former champions of the Super 50 2023, and now showing the quality in their team. And what a valuable performance by the spinners, even the medium pacers, but bowling wicket to wicket in the latter part, even more relevant and getting another result. So Barbados, Gary, backs against the wall, but the Windward Islands came with good preparation, and that is why they have found themselves in a position where they will defeat Barbados right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Connell is the new batter for Barbados. So the writing certainly is on the wall for the Barbados team, the dethroned champions. So they'll be look well set to lose their final game of this year's competition. 66 required from 30. So the over bowled by Noel has been completed. So over number 45. And Aline, who is in 39, be facing up to Jamila Glasgow, who has 5 overs, 1 for 16. There's only 5 overs remaining, so she will get 3 overs out of the 5 if the captain decides to go through with her until the overs are completed, or still they would have gotten the final 2 wickets. So the sun has come back out here. The dying stages of this City Super 50 competition. And was looking to swing into the onside, a loud appeal, but the keeper was already going down the onside. That will give you an indication of where the ball was heading. And she was struck outside the leg stump. The keeper is down the onside and appealing. So, being over number 46. So 29 balls remaining, 66 runs, 13.66. I think that is of academic interest. And she's looking to swing into the onside again. That's Aline. I don't know if Aline thinks she can still win the game at 13.6 runs per over. She has to strike at least 3 boundaries, 3 fours. And that still won't be enough because he has to score 13.66. So Glasgow will try to get the final 2 wickets. And I'm sure Aline would want to prevent that. So thinking about the single, return comes in, misses the stumps, and the keeper couldn't collect, so Connell gets through for a single. So a single to Aline. With a single, she moves to 40. 169 for 8. And the big figure of Connell, the opening bowler for Barbados, would have to create some magic if the Barbados team is to get close to the 234. 27 balls remaining in the Barbados innings. And Glasgow is in her 6th over. She has picked up 1 for 17. So the Windwards came out with a sense of purpose. They knew what they wanted to do. They won the toss and immediately decided that they would bat. They lost the first wicket when they scored on 31. And then so good batting by Affley Fletcher and Zeta James that put on a good partnership. And Zeta James came back with the ball and got 2 important wickets. And she's bowled Connell straight at the stumps, just looking to swing into the onside. 9th wicket has been dismissed. Connell bowl for a duck.
Yes, and good delivery. Wicket to wicket delivery. Here we are seeing the replay now. Hitting right across the line, losing the center stump and being clean bowl. So just the one wicket now standing for Barbados. So the Windward Islands can feel very proud of this super magnificent performance they have demonstrated here at the Connery Cricket Centre against Barbados, who were the champions in this format in the year 2023. So the Windward Islands coming into this tournament with good preparation and how excellent they have executed what they got out of their tournament coming into this series here, the regional CG United Insurance Super 50 regional cricket. So just the one wicket standing, and the total now 169, some 66 more runs needed. Well, how much uncertainties are there in this event of the game? Well, in this particular moment, this is no glorious uncertainties here.
So Dean is the Windward Islands came 3rd last year, and they will end in 3rd once they would have completed victory over Barbados. So Glasgow will want to end it in this last delivery. Bowls to Dean, gets it down to mid wicket to bring up the end of a successful over, just a 1 run, and an important wicket was taken, 169 for 9.
And Gary, the Windward Islands keep on improving at this level, because I think also 2023 they would have had also a good season, but I think it might just be slightly better than 2023. In 2024, you will tell me and others what that position was like 2023 to now.
No, they came 3rd last year. So
okay,
it's
so
Barbados won, Trinidad came 2nd. So big difference between Trinidad last year and Trinidad this year. They came 2nd from bottom. They came 2nd last year, Trinidad. Windwards came 3rd. They will end up on 3rd again because they will get 6 points from this, take them to 16 points. And the Guyanese would have won over Jamaica. They would end 18 points as Noel gets a delivery, full delivery, driven down the ground. Good looking shot, but that would not be enough, as not good feeling by the experienced ATM, but they didn't capitalize on it. So they need boundaries. The last wicket pair is in the middle, and the Windwards just looking now to get the final wicket, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and really, this would go down probably as one of the better victories that the Windward Islands would achieve in this regional series, both 2023 and now.
So Noel bowls a delivery. Wide will go down towards the boundary for 4 wides. So 5 runs will be added to the total, 275. So another bad delivery, 4 wides, Victor.
Yes, and really, we have consistently been having to announce the high percentage of wides. I have concluded by not counting anymore because they're coming so rapid I don't want to miscalculate. Our scorers will have it accurate though.
So Noel Bolt, and it's pushing to the onside. So Leeward's got 2 points last year, 2 points from a rained out game. This time they got 2 batting points. They ended at the bottom of the table. Guyana, who came second from bottom last year, will come second this year. And TNT, who came second last year, have now come second from bottom this year in 2024. So Leewards, they have not changed their position. Guyana came, or Jamaica came fourth last year, and this time around they would have won the competition, and they would have gotten some batting points, which would have helped them greatly. They would have gotten the 2 maximum batting points in the first 4 matches that they would have played. And short delivery, Noel probably looking to get the final wicket, 175 for 9. And just 2 balls remaining in the over. So we're in the dying stages. This is the only game that has been played. The other 2 matches are completed. So the CG United Super 50 Cup is coming to an end, and will be a victory for Windwards unless something miraculous happen here at Connery. But they need to score 17.70 runs per over if they are to win. And we have the final pay in the middle.
Well, what a good performance though by the Windward Islands. First they batted extremely well, and now they have defended their total nicely.
Delivery on the stumps, and is kept up by Dean. So Dean is making the Windwards wait a little longer. Over is completed, over number 47. So 3 overs remaining, 175 for 9.
Yeah, and we also have to wait a little longer. We are not really working overtime. We are just, this game has been extended as the others have concluded early by results. But today, Gary, the Windward Islands, they were confident and they had their plan coming into this game. They won the toss and decided right away they would bat. And I thought the decision was right because the surface looked good, well prepared, and it has played well for all the matches here. So congratulations to the ground staff and all who were responsible for preparing the surfaces, and all who were responsible in all other areas for getting this tournament going, and especially the local organizing committee here in St. Kitts. So the Windward Islands on the verge of an excellent victory here against Barbados.
So Glasgow will continue from that far end. And Aline looking to heave it over mid-wicket, comes off the pad. So we'll have to wait a little longer for the conclusion of this game. Aline, I'm sure Victor would want to try and come that out at least.
Well, if we get a transition of 5 sixes now from this remaining 5 deliveries, we have an interesting game here on hand. Speculation.
Full delivery swung away and will go into the boundary for 4 over mid-wicket. So with that 4, he has gone on to 45, so in sight of a half century. I'm sure she'll be thinking of that, even though Barbados will go down. They need 59 from 17 balls, and Ali would want to get up to a half century. She's on 45.
Well, and this has been a good innings by her, but not good enough to take them close to 234 for victory. The Windward, just 1 wicket to go down, and they still need some 50 odd runs to get, which is impossible.
Bad delivery wide, another wide delivery, and Victor doesn't like to see those wide. So 180 with that wide. So number 24 is that?
How much?
It's been interesting to find out how many wides were delivered in the entire tournament.
How many wides in this inning so far? You serious? 24?
So
wow.
On the stump, she's driving back down the ground. We get a single. So in over number 48, so 2 overs remaining. Barbados will do well to just bat out the remaining overs, Victor. At least a psychological victory that you're not dismissed as the defending champion.
Well, that too. How much incentive that would be, even so. But it will bestow a little more pride in terms of the innings that they not totally bowl out. That's all I would see.
So a bit late on the shot. If it was on the stumps, could have been curtains for Barbados. Dean played a bit late. She has faced some 7 balls. So Glasgow just need to get one straight on the stump, Victor, and she could get another wicket.
It would have just create a little interest if the ball had hit the helmet, which is placed behind the wicket keeper. They would have gotten what, 5?
Well,
runs?
that still wouldn't have helped the Barbados.
It wouldn't have helped.
cause.
It wouldn't have helped. It would have been irrelevant still.
On the leg stump, an appeal. An appeal for what? Maybe thinking about came from the bat, taken by the keeper, moving on the onside. So we're in over number 48. 1 delivery remaining, and Glasgow has 2 for 23. She has 1 delivery in her 7th over. And the required rate, Victor, 24.46.
Wow. How much uncertainties are there? And we always hear about glorious uncertainties. Well, no uncertainties in this case. Barbados is going to lose the game.
And it's driving and missing, taken behind by the keeper. So the over is completed, over number 48. 12 balls remaining in the match. And the Barbados team 181 for 9.
Yes, and what an excellent performance by the Windward Islands. They were very confident when they won the toss and decided that they will go to the crease and bat first, and did so well because they got to 233 runs, which was always a good target, even though Barbados in other matches have gotten over 200, but not today. Not today.
So the one against the Leewards, 256 for 5. And they had to make 280 plus versus Jamaica in the first inning. They didn't get to 100, and now they had to make 234, and they're 182 for 9, 1 over remaining. So 11 balls remaining in the match, and the defending champion will lose their final game of 2024 CG United's Women's Super 50 Cup. And no one getting the ball on the stumps, and Dean manages to get back on it to delay. So she has faced some 10 deliveries, not yet off the mark, so she was fortunate to get back on it. We need to get it further up because she's a bit late on those shots. And this edge past the keeper, down towards the boundary for 4. So outside the off stump, got an edge, and the keeper couldn't hold on, and to her right and into the boundary for 4.
Well, at least 4 runs. We have now the replay a little late. Well, the keeper should have made a much more better an effort, but at the same time, in the situation, it doesn't matter because Barbados are large and in charge.
The Windwards, that is.
Windward, sorry,
So
Pat.
1 wicket to go, and the 1 over remaining after this as well. So have some 8 balls remaining in the match. So the required rate 36 runs per over. So that's 6 sixes, Victor.
And we have a Sir Garfield Sobers. There is where the uncertainties exist, Gary.
So 1 delivery remaining in over number 49, 187 for 9. The Barbados team, they had to make 234 to win. And the win was made 233 for 9 from the 50 overs. So good to see the win was batting the 50 overs and getting in excess of 200 runs. And Aline is forcing into the offside, chance of a run out. Return goes in, stumps are broken. Umpire Daniel is on move. So the over has been completed. Over number 49, 188 for 9.
Yes, indeed, and definitely it's clear now that the Windward Islands is going to come away with another victory. And Gary, I must say it has been pleasurable for me working alongside you. I've really have enjoyed our deliberations, and I look forward to many more times being associated with you in terms with commentary, and I'm not too certain if you will be on the panel for the Blaze, but I personally have not heard anything officially from anyone. But in the event, that too, Barbados would be the defending champions, but they would be hoping that they can at least pull off that series and then leave the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis with some sort of pride.
So the final over of the match is about to start, and Glasgow looking to get the final wicket. And Aline is on 48, would want to at least get to the half century. 5 balls remaining, need 2 runs. 188 for 9, so the Windwards will get a comprehensive victory over the defending champions, or the dethroned champions Barbados. And Glasgow is in an 8 over from that far end. Pitched up and is driven into the onside. And she has not decided to run, so she's looking for 2 to get the half century, but a single is better than but nothing, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and it shows that
gotten a single and come 49 not out. You're looking for a half century, you might be out with this delivery.
Yeah, but at the same time too, it shows that she is batting so well, so it shows, and it would no doubt connect to the other batters that they did not provide what was necessary. But
and he gets a delivery right up, looking to play it skew of the wicket. Good delivery. Yorker Link was trying to get underneath it to play it skew of the wicket. So 3 deliveries remaining in the match, and Ali need 2 for a half century. So let us see if she will get to the half century or if Glasgow will get the wicket. Into the big drive in the air. She will go through for the first one, goes too quickly, thinking about the second, but will not come back. Cannot come back as the return comes in on the bounce from Maffie Fletcher. So there's 1 delivery, 1 run. So with that, she has gone on to 49, 2 deliveries remaining in the match. She's hoping that Dean can get a single, or there's a wide and they want a single, so at least she has 2 balls to get a run, but she's on 49 or out, and Dean has 2 deliveries to negotiate, at least 1 to get a single. So
the inner fielders have to be tight there.
So Glasgow will bowl to Dean. Dean is looking to drive, misses, taken behind by the keeper. So 1 delivery remaining in the match. So unless a wide is bowled and they want a single, Aline will remain on 49 not out, and Barbados will lose their last game in the CG United Super 50 Cup. So 1 delivery remaining in the match. 45 runs needed, so you can see that Barbados or the Windwards will win the final game. Outside the off stump, defended nicely, but the match is completed, and the Windwards have won over Barbados by some 44 runs. Barbados ended on 189 for 9, needing to score 234. The Windwards winning by 44 runs over the defending champions Barbados.
Yeah, and super magnificent performance by the Windward Islands. First of all, they won the toss and batted first, and really posted a very valuable total of 233 runs. And then the bowlers came out and bowled well, but more so the spinners. Yes, the seam bowlers held their own too, but dethroning the defending champions, the Windward Islands, beating Barbados right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Gary. And it has been a very outstanding performance and performances by the Windward Islands. And as you quite rightly said, Gary, they have placed themselves in the 3rd position.
All right, so we have come to the end of the City United Super 50 competition here in St. Kitts. The last game played here in Connery has just been completed. The Windwards won by 44 runs. So we want to say thanks to everyone who is associated with this commentary team, the scorers, 360 degrees, and thank you to our listeners who would have joined in to listen to the broadcast here from St. Kitts. So the Super 50 competition has been concluded. Thank you very much, Victor, as being my co-host in terms of the commentary. It was a pleasure working with you. So we tell you goodbye from Connery as the T20 Blaze will start on Sunday. So the Windwards winning the final game over Barbados by 44 runs, and good evening from Connery.